Let us pray. Almighty God, we who have called us to govern this province, we ask your help to make decisions and laws that will be just and will promote the interests of the people. Almagtige God, ons bid dat u gedurende ons vergaderings ons die nodige wysheid sal gee en ons motiewe suiwer sal hou en dat u ons sal help om ons tekortkominge te oorkom en al ons besluite aan u op te dra. Sikelela ilizwe letu nabantu balo umasili ukulungu kwipondo letu. Kosi sikelela i Afrika kina bantwana bayo kokela inkokelizayo iniki ukolo i Afrika. All this we beg in your holy name. Amen. Good afternoon, honourable members, to our guests in the gallery who are still making their way in. I'd like to welcome the guests to the gallery this afternoon. Please be aware of the notices in the gallery regarding the use of cell phones. You are also reminded that you are not allowed to participate in any proceedings of the House. We thank you for being here with us today, and I'd like to call the House to order. I have to announce that I've received a letter from the acting chairperson of the National Council of Provinces informing me that a vacancy has occurred in the delegation of the Western Cape with the resignation of the Honourable J.J. Lant. I recognise the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. That notwithstanding provisions of Rule 198, precedence be given to the subject for discussion thereafter the first order of the day. My apologies, Speaker, that the motion on the order paper in my name be heard first. Thank you.
Okay. The Chief Whip moved the motion on the order paper. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. Chief Whip, do I need to recognise you again? To give
I'd like to congratulate Dr. George on being nominated as, being ratified as a permanent delegate of the NCRP.
Thank you. Okay, we now move, honourable members, we move to the subject for discussion. In the name of the Honourable M.G. Wiley, as printed on the order paper, I recognise the Honourable, the Chief Whip Wiley.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, some years ago, SAPS took a decision to stop issuing real-time crime stats in favour of a system that released the statistics a year in arrears. The decision mirrored the UK system, which also released stats in arrears. The Scotland Yard PC at the time, Sir Paul Condon, explained to me that the purpose was to give the authorities the time to analyse the crime trends and then to implement strategies to counter these trends, so that by the time the stats were released, the public could be reassured that the crime drivers were being addressed and that these indices were already showing some improvement. This makes sense.
Order, please.
Psychologically, this is the best way to maintain public confidence in the police and to give the public the security of knowledge that the situation is under control. It takes time to build synergies and strategies within spheres of government, as well as bridges to the community. The Bavarian police delegation currently visiting the province stressed the importance of building public confidence in the police and added that sufficient numbers of officers on the ground was vital. To interact with the public, developing relations, building trust and communicating. This communication is educational on the one hand, but also a rich source of information. Their public confidence in the police in Bavaria is the highest of any government department, because they are seen as a totally professional and apolitical.
Chief of Bali, kindly take your seat, please. Honourable Dankie, interjections are allowed, but an ongoing interjection becomes a diatribe. I'm asking you to cooperate, so please do not interrupt the speaker on the floor and no running interjections. Thank you.
We'll continue with interjections.
You may, Honourable Danke, I've just addressed you. Interjections are allowed, but no running commentary. Thank you. You may proceed, Chief Whip.
Thank you. The crime statistics relating to the Western Cape speak for themselves. They are shocking, but they're also revealing that they clearly indicate crimes of pattern. Some categories are as bad as one might find in the worst parts of the world. Gang-related crime, organised crime syndicates, alcohol-related crime and domestic violence are some of the prominent groupings. So how does the South African police deal with these challenges? Firstly, as far as the Western Cape is concerned, they are reducing police numbers year on year for the last 3 years and plan to continue doing so. Despite this, the province having the lowest population to police ratio in the country. Secondly, when they do bring about strategies to counter crime, they strip the already under-resourced local police stations even more. For example, the newly launched anti-gang unit. This affects police morale at stations, affects service delivery at the most crucial level, and strains police-community relations. Thirdly, it is quite obvious that the national government sees policing and crime combating as an extension of their political arm. Senior appointments are made based on allegiances to the ANC. In the run-up to the 2019 election, bearing in mind that this province is the only non-ANC one, this has reached fever pitch. The launch of the anti-gang unit was an extravagant jamboree, despite the fact that for the preceding decade,
Order,
the gangs...
please. Members, there is too much noise on the floor. You cannot drown out the speaker.
Despite for the preceding decade, gangs were just as murderous and destructive. Why now the launch? Calls by the DA to restart the unit fell on deaf ears as the bodies piled up day by day.
Chief,
The ANC...
kindly take your seat. I'm now going to address both sides of the House. It is disrespectful to the Speaker to engage in your own dialogue. So I'm requesting both sides of the House. There is too much noise whilst we have a Speaker on the floor. I require your cooperation. You may proceed, Chief Whip.
The ANC election manager Ibram Rasool and National Minister Tsele sees crime combating as a sole responsibility of the DA, provincial and local government. Is a good example as how they refuse to embark on another of the key success indicators, cooperation between spheres of government. In this debate, you will hear just how much this province has stretched its constitutional mandate. Rasool, when he was Premier here, did none of the things he accuses the DA of. On the contrary, he destroyed relations with the police. This highly successful madam structure, which bound all departments across the government in spheres in a coordinated team, was disbanded by them. The much-touted Bambanani Citizens Group, created by his government, was later disbanded also by the ANC government in 2008, as it was criticised as paying slave wages, was ineffective and exploitative. Amusingly, the news champion of the ANC plan, Leonard Max, was highly critical of the Bambananis in 2008 in this House. But what's changed, Leonard? Maybe it's the 35 million rand slush fund that Mr. Tsele has found. Rasool and Tsele say that crime cannot be stopped until the socio-economic factors are addressed. The police cannot patrol in informal settlements, apparently. Well, given that the budgets to the ordinary constable on the beat and the detectives have been so stripped that they cannot afford torches, radios, and that the few have to patrol in numbers, it's not surprising that they're afraid to go in there. Where's pop crew outrage when the torches and radios meant for the professional constables are now going to be given to untrained volunteers? Is this a strategy? Yet the VIP protection unit, the presidential unit and other special units have only seen their budgets rise steeply. The most sophisticated equipment, weapons, communication systems and external training. Is the protection of a few elites a strategy? Lately, information is a key. Lastly, information is a key, crime intelligence. Despite the gathering of an analysis of information being the sole competence of the national government, it is inconceivable that over several years, more than 60% of the Metro Rail coaches in the city of Cape Town have been destroyed without a single arrest and a single conviction. Is that a strategy? But they can tell you all you want to know. But they can tell you all you want to know about a DA public representative's private lives. and they can act like lightning when any person lays a
Honourable
charge
Chacham.
against a DA administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, honourable members. Honourable Magaka, I see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I must say the timing for this debate is very interesting. Roughly 13 days after President Cyril Ramaphosa and Police Minister Comrade Bheki launched an anti-gang unit which has started to make significant progress in the fight against gangs and drugs in this province. It does not take rocket science to then understand the rationale for this debate. It is both to give the DA an opportunity to respond to the launch, as well as to afford the aspirant premier, the failed MEC of Agriculture who could not get clean audits for the 2 consecutive years, an opportunity to make his maiden speech as an MEC for community safety. Comrade Ibrahim Rasool has correctly diagnosed the problem. Comrade Ibrahim Rasool has correctly diagnosed the problem when he said in his article, I quote, "Turkeys don't vote for Christmas." Why the DA is panicking about the police's anti-gang unit in Cape Town, close quote. Indeed, panic has set in at the Democratic Alliance headquarters. Everyone has come to accept that without fear of crime, the DA cannot survive. And so with the success of the anti-gang unit, the party will be totally irrelevant. For the party, crime situation is a campaigning tool. As crime worsens, the DA gets a golden opportunity to sow fear in society. Everybody knows the party thrives on situations of fear and disunity. It's a product of division. A point Comrade Rasool succinctly captured in his piece, that the cynicism with which the fear of crime is fueled and manipulated by the DA knows no boundaries. Over the last 10 years, we have been subjected to claims that crime fighting is not a provincial competency. That's why we cannot do anything as a DA. We witness a government that invested time, efforts, and resources to denounce the crime-fighting forces and to destabilize the work of the police. We had to consistently listen to populist demand for the deployment of the army in province. During this period of inaction by the party, which is DA, and manipulation of people's feeling, crime soured in the province. Despite the high numbers still being reported, a proper analysis of crime statistics shows that as a country we are starting to turn the tide against crime. According to the stats, we have witnessed a 4.4% decline in the 17 community reported serious crime nationally in the last year. The decline covers contact crimes, property-related crimes, and other serious crime. SAPS deserve all the credit for the good work they continue to do despite challenges the services is faced with. The Western Cape saw a 4.6% decrease in the number of reported crimes. Contact crime decreased by 1.5%, although murder, attempted murder, and rape increased significantly. The Western Cape had 10 stations in the top 30 murder stations in the country. That these 10 stations are not in the leafy suburb, but in the Cape Flats. It's not by accident, but by design. Indeed, National Police Minister Bheki was correct on his assessment that socio-economic conditions coupled with poor infrastructure contribute towards the increase of crime. That is scientific in actual fact.
Kindly take your seat, please. There's a member on the floor.
Is the Honourable Leader of the Opposition prepared to take a question?
So take your seat, thank you. Honourable Magaka, are you prepared to take a question?
His question will be answered by the education I'm presenting to him now. He must listen carefully.
Minister Fritz, kindly take your seat. The member won't take a question. Thank you. You may proceed, Honourable Magaka.
Thank you. That these 10 stations are not in the leafy suburb, but in poor communities. That's why we supported and we continue to support the scientific information that Pegitele correctly put, that socio-economic conditions coupled with poor infrastructure contribute towards increase of crime. The poor infrastructure and lack of CCTV cameras that in most cases are not even working, even those that are installed, are responsible for this serious crime. Zeal in trying to dispute this undeniable fact was inviting the heckling she received in the Windy talk show yesterday. I want to take 3 examples from these 10 police
Order,
stations.
please. Honourable Magaka, kindly take your seat. Chief Whip.
Appreciative members are referred as honourable members.
Thank you. Honourable Magaka, all members are...
Thank you very much. Noted.
You need to address
Thank
every
you.
member as honourable, please.
Thank you, the Speaker.
Thank you.
In 2009, when the DA took over, murder rate in Nyanga stood at 208. This number increased to 308 in 2018. In Mitchell's Plain, it was only 59 in 2009. And it is
Order,
now...
please. Honourable Magaka, kindly take your seat.
Order. Honourable, 59 people are 59 too
Minister,
many.
take your seat, please, Honourable. Minister Fritz, sorry, were you rising on a point of order?
59 people dying and been killed. That's 59
That
people
is
too
not,
many.
that is not a point of
Why is it
order.
only?
Minister
Only
Fritz,
59.
kindly take your seat. That is not a point of order. Thank you.
Speaker, we have been advising DA to be friendly with stats because stats exposes the reality of the situation. It was only 59 in 2009 in Mitchell's Plain. It is 140 in
Honourable Dankie, your
2018.
finger.
In Kailija, it was 121 and increased to 192 in 2018. Before we discuss the impact of this on families and society in general, we need to integrate the real reason for this. The high unemployment rate, poverty, and declining economic prevalence in the Cape Flats rise to the crime situation, including the failure of DA to involve communities in fighting crime. This means Mr. Alan Wind, Honorable Alan Wind, who is the chief orchestrator for high unemployment rate and poverty in Cape Flats, which contributed to increased level of crime, will now head.
Order, please. Order. Order, please, members. You may proceed.
Will now.
Sorry. You may.
That is completely unparliamentary for the members of the DA to disrupt the speaker and be clapping hands when that member arrives. I hope that you can speak to them. You've
Sorry.
got to correct them.
Take your seat, please. Thank you, Chief Whip.
Speaker, with respect, we are a family here, and the honourable. I've asked to address you. And
Order, please. Honourable Magaka. Honourable Dankie. Sorry, please take your seat, Honourable Dankie. Take your seat, please. Honourable Dankie, there is no Wiley sit down. There was just a request to address members as honourable, and you say Wiley sit down.
Thank you, Speaker. We were told that the honourable member was gravely ill. We are delighted to see him back.
Thank you, Chief Whip Wiley.
No, Speaker.
Member Gillian.
Speaker, can I address you, please?
Yes, you may.
Speaker, the last time when we were in this sitting, the same thing happened, Speaker, because, Speaker, please don't allow the DA to control your rulings here. Because
Honourable Gillian,
no, Speaker,
sorry.
the last time,
Honourable Gillian, Honourable
Speaker, let
Gillian,
me- no, Speaker,
I'm going to
the
ask
last
you to
time
take your seat.
This house was in chaos.
Honourable Gillian.
Because some people, some members, you have patience to to listen to or whatever and others not.
On-
Please, Speaker, treat everybody the same. Don't
Take
allow
your
this
seat,
House
please. Thank you.
to adjourn again like
Your
that.
point is sustained, but I'm not going to have you imply that I am being controlled, firstly. If you think I'm biased, you bring a substantive motion. Honourable Joseph was admitted to hospital. He was in ICU. And the fact that everyone cheered because he came in, it might have been away for a while. It was inappropriate, members, but may we now proceed? No, I've asked. No, Honourable Gillian, that is not the point. Members, take your seat, please, Honourable Chacham. I am speaking. Kindly take your seat. You will not speak after me. I've asked you to take your seat. Honourable Chacham. Members, what happened was inappropriate. It was unacceptable in that the Honourable Magaka was on his feet. I cannot, however, call back or pull back the applause because it has happened. I'm asking you, though, to be mindful in future that if there is a speaker on his feet, that we do react and respond differently. I don't take kindly to being called out in the manner which you did, Honourable Chacha. I am the Speaker, and it is my duty to maintain the dignity and decorum of this House, and I will not allow you to undermine my authority. We may proceed. You may proceed, Honourable Magak. Honourable Chacham, if you refuse to cooperate, I will have to ask you to leave the chamber. So please do not. Your next one, you're out the door. You may proceed, Honourable Magaka. Thank you.
Speaker, the only reason that our Honourable Aloof Windy is made the MEC of Community Safety is to increase his visibility and electorability, since he's going to be our DA's premier candidate. The DA hopes the rise in the fear of crime together with Windy's tantrums can translate into more popularity for the premier candidate. With only a week in office, he made his intentions clear that he will play the blame and complaint game in the meeting with the Provincial Police Commissioner, Lieutenant Jula, where he told him that he will take the fight to the National Minister to ensure that Western Cape gets more police. While the useless DA wants to shift goalposts and play the blame game, citing the police to population ratio in the province and complain about resource-constrained police station, it is worth noting that this is not a Western Cape-only challenge. The SAPS staff establishment national has been reduced as a result of the medium-term expenditure framework from 194,000 to 193,297 in 2017-2018. Of this amount, 150,791 are operational personnel and fall under the SAPS Act, while 42,506 personnel members fall under the Public Service Act. The national ratio of police to civilian population stands at 1 as per 375. The Western Cape received the third highest provincial staff deployment, coming after Gauteng and KZN. As at September 2018, the provincial staff deployment for the Western Cape was 20,457 deployed staff, which falls under the Police Act, and 5,037, which falls under the Public Service Act, totaling at 25,494. In terms of police shortage, the Western Cape is not the most affected, as we are led to believe by this populist demagogue DA. Gauteng is mostly affected, by the way. In terms of police ratio, the province's police ratio is better than the national average of 1 as to 375 in terms of provincial capacity, and the national capacity within, which is 1 as per 324. if the support personnel in Police Act officials are included, it will be a better average. So the DA's misconstrued province police to population ratio of 1:509 is misleading and is wrong. And it's wrong, it's a lie. Over the past decade, people have been subjected to misinformation and manipulation. We witnessed lesser government involvement in the fight against crime. Section 206 was reduced to only being oversight agents. For the party to brag about being the only province to establish a police ombudsman, as well as to have established the Zili Commission of Inquiry and court-washing brief further, justifies our long-held view that the DA has nothing to offer in the fight against crime. It is only interest in politicizing of the matter. One can add, in actual fact.
Kindly take your seat, please. Chief Whip Wiley.
Again, the honourable member refuses to call the Premier by an honorific, which he's entitled to in the House, and attributes a Commission of Inquiry to. She never had a Commission of Inquiry. There was a Kailicha Commission of Inquiry.
Chief Whip. Honourable Magaka, if I may, we are all honourable members. Please, in future, address every member as an honourable member. Thank you.
No, I'm just talking about the commission's name. It's known as like that. Yeah. But I'm not referring to our honourable Premier in this instance. Yeah. Now, I want to state that this bragging about the same ombudsman.
So, excuse me, Honourable Magaka, I just need to address your members. They are disrespecting you by speaking whilst you are speaking. If you could afford your member the opportunity to speak in silence, thank you. You may proceed.
None of the recommendation of that commission will ever be implemented by the same DA who is bragging about the commission. More time, effort, and resources have been spent over the years in politicizing crime than solving, including that commission. In actual fact, its aim was to politicize the thing. The DA committed resources to destabilize and sabotage police work in the province. Honourable Premier Zili and the wide cabal of the DA were actively involved in lobbying to get Major General Jeremy Very and Andrew Lincoln, including Peter Jacob, demoted from their position. In October 2015, Premier Zili wrote a letter to oppose the promotion of Jeremy Very. These are the same people who, despite having little resources at their disposal, managed to lock away the entire Atlantis Fancy Boys gang members, as well as several other gang leaders and members in the province. That's why there is a strong perception that the previous MEC for safety, who is a mayor today, was part of this gang, because the same tendency of attacking action taken by police to lock in gangs, condemned by the person who is supposed to defend the police.
Kindly take
Crime
your
is
seat,
spiral.
please. Kindly take your seat, please. Premier.
On a point of order, is the honourable member allowed to impugn the integrity of a former MEC in this House who's now the mayor?
I have noted your point of order, Premier. You may proceed, Honourable Magaka.
Crime is spiraling out of control, especially in the Western Cape, mainly due to the provincial government's own failures. Politicizing of crime, which included dismantling the Bambananis Against Crime project and other effective strategies employed by the ANC on its time, resulted in this crisis. The ANC, under our beloved President Ramaphosa, is serious about dealing with crime in the province. I think we have seen him working to address that problem. They followed by our beloved Premier, of course, following our President in executing his responsibility to deal with this crime problem. The implementation of Operation Thunder, the commitment to bring back the Bambananis, as well as the launch of anti-gang unit, will normalize the situation. For the first time, the children will be able to play safe on the street of Anuva Park, including all the areas in our Cape Flat.
So, if I may, your time is up. Finish your sentence. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Healthcare personnel will not fear going to work. No area will be no-go zone because of the gang in the province. As a result, the case over the 10 years, the spirit of New Dawn has set in. The ANC President Ramaphosa has finally answered the people's call.
Thank you. I now see the Honourable Minister, Minister Windy.
Thank you.
Order, please, members.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And it's interesting, I heard the interjection from the Honourable Dugmore says, let's speak about the stats. I heard nothing about the stats from that Honourable Member. But
Minister Windy, kindly take your seat. Members, if I can request that you put your hands on the desk because the pointing of fingers is unparliamentary. We cannot, and Honourable Dugmore looks around, yet it was his finger that was being pointed, yes, not once but twice. So may I request both sides of the House, please, members, let's, when we speak, let us speak with respect and afford. Honourable Fritz, kindly take your seat, I'm speaking. When a member is on the floor, afford that member the courtesy of being listened to and not being drowned out. Whilst the Honourable Magaka was speaking, there was silence and a fair amount of respect. Let's afford all speakers that same respect. I see the Honourable, the Minister. Sorry, I see Minister Fritz.
I thought it was my turn to speak, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to, as a point of order, I want to make the point, and I think you also alluded to it. We actually kept absolute quiet when the Honourable Leader of the Opposition spoke. We kept quiet.
Okay.
The minute our Speaker started speaking, again, they have no respect for no one. They
Minister
drown
Fritz,
people out.
Thank you.
I think you should name and kick them out of the House.
Minister Fritz,
Thank you, Speaker.
Your point is sustained, members. I am appealing to every member in this House. Please manage yourself with dignity and decorum. It's the least we can do. We are honourable members. I recognise the Minister, Minister Windy.
thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, this year's crime statistics is painting a dire picture of the Western Cape. In fact, our province can be regarded as a mini war zone. And Speaker, this debate, and I want to thank the Chief Whip for putting this debate on the table because it talks to statistics. And I want to put up front that, and I'll actually ask the question, why do we need statistics? We need statistics because they're a tool for management. They're a tool for management, and I'm going to answer the Honourable Leader of the Opposition just now about that management tool and how it is not being used. Speaker, in this time that we find ourselves in the midst of the fourth industrial revolution, when real-time data should be something that should be used all the time in management of whatever we do, and specifically in management of a mini war zone or a crisis that so many of our communities find themselves in gangland, in war zones, we need real-time data and the best possible statistics to help us make decisions and manage. When the Minister of Police, Becky Clele, when he said the police have dropped the ball in crime-fighting efforts, he was absolutely correct. We have dropped the ball because people in this province, and the Honourable Leader of the Opposition starts arguing about which province has got the most or whatever, but people in this province are dying every single day, and I'll give you those statistics shortly. But more than that, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition says resourcing of hotspots is not by accident, it's by design. Well, quite frankly, if that's what he says, then he should hang his head in shame. Because if we have a look at the real statistics that are put on the table this week at the Safer Western Cape Forum, and we look at the independent statistics put on the table, at the highest crime hotspot here on the Cape Flats that he talks about, we're talking about 365 murders per 100,000. Now, normally when we get measured as a region, that doesn't zoom down into these actual spaces. We get measured as the whole region. And then what we do...
Order, please. Honourable Dugmore. Order, please. Order. Honourable Dugmore, if you wish to pose a question, you would need to do it through the chair and ask if the Minister will take a question. You cannot pose the question directly across the floor.
On a point of order,
Yes.
would the MEC take a question?
If you take your seat, Honourable Wendy, will you
Thank
take
you.
a question? Yes, he
Thank
will.
you. Could the MEC indicate why ANC MPLs were not invited to the summit that you're talking about, given that you are professing to want to work in partnerships? Why did you not do the very basic thing of inviting the leader of the opposition, for instance, and other MPLs dealing with this? Is this an indication of the way that you are going to be divisive in attending to this portfolio?
Thank you, Honourable Doug Moore.
Thank you very much,
Wendy.
Speaker. I will give the exact names of who was invited and who RSVP'd. I was asked this question, and Honourable Grant was also asked this question at that same forum yesterday. Why was PRASA not there? And today they were supplied with who the invitation was given to, who the RSVP came from, and who didn't pitch. And I will provide exactly the same detail as who was invited, who RSVP'd if they did, and who didn't pitch. Yes, the MPLs. Speaker, then I'll get back to this 365 number, because normally when we measure ourselves in statistics and we rate ourselves against other real crime murder hotspots around the world.
Take your seat, please. Honourable Magaka.
Speaker, I don't know whether it's a point of order, but I never said the deployment. I never said the deployment of resources.
Okay.
I never said the deployment of resources by design. You must. I never said
Sorry.
that. He was not listening to me.
Honourable
I think I
Magaka.
just want to correct that.
I cannot
You must
comment.
listen to me when I'm speaking.
Honourable Magaka, I cannot comment on what you have said. The Minister is giving his interpretation, and I trust that it would be understood in the manner in which it was intended. Minister Wendy.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition was making a point at saying the DA doesn't deploy police forces into hotspot areas by design. That's what he was saying, and I'm exactly reversing that, and I'm giving you the reason why the ANC don't do that.
Order, please.
So, the Honourable Leader said that resourcing of hotspots, I wrote it down, is not by accident, it's by design. Resourcing of hotspots, that's what he said. So now I'm telling him...
Order, please.
So, Speaker, I'm now telling him where those hotspots are. And the hotspots are the areas that are least resourced by the South African police services. The ANC-led minister says they dropped the ball. They've absolutely dropped the ball. You need statistics to make management decisions and then resource where crime hotspots are. They don't do that. They do exactly the opposite. By design, they make the people who suffer the most under crime, they actually give them the least resources. And I'm not talking about the province now. I'm only talking about the South African police services and where those decisions are made and where those resources are put. By design, this ANC-run national government does it by design. So back to those numbers. We get rated across the board at over 100 deaths per 100,000.
Honourable Makaleni, that's a running commentary, please.
At over 100 deaths per 100,000 when you average it out. And then we get measured against other crime hotspots and murder hotspots around the world. But when you narrow it down, then we are a mini war zone. And that mini war zone needs to use statistics and then make decisions based on those statistics so that we can get to a stage where we can make this a safer Western Cape. We need a plan based on those statistics. But then, of course, let's talk about something else. Let's talk about when we address the issue of crime, it is in this regard as complaints like we are, as complaints and like we are not doing anything about the situation. In fact, the recent opinion piece by the Turkey General himself, Mr. Ibrahim Brown Envelope Rasool, really, this is a whole lot of gobbledygook from this Turkey, because he says that over the last 10 years, there was not a single attempt to explore the scope allowed by Section 26, which the Honourable Leader of the Opposition follows on directly. But let's go and have a look what was done under that section of the Constitution.
Order, please.
Let's go, and I'll give you the solution just now.
Sorry, Minister Wendy, kindly take your seat, please. Honourable Makaleni, I have cautioned you. You are allowed to have interjections, but ongoing interjections actually become running commentary, and I am placing you on notice. Please be aware. You may proceed, Minister.
I'll highlight one or two of those things that we deal with under Section 206, but I'm sure the Honourable Wenger will do it, and if not, she has already done it in answer to Mr. Brown Envelope Turkey. We have, in truth, the Western Cape is the only province to fully utilise the full extent of Section 206 of the Constitution. The Western Cape is the only province in the country that has created oversight legislation from Section 206 of the Constitution with our Community Safety Act. It's the only province that has established the police ombudsman, the only province that has got watching briefs, and so on and so forth. The Khayelitsha Commission that you speak about. This province is the province that exercises its powers under that section of the Constitution way better than any other province run by the ANC. But, Speaker, let's talk about the real issues on statistics and how they are affecting the people of our province. In 2018, the 2018 crime statistics revealed that the Western Cape has a dire gang problem, with 83% of all gang-related murders in South Africa occurring in this province. If we narrow those statistics down so that everyone in this House and watching outside can understand what the impact of crime is on us as society in this province, 10 reported counts of murder every single day in this province. 10 reported counts of attempted murder every single day in this province. 19 accounts of sexual offences per day in this province. 116 reported counts of burglary and residential premises per day in this province. 9 reported accounts of illegal possessions of firearms and ammunition in this province. 320 reported counts, and these are reported counts, of drug-related crime per day. These are the statistics. I get a question about what is the plan. That is the exact question that has to be asked, because we get the statistics exactly like we were given yesterday at the Safety Forum, and we see exactly where those hotspots are, and you overlay the resourcing by the national government, you overlay the resourcing, and it goes exactly back to what the Honourable Leader of the Opposition says: resourcing of hotspots is not by... you did say it. Draw the hands on. Resourcing of hotspots is not by accident, it is by design.
Minister Wendy,
it is by design.
Minister Wendy, kindly take your seat. Honourable Magaka.
Speaker, I never said that nonsense. I said it. I can read what I said is here in my speech.
Honourable Magaka, kindly take your seat. I will... Honourable Magaka, I cannot comment on design. I will revert to Hansard, but I'm requesting you to maintain your composure, please, and accept... I can't promise you. I'm saying I will go to Hansard, and if indeed you said design or never said it, I will come back to the House.
See, I can give you to read my speech.
Honourable Magaka,
I never said that.
Okay, I am speaking. If you will allow me to finish, I have promised you that I will revert to Hansard and I will come back to the House. Honourable Chacha, please stand. Please stand. Honourable Member Chacha, you have consistently refused to obey my ruling on the same matter, effectively disregarding my authority to maintain order as required in terms of Rule 41. So I'm asking you in terms of Rule 44 to leave the chamber, please. Thank you.
No.
I am not entertaining. Take your seat.
But just explain to us, what did he do?
Take your seat, please.
What did he do, Speaker?
Take your seat, please.
What did he do?
Take your seat.
Oh, you rude.
Honourable Chacha, you are asked to leave the chamber and not return for the rest of the day. Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, will you kindly help the member?
Speaker,
can I raise...
Speaker. Speaker. Uyaphuma ngoku. Chief Justice, what's happening now? Chief Justice.
May we proceed, honourable members? Honourable Magaka, you were on a point of order regarding the issue which the Minister has stated.
Now, in the light of you asking, can we be explained as an opposition?
I don't have to explain. Honourable Magaka, take your seat, please. I have cautioned Honourable Chacham. I have explained to him what interjections and running commentary means. And while I was standing, he challenged by standing up. He should take his seat, which he did not do. So I've asked him to leave the chamber for the rest of the day. We will now continue with the proceedings. You may proceed, Minister Windy.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The next point, as raised, was the one of the anti-gang unit. And absolutely, we applaud the bringing back of the anti-gang unit. But you know what, members of this House, 10 years we've been asking for this anti-gang unit. And you know the saddest part of all of this? It's great that it's back. It's great that it's back. But the saddest part is that 5,000 people had to lose their lives over that 10-year period to gang violence and crime. 5,000 people. And that is totally unacceptable. Also on numbers and what we are doing. The question was, what are we doing? So we've held this two-day forum where we had a lot of discussion on numbers. We had a lot of discussion on partnerships. I've already said what's been done in this province on the back of the section of the Constitution and our own piece of legislation that we've passed. But what was put on the table was how firearms specifically and the removal of firearms or the increase of firearms is directly related to murders. The other thing that was put on the table is the only real stat that can be trusted in our system is the stat of murders, because you can correlate murders with mortuary results, and the two then will give you how accurate those statistics are. The other statistics are very bad, very difficult to manage. But linked to that statistic is the one around firearms. Assault with firearms, 100% increase in 2016 with doubling of firearms. And so what we did yesterday, because we spoke about what are we doing. So yesterday, we did a few things immediately, things that the province can do. The first thing we did was we said, in reducing firearms, and that is from the safety forum, but also when you walk the streets alongside our community watchers, our neighborhood watchers, and you speak to people on the ground, they will tell you that they know who the perpetrators are, where those firearms are. So we launched yesterday a reward system, an anonymous number that you will call to a senior official in the department. You will be able to tell us where that firearm is. The police will then be sent. General Julia agreed to this. The police will be sent to collect that firearm. That firearm will then be investigated by the police. But once we've got that back, we will pay a 10,000 Rand reward to that person who submitted that whereabouts of that firearm. Because the statistics show us that the reduction in firearms will give a reduction in murders. What else are we doing, Speaker? And perhaps just to read into the record, the number is 0783309333. It will be working in another 24 hours. When I announced it, it said it will take 48 hours for it to be in place. What? In another 24 hours. Please listen. The next thing that I want to talk about, Madam Speaker, is about what we are doing. And I want to...
Order, please. Minister Wendy, kindly take your seat. Members, there's too much noise. Interjections are allowed, but when too many people speak at the same time, it drowns out the speaker. Let's display some respect and listen, as I've asked for every speaker on the floor. So please tone down. You may proceed, Minister Windy.
Thank you very much. The point was made around Bambanani, and it was made in this House, and it was made by the President. I asked the Minister about Bambanani, and this is going to be the real litmus test, because in no other province, I guarantee you, that the ANC would make a Bambanani allocation of 36 million rand and allow that to be dispersed in a province without the province being involved. Without the province being involved. The challenge put to the Minister at the Safety Forum was that I am very happy to be involved, and we will decide how that money is spent. If it is spent otherwise, then it will be guaranteed to be the ANC's canvassing plan using taxpayers' money. That is a guarantee. So if they do not consult the province, it will be the plan to canvass for the election.
Please take your seat. There's a member on the floor.
Speaker,
Honourable Olivier.
Speaker, is the Premier prepared to take a question?
Honourable Olivier, that is...
sorry.
Thank you.
No, not you, not you.
Honourable Olivier, that is not a point of order.
Is the MEC prepared to take a question?
Sorry, Honourable Olivier.
Is the Premier candidate?
That one failed badly. You're not taking, the Minister is not prepared to take a question. Thank you. Sorry, what is the time? If I could just check with the table stop. You have 20 seconds left, Minister Windy.
Thank you, Speaker. So in closing, and I hope a little bit more than 20 seconds, I want to honour today
You may proceed, Minister Windy.
So, Speaker, in closing, I want to honour today the men and women in our neighbourhood watches, the 17,000 men and women in our neighbourhood watches that patrol our communities at night. I want to honour them because they are the real heroes in fighting crime. And I will take to Cabinet, at the next Cabinet meeting, I will take to Cabinet...
You may finish your sentence, Minister Windy. You may finish your sentence.
I will take to...
No, Honourable Dankie, kindly take your seat. No, kindly take your seat.
Speaker, may I address you?
No, I'm asking you to take your seat, please.
May I address you? This is in the rules.
You may address me, but just let me clarify something. When the Honourable Magaka's time ran up, I said to him, your time is up. I could see from where I'm sitting, he had a half a page, which he still read, and I allowed him the opportunity to finish his page. So I've asked the Minister to finish his sentence. I'm trying to be consistent and fair. Thank you, Honourable Dankie. Honourable Magaka, I did afford you, but I did afford you extra time. Thank you. Okay. It's probably in a big font. Thank you, Honourable Magaka. You may take finish your sentence, Minister.
Thank you very much, Speaker. So I'll say again, at the next Cabinet meeting, I will take a document to Cabinet. We're coming out of the Safety Forum. We will resource those accredited neighbourhood watch systems and neighbourhood watches that do not have torches and jackets and the wherewithal to carry out their job.
Thank you, Minister Windy. Order, please. We have Member Joseph of the EFF on the floor. Welcome back, Member Joseph. You have two. Order, please, members. Honourable Premier, Honourable Dugmore. We have Member Bernard Joseph on the floor, please. Allow him to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. And honourable members of the House that have a keen interest in addressing crime in this province. It is quite clear that the DA and the provincial government of this province does have no clue in how to address crime. The first question that was posed to the premier candidate of the DA was, how will you address crime? His first response, I will respond in 100 days. It's quite clear. It's quite clear. There's no seriousness about addressing crime. Now, to assist him, and the person that likes to Google, as I have heard in this house, I would recommend him to the Daily Maverick, 2 articles that was read or written by the EFF member of this house that address 2 particular areas to ensure that we can address crime. The one is that the DA is playing politics while crime is roosting the Western Cape. 2, will the appointment of Ellen Windy make any difference in the Western Cape? It is quite clear. It's good if you have read it. Windy failed to inspire and prove that his choice of being the premier candidate was based on nothing but his race and the faction to which he belongs in the DA. The answer from Windy indicates to the people of the Western Cape, Cape Town, and in particular the Cape Flats, the DA's core constituency, just how out of touch the DA's premier candidate is with one of the biggest issues facing the province at the moment. Windy has served in the provincial cabinet.
Sorry, Honourable Joseph, may I address you? Your time has expired, but I will allow you to finish. But I need, you've been away for such a long time, you've forgotten to say Honourable Windy and honourable members. We do not just refer to each other by name. It is honourable. If you don't mind, you may continue.
My apologies. I am just wondering now that I'm looking at you. Were you the one on the social media that was crawling up the stairs? Let us not forget.
No.
Let us not forget through that the person who is responsible for the Western Cape being declared the murder capital province of South Africa is the one that has just been given the plum job of the mayor of Cape Town. Dan Plato has been a monumental failure in building community networks.
Honourable Joseph, I must inform you that your time has now expired. Your 2 minutes is up and beyond. Thank you. Take your seat, please.
Okay, thank you.
I see the Honourable Wenger.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Crime statistics are a measure of police performance. It's what we use to measure whether the police is fulfilling its mandate of preventing, combating, and investigating crime, maintaining public order, and protecting the inhabitants of the Republic and their property. Statistics are important because they help us to identify problem areas and to understand where crime is taking place. They help us to figure out how important things might be and provide support for or against laws, and they give us insight into what works and what doesn't work in crime prevention. Honourable Windy has already spoken about the dire statistics in the last financial year, and in addition, that 36% of all drug-related crime in this country takes place in the Western Cape. And our province is sadly responsible for more than half of the 30 top stations for the highest counts of contact-related crime. We're also responsible for the biggest increase in cases of illegal possession of firearms and ammunition, and in cases of drug-related crime, which had a 9% increase year on year. And our murder rate increased by 12.6%. We also know that convictions for gang-related murders is at a very low 3%. These statistics then, as a measure, reflect very poorly on the police and their performance. So it's important that we dwell on why this is. It may have something to do with the fact that policing is operating in the dark ages. The SAPS does not have a digital dispatch system. While companies around the world know exactly where their fleet is at any moment, SAPS, by contrast, have no idea where their vehicles are and are unable to intelligently deploy vehicles to scenes for crime and crime prevention. Technology could be better used to fight crime and ensure lower crime statistics. Perhaps, Speaker, it's the lack of resources, which I've spoken about repeatedly in this House. As our population grows, how can the police serving our population be shrinking? Over the last 5 years, we have 4,229 less police working in our communities. The critical level of manpower shortages are reaching crisis levels, and it's borne out by these statistics. Mr. Rasool would be hard-pressed to explain why the ANC kept the anti-gang unit shut down for 20 years after convicted Jackie Salebi shut them down. And then all of a sudden, 6 months before an election, the gang unit reappears. Where was the ANC over the last 10 years when 5,000 people died because of gang-related crime? And where was the ANC national government why is the ANC national government that runs the police give the rest of the country one police officer for every 369 citizens, but only gives the Western Cape one police officer for every 509 citizens?
Order,
why
please.
Does the ANC national government give Delft only one police officer for 642 citizens, but gives Camps Bay one for every 121 citizens? Will Mr. Magakla really stand here and tell us that we have enough police? Will the Honourable Leader of the Opposition tell the family of the warrant officer who was the only officer on duty because of the police shortage? He was shot and killed so that robbers could steal guns from the police station. Will he tell that officer's family that there are enough police? But perhaps, Speaker, the poor statistics are as a result of the police themselves. The IPID annual report notes that in our province, there were 75 deaths in the last year that were linked directly to the police. 18 died in police custody, and 57 police died as a result of police action. This means the number of people who have died as a direct result of the police have more than doubled in the Western Cape in the last 2 years. The annual report also notes that there were 20 cases of rape by police officials and 3 rapes in police custody when the victim was in the care of the police. The very people entrusted to keep us safe became the perpetrators of the most heinous crimes. The most number of rape cases against police have been recorded in the Free State and the Western Cape. And nationally, according to the IPID annual report, deaths as a result of police action included 7 innocent bystanders who were shot dead with police service firearms, and 18 deaths of people who were struck by police vehicles, and 8 deaths, including 1 by suffocation, recorded during police crowd management cases. Or perhaps, Speaker, the reason is because of corruption. The IPID recently released an explosive report in which it is believed that corrupt crime intelligence operatives plundered 150 million rand in state funds in an attempt to influence the ANC's 53rd and 54th elective conferences in favour of Jacob Zuma. In colluding with corrupt private sector suppliers, crime intelligence was willing to meddle in the ANC's own internal elective processes. Police meddling in politics is something that should never ever be tolerated in a democratic nation. The Western Cape's own former Provincial Police Commissioner, along with 2 brigadiers, faced 109 charges of corruption, racketeering and money laundering involving 1.6 million rand. Mr. Speaker, if we wish the crime statistics to improve, we need to fix the police so that this essential service is able to deliver on its mandate. If it were able to deliver on its mandate, we certainly wouldn't have the disturbing statistics that we do. Rooting out corruption from the police must be a top priority, because in doing so, citizens will have access to honest and professional policing, as they so deserve. Thank you.
Order. The Honourable Christians. Order. Order. Honourable Christian, you may continue.
Deputy Speaker, after being in government for almost 10 years, continuously blaming the national government for the increasing crime in the Western Cape, the newly appointed Minister of Community Safety, Alan Windey, suddenly have a light bulb moment and call for a 2-day conference to discuss a safer province with all the role players, including the Premier, the National Minister and Police Commissioner. Deputy Speaker, This is 10 years too late. This initiative had to be done 10 years ago. According to the latest crime statistics in the Western Cape is in chaos, and a mini war is breaking out in the Western Cape. The people of this province is not safe under the DA government. I said it in this house and I will say it again. The DA must govern and stop complaining. Do you want to change your role to become the opposition? Then you do that. I can assure you, when the ACDP is in government, we will sort out crime in the Western Cape in no time. The DA must really learn how to govern.
Order. Allow the member to continue by himself.
Deputy Speaker, the DA must really learn how to govern and take responsibility and refrain of playing the blame game. Communities want answers. Speaker, in the latest crime statistics, the Western Cape has got the highest number in child murders. Speaker, in today's paper it is reported that tears flowed as parents started testifying at a 2-day unofficial public inquiry into child killings in the Western Cape, claiming that their pleas for help fell on deaf ears. It is further reported that the NGO unsuccessfully lobbied Premier Helen Zille to launch an official inquiry. According to the paper, Premier Helen Zille said that the inquiry will be too costly. One of the mothers testified. And said,
Order, your time has expired. Just finish your sentence.
This commission of inquiry is important because nobody wants to listen to us. We are mothers who has our children have been murdered.
You, member.
I thank you.
Order. Before I see the Minister of Health, I want to ask to come to order. Minister Mbombo. Thank you.
Honorable Premier, Deputy Speaker, members of the House, guests in the gallery, the members of the media, thank you for choosing this topic. Crime affects all societies. It occurs amongst the rich, among the poor, in the suburbs, as well as in the township. Serious and violent crimes are reported in most newspapers almost on a daily basis. We attend funerals and bury people because of the crime, and there's no single satisfactory answer as to the causes of crime and its impact on the economy and the lives of the people. Honorable members, within the health system, we feel the impact crime has on our services. The health system is already under pressure and overburdened and is hard hit by the levels of crime we find in our communities. The National Crime Stats released in September reveals that residents within the Western Cape are exposed to dangerous high levels of crime, specifically those related to interpersonal violence. The health system is the recipient of all these incidents of crimes. The sharp increase in the interpersonal violence cases negatively impact on the services, because interpersonal violence actually is a major contributor to the pressures we feel within our emergency centers, which causes quite a lot of delays in the treatment of many elective procedures. Patients requiring emergency treatment as a result of violent injury often take preference, as they often present to EC in a state of emergency as red patients. Honorable members, we also experience pressures on other service platforms, such as emergency medical services, where life-threatening emergencies cause long waiting times for other patients. Our EM staff are also victims of many violent crimes and are attacked by criminals whilst they are in the execution of their duties. These violent attacks correspond within the areas where actually there's a high crime rate, specifically in the gang-related areas. For example, from January to May this year, we had 12 attacks on emergency medical workers, and including robberies, physical and verbal attacks, and also on the stoning of the ambulances. Whilst a number of measures have been implemented in response to this, for example, in the event of an EMS vehicle or staff is attacked in a particular area, it will be declared a red zone, No EMS vehicle or staff will go into the area without a police escort. This actually, unfortunately, results in the delayed response times and delayed emergency medical care in the area, and then this also affects the most ones who are vulnerable. Crime impacts actually also affect other services, the forensic pathology services. Forensic investigations for murder cases result in a long waiting of routine cases due to high number of compulsory autopsies. The two FP centers, Salt River and Tygerberg, for example, I get most of the frantic calls from families who want to lay their loved ones to rest, but due to the nature of autopsies to be conducted, we often find delays within the routine cases. Our primary health care facilities also experience pressures such as long waiting times and are negatively affected by crime. This impacts on the clinics because gang violence continuously flares up, which result in the closure of the facilities. For example, we've seen the closure of the Hanover Park emergency at the CHC, the Hout Bay, that also has to be closed sometime because of the violence. And today, I've been on the phone. We have closed all 5 of the facilities in Saldanha Bay. Diazaville Clinic has been set alight. This cannot go on because at the end, this affects the most vulnerable, the women and the children, and these are the ones who need these services mostly. Honorable members, the violent crime stats reflected in the national stats, for example, shows that there's been a steep rise in the gunshot wounds and the stabbings within our facilities. Just to make an example of all of those, these areas where we have got a high precinct in terms of the murders is when we've seen a lot of pressure. Kairicha District Hospital, for example, has an average of 180 to 230 gunshots and stab wounds per month. Delft Community Health Center, we see 181 gunshots up to 1,500 stab wounds that we have seen during the time that this crime has been reported. Retreat Community Health Center, 174 gunshots and 186 stabbings. Gugule 2 Community Health Center, 162 gunshots. Victoria Hospital, 129 gunshot wounds and 259 stabbings. Red Cross Hospital, 17 gunshot wounds and 8 stabbings. But noting that in the last reporting time, crime stats, we have seen an increase in the number of children who died. But you must know that any crime that is being reported, any death from the crime related to the crime, it becomes our problem because all of them, they have to go to our state mortuaries. Milchers Plain, which has been found that nationally, it has got more of the attempted murder cases according to the crime stats. We have seen in the Milchers Plain Hospital 110 gunshots and 398 stabbings that we see per month. Milchers Plain Community Health Center, 129 gunshots and 725 stabbings and assaults. Hanover Park Community Health Center, 15 gunshots, 1,629 stabbings. Kraaifontein Community Health Center, 79 gunshots, 1,000 stab wounds. I can list as many as I can, but what is important is that every crime that is happening, be it a murder, be it an attempted murder, it's all absorbed by health. Because if it's a murder, it means that they have to go to the mortuary, it means more health services, forensic services for us. Therefore, that's why we welcome the additional policing resources recently launched in communities where violent crime is the highest. Communities, government, and civil society further need to continue fostering a whole-of-society approach towards to reduce the harms associated with social ills, specifically the alcohol and substance abuse. Ideally, Deputy Speaker, this should have been an apolitical debate because we are talking about the lives of the people. We are talking about how crime impacts on the ordinary people, the poor. We are talking about how crime, for example, it has contributed to where most of the facilities, they have to stop working. In the Guguletu, where criminals...
Member, your time has expired, but you may continue. Finish off your last sentence.
And rob the staff at gunpoint whilst they are being taken care of.
Thank you very much. The Honourable Lekker.
Nkosisekela Somlomo. From Bed Island to Cape Town, everybody has come to accept that crime is not a responsibility of police alone. The provincial government and the community have an important role to play to ensure safety of the community. Crime stats and its impact on the province is also the fault of the provincial government, as it can also be blamed on the police. Today, the defenders of apartheid are denying that poor infrastructure in the Cape Flat is to be blamed for high crime in the province. Had we had enough CCTV cameras in the Cape Flats and accessibility in the informal settlement, we would maybe had a better crime stats in the province. Den Plateau created the mess over the 10 years. It was a period where crime-fighting structures were attacked by the provincial government. MEC Windy, Premier Wannabe, your predecessor, now stands in Mayor of Cape Town. Den Plateau was a disaster in this portfolio. We can only hope you have something better to offer. But what we came to accept is that you have been installed in this position to increase your popularity. That's why on the 26th November, the DA will announce a 26 million Honorable Wendy slash funds. For you and the DA, crime is a ticket for electioneering. We reject the Honorable Wendy slash funds. Stop playing politics with the lives of the people. We must commend the President Cyril Ramaphosa and Minister Peggy Cele for their splendid job they are doing to fight crime in the province. The launch of the anti-gang unit as well as Operation Thunder is welcomed as an intervention. The commitment to re-establish the Bambanani against crime must stay as in yesterday. For the first time in years, the people of the Cape Flats can walk and play freely on the street, all thanks to the intervention by the national government. All these interventions have dashed the plans to use fear of crime to score cheap political points. Now, out of panic, they have introduced the slush funds, the windy slush funds to counter the work of the minister in the province. These slush funds will rob the poor who do not have quality services in hospital, in the informal settlement, and other services. Premier Hopeful, your predecessor has left much to be desired. But to be fair to him, let's look at your tenure at economic opportunities, which comprise of agriculture, tourism, and economic development. At agriculture, you left behind a corporate governance mess. Your department failed and is still failing to submit 2 years of annual reports. The Auditor General has made findings against you and your department. Annually, it has been reported that 20,000 families are evicted from farms in the cold, rainy winter.
Order, Honourable Yankee, please. Just 1 second, Honourable Minister Windy.
I know I'm not supposed to say lie, but I am able to say an untruth. So the 2 annual reports have been settled and have been dealt with in this House. So that is an untruth.
Order.
And that is my point of order.
Order, Minister. Order. It's a nice order. It's a nice try, but it's not a point of order. That point. Please continue.
Many of evictions come with an unfair dismissal from employment from employers who are white. Whites own 72% of farms in the Western Cape. Coloureds make up 50% of the population in the province and only 15% of farms. And Africans only own 1% of farms in the province. This is your legacy at economic opportunities. You are not fit and proper to be MEC, and you are not suitable candidate for community safety nor the province. You bring governance, you bring failed government, lack of transformation, day zero, which is back in March 2019, and no leadership skills to community safely. You are indeed a burden for this portfolio. You are an MEC facing alleged corruption, maladministration, and other criminal charges.
Order, 1 second. Chief Whip.
Yeah, thanks.
Order, order.
Deputy Speaker, the topic is crime statistics and the impact in the Western Cape. Where's the relevance in what you're saying?
Yes, I'm listening carefully. The member may continue.
The charges that are relating to Knysna tourism. How can a person involved in misuse of millions of public funds on illegal tourism companies be appointed as MEC of Community Safety? The hawks are coming for you, my friend. On a more positive note, I would also like to welcome the President of the ANC and South Africa, President Cyril Ramaphosa's recent launch of the anti-gang in Cape Town, together with the Police Minister Peggy Cele. The anti-gang unit has been in operation from 8 October 2018. Deployed in Nyanga Cluster, Pontyville, Bishop Levis, the unit will continue to be in full operation in the peninsula area until communities in the greater Western Cape experience a return to normality. There has already been gains made. Residents of East Ridge in Mitchell's Plain recently celebrated publicly when a gangster was arrested. People are speaking out in public and walking through in their communities which were previously under siege. The question then arises, where was the DA's Metropolis or provincial government's community safety department? They were playing video games with people's lives with the short spotter. The Western Cape needs experienced officers on the ground, not playstations like technology in leafy suburbs of Cape Town. Taxi violence has also reduced significantly. Operation Thunder, which was launched by Minister Cele in May 2018, has shown real results. In May, the minister said within the weeks, tactical response teams and tracking teams would be deployed in the medium to high risk. Tactical intelligence operated dedicating to fight cash in transit heists, armed robberies, murder, taxi violence, and political killings. Well done to subs in their Western Cape counterparts. We are seeing results and witnessing less police killings this year. This should be welcomed across the board. The DA tried to own community initiative like Walking Pass. The program was not well supported by the DA. They tried to bring people in under misrepresentation and remunerating them. Subsequently, by not doing so, members are left this initiative. Had the DA been honest, requested volunteers, honestly, this program would have been very successful. The ANC calls for the return of the Bambanani, which united police and community members, where both stakeholders owned community safety. Crime stats of the Western Cape compared nationally is bad. The Nyanga police station had a recorded number of murders with a total of 308 reported between April 2017 and March 2018. This was 27 more murders, which is 9.6% than during the previous financial year. Philippi East in the Western Cape had 205 murders. Guguletu, Khayelitsha, and Delft Station also made it into the top 10. The Western Cape should only be leading with idols winners. We should not be leading the murder rates year on year. In South Africa, the DA should deal with the socio-economic conditions to prevent the high levels of crime in the province. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Nkosela.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. What I need to state right from the outset is that we are dealing with these two documents. This is the Constitution of South Africa. Section 206 states clearly what are the responsibilities of a provincial government and what are the responsibilities of a national government. Read together with this document, which is a provincial constitution of the Western Cape, Section 66, Section 67, and Section 68, read together with this book, they say clearly what are the responsibilities of a provincial government in terms of policing, that is monitoring, overseeing the performance and looking at capacity, feeling the issues of encouraging police to do their job and holding police accountable. But it's clear, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we are sitting here with the opposition that has not done its homework. An opposition that fails to do its job of holding the government here accountable. An opposition, for instance, you've got an honorable member like who stands up and say the Delft and the Belleville ranks were closed by Operation Thunder. Operation Thunder. There was no Operation Thunder when Honorable Donald Grant declared those two ranks to be closed, and they were closed within 3 working days.
Order.
Within 3 working days. Honorable members, because I'm not allowed to say they are lying, honorable members, don't come and tell untruths in this parliament. It's not good to do that. Now, Honorable Makatla said to us here, and by the way, what Honorable Makatla did not do, which I think it's a problem that side, they should have consulted with each other. Because Honorable Oliver, that they did not put to debate here, apparently he told them in the caucus that he has confidence that Honorable Winde will win the elections next year. And now he stands up, he says, by the way, don't refer to him as a candidate. He's the premier. And that is what we have. We have a premier candidate and a premier in waiting. You have no candidate there, no leadership, no chairperson, no nothing. The reality here on facts. When I heard Honorable Joseph speaking, I got worried and I actually...
Order. 1 second, please, member. Order. Honorable Kondlu, Olivier, Diana, please calm down and allow the member to proceed. Member, may I continue?
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, we must feel sorry for Honorable Joseph. You see, he's also gone. He's an absent member. He could not have done justice to this debate. It was not fair for the EFF to ask him to speak, but because he's the only member, he represents 100% of his caucus. So he could not say anything. No substance, because EFF itself needs to be helped and prevented from being a crime-ridden party and violent party that fights in the legislatures in this country. Now, let me come on the issues of social environment, because crime is measured in many ways, but one of them is the nature of the social environment. That is a fact. But the AG, the Auditor General of South Africa, in his general report, had this to say last year. He said, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Western Cape is the hope for South Africa. He said the Western Cape is the place where you find municipalities that are able to deliver better and quality services to the people of this province. And he said South Africa could be worse off without this province. So we are part of this country. Don't isolate us. The National Minister of Police must be a provincial, must be a Minister of Police for this province as much as he's a Minister of Police for the rest of the provinces in this country. Honorable Christians, I think, Honorable Deputy Speaker, it's a worrisome situation. He's been sitting in that portfolio, that standing committee on community safety, for almost 5 years, but he learned nothing. And the problem here is that when you're sitting with students who don't read and do their schoolwork, then they come and perform dismally here in this parliament. We can't do anything to teach him. No workshop can help him. The ACTP must bring somebody else here. Honorable Deputy Speaker, in this province, and in fact, this is a province where we've done everything under the sun to ensure we provide an environment for all people in this province to enjoy a safer living environment. This Premier, Helen Zille, what she did with the game changers, for the first time, Honorable Helen Zille said there must be one of the game changers that must deal with gangs and alcohol harms reduction. Where were you?
Order.
When you governed, you did nothing of that sort.
Order.
You stole money and did nothing, but you were
Order.
thieves. The DA will govern next year. Thank you.
Order. The member's time has expired also, and that brings us to the end of the debate on this topic. Order. The Secretary will read the first order.
Consideration and finalisation of the Western Cape Provincial School Education Amendment Bill.
The Honourable Kivedu. Order, order, people. Allow him 1 second to find his speech.
Adjunct Speaker, Premier, leier van die oppositie, ondersteuning personeel, geagte, geëerde gaste in die galery en dan ook die lede van die media. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, on the 18th of October 2018, the Standing Committee on Education in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament met to finalise and adopt the Western Cape Provincial School Education Amendment Bill B1/2018. Deputy Speaker, the adoption of the bill is an immense milestone for the education sector in this province. Definitely immense milestone, I repeat. This is a pro-poor piece of legislation which will go a long way to ensure that our young people are educated in a way that enables them to meaningfully contribute to society by either taking up employment in areas where we need skills or becoming self-employed. As part of its constitutional responsibilities, the Standing Committee on Education conducted an extensive public participation process from 19 June to 21st of August 2018. Furthermore, members of the public were also granted the opportunity to make written submissions by no later than 24 August 2018. In light of the proposals made in the bill, which seeks to amend aspects of the Western Cape Provincial School Education Act 12 of 1997, a balanced and holistic approach was applied before the bill was finally adopted after months of consultation between various stakeholders in the province. Deputy Speaker, the public participation process included both oral and written submissions. These were carefully analysed and considered. I repeat, these were carefully analysed and considered to ensure that the bill acts in the best interest of the residents in the province. Deputy Speaker, with the ever-growing gap between the educational resources of poorer and wealthier schools, and I give one example, is one of the key reasons for the collaboration schools model. Funding from public sources is simply not enough to address the income gap between these schools, and funding from private sources is the only available source of funding left to utilize I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Achtbare Olivier.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want from the onset to be on record that this is one of an ill-conceived bill that I've ever seen in my life. I just want it to be on record that somewhere when you don't know what to do, and that was the call that I've been making all the time that I've been here, that once you've got an MEC that does not know what to do, you get such bills. Let me start by saying we went to public participation. We went to public participation across this province. We're coming back from the public participation. You find that in your own list of speakers, the chairperson of the committee for the first time gets 4 minutes to speak. And a person who's not a member, who's been chairing that committee for some time now, in the presence of the chair, is getting 10 minutes. That clearly indicates to you what's happening there. That the chairperson is supposed to be able to talk about this bill here. He's been sidelined by being given 4 minutes, and Member Botha, who's been controversial in this process for some time, is getting 10 minutes, and we know why. Because she has been supporting this bill. Now, this is what they are supporting, Deputy Speaker, and I'm not going to speak out of my speech. This is what they are supporting. They are supporting a situation where alcohol, and this is the controversial one, alcohol, which is supported by that premier anyway, alcohol to be taken away from Shapins and school be created Shapins, and this is the Shapin bill that we are looking at today. Premier
Order, 1 second, Premier.
The member is fundamentally misleading the House. And I am not going to sit here and allow untruths to be told in this House when people know what
Premier.
the facts are.
Order, Honourable Janke, I can rule on that. It's quite correct, it's not a point of order, but the point has been made. Member, you may continue. On a point of order? Yes, Mr. Dagwa.
My point of order is in terms of the ruling that you've just made, where you've clarified that the statements by Member Olivier do not constitute, or that the Premier's attempt to construe that as misleading is not a point of order. In terms of that ruling, could we ask you, Deputy Speaker, to actually communicate that ruling directly and in writing to all members? Because there's a tendency in this House, with the Premier in particular, when she disagrees with something, a viewpoint, tries to regard that as label it as misleading the House. So can you please communicate your ruling effectively, because the Premier continually wants to imply that something she disagrees with is misleading the House.
You've made your point. My ruling will be on Hansard. What I'm saying here will be printed on Hansard, and I've said it many times before. When you get up in a so-called point of order to point out something is misleading, it's not a point of order. Points of order refer to the procedures of the House, and I want to appeal to the House on both sides not to use that avenue. Please continue, Honourable Olivier.
Speaker, the alcohol bill was rejected during our public participation process right across our region.
Order, Honourable Lucho.
Yes, I'm rising because the honourable member is referring to this bill as the alcohol bill. It's not, that is deliberately misleading the public.
Order, member, he's not referring to the bill by its proper name, but I'm not going to rule that out of order. It's by way of saying in a different way to the bill, but the point is taken.
Speaker, it gives me pain to stand in this august House and try to reason on this regime led by Premier Helen Seller that wants to bring alcohol to school, section 45B. And I want to refer you to that section, Premier, where you are supporting that alcohol bill which your cabinet has approved. So that's why I'm calling it an alcohol bill. It will remain an alcohol bill because you are creating schools to become Shapins. And this is what pains me, to come and argue this point in this House.
Please speak through the chair, please.
Chair, Deputy Speaker, and to waste.
Just 1 second, Honourable Joseph. Order.
You must read it. You must read the provincial application.
Order, Honourable Joseph. I've just ruled on that, not to use that spurious opportunities to raise points of order. Order. Honourable Olivier, please continue. And speak through the chair.
Speaker, I'm sure you've now almost ruled 4 times on this issue. And I think this is now deliberate to ensure that we are not dealing with the issues. But I think the issue, Chair, I've been part of this bill since the start of this process. I'm sure someone that has not read the bill might be Minister, what is your surname? Yeah, I'm sure he is the one that has not read this bill. But Chair, it pains us as the African National Congress to be able to stand here and argue this issue of this bill. A bill that brings alcohol to school, a bill that is privatizing powers of governing bodies to private sector who gives money to schools, which is the DA, which is a 50-50. You don't have... Honourable Deputy Speaker, please, can you deal with that Premier?
Please continue. I will protect you. Order. Your own members are also not assisting here.
It is unfortunate, Deputy Speaker, that a leader which should lead by
please
example,
continue.
which is the Premier, is reacting in that fashion.
Was a way of interjection.
The arrogance of
please
the
continue.
DA bringing alcohol to the Shapins. The Standing Committee chairperson at the date that the chairs raised gave green light to this bill, which is shocking. Gave a green light to this bill, which says bring alcohol to our schools. It's shocking, Deputy Speaker, to say the least. What this means is that the public hearing that were conducted was just a checkbox, because the public in its majority during our public hearings rejected this in its contempt. It rejected it, and Speaker, the only people that supports this bill is those written submissions from your Model C school. And the reason therefore, Chair, is because they are already, and it is by admittance of the Premier, already illegally using this at schools. Now, to correct that illegal, they correct it by another illegal process, by saying, it's fine because you're doing it, let's formalize it. Will we see the formalization of drugs at school as well? Maybe we'll get such a bill from the Minister, because that's the bills that she brings along. Will we get bills which almost formalizes stick at school? Will we get a bill that formalizes bullying at school? Because this bill, Chair, I must tell you, let me tell you what bill should have been in front of us. It's your learners that walk to school. I would have welcomed such a bill that we deal with those issues. The issue of transformation at Model C school, that's a bill if she wants us to propose bills. That's something that she should bring to the... It has shown its head over the past few days. Rustenburg Girls' School, we saw a constructive dismissal, according to them, of one of our teachers, African teachers, because we know what's happening there. The cabal is also there. The leader of the DA national wife is there. So with the Premier, with Helen, with Andy Windy is also a governing body member, this is what they bring across to us. So, Speaker.
Order. Just 1 second. Honourable Chief Whip.
Deputy Speaker, the relevance of this is in question here. We're speaking about a bill. He's talking about Rustenburg High School. He's talking about the leader of the DA's children. It's got nothing to do with the bill.
Order.
So I bring to the House the rule relating to relevance.
Order. Member Olivier, you will get to the contents of the bill. Please continue.
Deputy Speaker, laa mntu uzawuxhuma oko ngoba usuka kwi-dispensation endala uzawuxhuma oko ngoba kaloku into ebuhlungu iyaxhumisa. Siyamazi kaloku wayekwi-order endala, so yonke into engathi iyamkhathaza uyaxhuma. Apha into esiyikhalazelayo, Deputy Speaker, sikhalazela ukuba izikolo zethu zitshintshwe zenziwe ii-ship-ins. Andizuyijika le nto ndiyithethayo. Izikolo zethu MEC ngento yokuba engayazi into makayenze uzisa utywala ubuzisa esikolweni. That's the first point. Okwesibini, Deputy Speaker, into esikhalazelayo kule bill, kunjani unike abantu ngoba benengxowa ezinkulu zemali ubanike ukuba babe na 50-50 sitting on i-governing body, bangapha abantwana babe esikolweni ukuba bona banikwe loo ngqalelo into yokuba mabakwazi uba ne-50% sitting on a governing board sithi loo nto isilidela kwinto yokuba siprivatize izikolo i-public schools sizenza ukuba ibe idomain yabo banengxowa ezinkulu zemali. Sithi ke thina sicinga uba umthetho kaNational isasa ayifuni le nto sithi ku-MEC asizuyamkela le bill ngenxa yeso sizathu sesesibini eso sizathu. Esesithathu isizathu ngoba bathe mandiye kwi-bill mos. Esesithathu isizathu into yokuba sibona apha kufakwa i-evaluation board. Xa uzayijonga i-evaluation authority apha kuthiwa iqeshwa ngumphathiswa. Umphathiswa is a political head yale department. Kutheni ezawumeldlisha into administrative processes appointe abantu abazawuthi benze i-evaluation ezikolweni ungubani ngoba uyi-political head. Kutheni le nto engatshintshwa yenziwe i-HOD? Bathi xa bethetha kule bill i-school evaluation authority must be independent, must be credible, must be accountable, open and transparent. But when you look at the first point, the minister appoints the chief evaluating authority, the chief evaluator. She is the political head, but she's appointed chief evaluator. That's a political appointment that must now run into isikolo. City London is wrong. Kukho agreements ne-labor unions which angafuni uyilandela echazayo izinto ukuba yi-duplication yezinto ezisenzekayo. Okwesithathu mandibuyele back kulena yento yokuba i-establishment ye-intervention facilities. Sithi kuphindelwa back kulaa ndlela yakudala uba xa ungekho idiscipline yakho esikolweni ngekho right uzawuthathwa uyokwenziwa ezogweni le nto bayenza ngoku bahambe banika abantu bahambe uhoywa kuloo ndawo for unyaka uphinde ubuye. Siyayazi ke izakwenzeka ntoni loo nto leyo ngoba bafuna unika oobhuti babo imali yokuba hamba norun ezaa facilities sizawuninika imali yenu. Siyayibuza ke thina i-costing yale nto beyonke bazawuyenza kutheni ingachazwa kule bill. Sizowuyazi xa kuzakwenza i-intervention facilities funeka kube nezakhiwo, funeka kube nendawo, funeka kube ne-separate facilities ukuthi urane le nto ube nootishara ube nabantu abazahoya aba bantwana. Ivela phi loo mali? Ngoba izikolo ziyawa kwangoku, izikolo aziyoya. Yeyona bhile besifuna thina nize nayo ukuba izikolo nizilungisa ngoluphi uhlobo ngoba izikolo ziyawa, i-infrastructure yethu asinamali yolungisa izikolo. Abantwana bethu bayawokha ubheke ezikolweni. Yibhili u-MEC esithi bemere bawuze nayo yile yangazinayo siphathele utywala. Siyayazi uba siyasela ingxaki yento yokuba bebethetha ngecrime ngoku. U-MEC we-health ebesichazela ingxaki abazifumana ezibhedlele ngenxa yento yokuba abantu bedubulana, abantu behlabana, besenza yonke loo nto leyo. Loo nto is a result. I-alcohol is a contributing factor ukwenzela ezaa nto yokuba izibhedlele zigcwala ngaloo nto kodwa ngoku sithi no irayithi let's bring the army kodwa nithi masize notywala esikolweni. What do we do? What's the relevance? Nine alcohol exactly. This is a clear contradiction to exactly what we are saying. Ngoba nithi nifuna ukulwa indima yotywala kodwa niyabuthatha niza nabesikolweni. It's a disgrace. Lena ibill bendicimba mna bendicimba nimoshe imali ye-state. Andiyazi le bill kutheni iselapha ngoba u-MEC lona akho nto ayaziyo kule department. Ebemere ube umke kudala kule department boss akanayo tuyikhe. Ezona zinto ekufuna zize apha akazinazo. Okugqibela speaker because andifuni umoshe ixesha lam kule nto lena ngoba andinalo ixesha lotywala. Sisokoliswa zii-drugs, sisokoliswa idarha esikolweni, sisokoliswa abantwana babetha ootishara, sisokoliswa zezo azikho iibhile ezolo hlobo. Now kuthiwa abantu mabeze ezikolweni nizokonwaba nisele ninxile nibethe ootishara nabantu bonke ezikolweni. Iza nale day. Sisatsho ke thina sizawuxhasa imibutho ezawubheka ezinkundleni. Sizawuhamba nazo siyi-African National Congress sozixhasa noba sizixhasa ngoluphi uhlobo ngoba lena into asizuyeka nje ibe lolu hlobo. Sizawuhamba nabo siyobaxhasa ngoba le into andiyiboni uba into enokwazi unikwa abantu be-Western Cape. This is an indictment to the people of the Western Cape. Dis 'n klap in die gesig en die DA moet betaal daarvoor. Jy kan nooit dit voor 'n tafel van 'n regering soos die DA bring dit aan ons mense. And we know who's going to be affected by this bill. Is again our people of the Western Cape, and you sitting that side does not care. Go and make school shapings, and the people of the Western Cape will punish you.
Honourable Lorraine Botha.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I was quiet when it was others' time to speak, so I would want the same courtesy.
I will control that. Yes, you're quite right. Order.
Dankie dat jy stil bly.
Just 1 second, Member Botha. You may continue.
Thank you. As the DA-led Western Cape government, we remain committed to providing a quality education, still bly asseblief, to each and every learner in our province. Deputy Speaker, providing a high standard of education to all learners of our province, especially in light of limited finances, requires innovative and creative mechanisms to help develop a sustainable system with a strategic objective to enhance learner achievement and promote educational outcomes in our province. Therefore, schools will not become shebeens. During the last Standing Committee on Education that took place, in which all political parties were provided with a final opportunity to state their concerns about the bill, the African National Congress, ANC, and the African Christian Democratic Party, who became the ANC-DP, were not even prepared to consider any change to the current Western Cape Provincial School Education Act 12 of 1997. The ANC and the ANC-DP insisted to objecting to each and every single clause without taking any consideration of any aspect of the bill. Any aspect of the bill, Member Makaleni. Deputy Speaker, this is indicative of the obstructive behavior and attitude towards education for the poor in the Western Capes. Schools will not become shebeens. This pro-poor legislation has in fact been taken out of complete context by the ANC and the ANC-DP. The objective to the liquor clause is blatant deceit, as they are well aware that many schools in the past have sold alcohol at events illegally. Deputy Speaker, the bill does not oblige or encourage any school to sell alcohol at events. It merely makes provision for those schools that wish to apply for permission from the department, also subject to other legal requirements. Now, Member Olivier, you must listen. No school will become a shebeen, as led to believe by the ANC and the ANC-DP.
Order. Order.
Deputy Speaker, not too long ago, please, member of the opposition, please listen. Not too long ago, the ANC...
Order,
Deputy
order.
Speaker, can I be protected,
yes,
please?
Yes, I will protect you. Honourable Makaleni, please, you're giving a running commentary now there, and your colleagues next to you as well. Please continue, member.
Deputy Speaker, not too long ago, the ANC advertised in the Stellenbosch Eikestad nuus as, and I open the quote, "Wijk 6 doen aansoek om 'n makiti op die skoolterrein te hou. Die tyd is 7 uur namiddag tot onbepaald. Bring jou eie XYZ. How hypocritical." The truth remains, we are a party that has complete respect for the rule of law, being well aware that regulation is needed in certain instances to ensure that school environments are in fact safer places when parents' evenings and events takes place. Speaker, this is becoming ridiculous.
Order. Order. Honourable Olivier, I'm addressing
that you
the
must
House.
say to yourself.
Please allow the member the opportunity to continue. Order, Honourable Olivier. Member Botha, you may continue.
Deputy Speaker, initiatives such as the collaboration schools were also shut down by the ANC, and the ACDP. Both parties have blatantly turned down additional financial assistance being granted to schools who lack resources. Collaboration schools, in fact, Deputy Speaker, provides parents from poorer communities the choice to decide on their children's education. Wealthier schools in the Western Cape have access to huge resources. networks of social capital, and the ability to attract the best teachers. The notion that they have put out there that poor schools must just do better with more of the same little extra funding from government for norms and standards is both wrong and unjust. Most fundamentally, wealthier parents have choice over their children's education. Poor parents have far fewer. Please allow these parents that are in the gallery to listen.
Order, Member Botha. Order.
Poor parents have far fewer, if any, choices.
Order. Please, just 1 second. You may continue when we finish with this one. Honourable Makaleni, Diana, and Nkondlu at the back there. You're becoming you're exceeding your bounds of what we want in this House. There's far too much commentary all the time. Member Botha, you may continue.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Collaboration schools start to give parents in our most vulnerable communities greater choice in their children's education, albeit at a collective and not individual level. Deputy Speaker, just ask Mr. Albert Mock, Principal of Jakes Gerwel Technical High School, who in his written submission stated that he firmly believes that the WCED made a difficult but a brave and brilliant decision to develop collaboration schools. Deputy Speaker, due to the assistance provided by outside partners, Jakes Gerwel Technical School in Bonnievale is providing additional opportunities to the marginalized youth of the surrounding areas in not only academics and sport, but also through access to state-of-the-art facilities and the supervision of an excellent teaching staff with an impressive teacher-to-student ratio of 1:15. Furthermore, Deputy Speaker, at this school, due to its transparent school governing body, finances are prudently managed and its professional staff developed also provides psychosocial support for the parents of learners. Other aspects of the bill, such as the creation of intervention support facilities, was also not taken into consideration by the ANC and the ANCDP, regardless of the fact that intervention support facilities have been proven to empower principals and teachers to have another mechanism to protect themselves and those learners who wish to learn. Learners with serious behavioral issues will now get another chance to manage. Deputy Speaker, Bruce Proben, a retired school principal, chair of the Western Cape Education Council and head coach and mentor of the Principals Academy, provided valuable input in his written submission on the bill. He highlights that at all schools, the #1 issue that teachers complain about is poor discipline and the impact it has on teaching and learning. This poor behavior by some pupils has a dramatic effect on the school. He further adds that the introduction of intervention centers will have a number of significant benefits in that it will address and help pupils who have discipline problems. Deputy Speaker, these learners will not be left in isolation and in neglect, as some of the opposition members have expressed. It will be quite the opposite, actually. Teachers will, in fact, be constantly kept informed as to the pupils' progress, and as they also interact with the intervention facility and are assisted with skills as how to deal with the pupils when with the pupil when he or she return to school. The end results will be that teaching and learning can continue. We must be willing, Deputy Speaker, to do things differently if we want a different outcome and more development in terms of education and to give our learners a better opportunity to further education, especially when it comes to ensuring that all learners are indeed provided with the opportunity to live a life they value, and in order to ensure that we continue to produce proactive citizens who contribute to a better South Africa. Deputy Speaker, schools will not become shebeens. And if truth must be told, not merely for our communities to be misled by the ANC and the ACDP. Deputy Speaker, I support this bill.
Thank you. Honourable Bernard Joseph.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I am just wondering, at one stage I should request that my time be monitored and that I receive feedback after such debates. That is unofficial.
Your 15 seconds gone already.
Okay. Chair, in terms of the Western Cape Provincial Schools Education Act, the amendment bill, there's a few issues that I would like to touch on, 2 or 3 issues. The one is the alcohol use or alcohol abuse at the schools. Secondly, it is the school improvement plan, and how do we address these issues? It is quite clear the alcohol abuse at school is one of the reasons why our children at the farm schools, farm schools are being paid by the DOP, and it's unfortunately by the DOP, and it's unfortunately the members on the other side of the floor.
Order, Honourable Wali.
We were prepared to take a question.
Honourable Joseph, are you prepared to take a question?
I would like to have an open debate with him outside of this building.
I presume the answer is no, Honourable Chief Whip.
Please. In terms of where alcohol will be used. In terms of the Alcohol Act itself, I think we are, if you don't understand, my sister, if you don't understand, then you haven't read the bill. So which building are we referring to here? That's it. No, they are wasting time, but it's fine, Chair. Speaker, I would like this thing to be addressed and be taken out of this legislation of the Western Cape, that alcohol should not be sold at the schools.
Thank you, Member. I've given you extra time. Time has expired. I see the Honourable Doug Moore.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, for the record, the ANC has got 4 particular concerns around this bill, and in terms of a number of the submissions we received from teacher unions and others who had legal advice, that there are serious questions about whether these 4 areas actually are consistent with the Constitution and the South African Schools Act. They are the establishment of the Schools Evaluation Authority, secondly, the establishment of collaboration schools, and this is a separate provision in the proposed bill, donor-funded schools, also the establishment of intervention centres, and as Member Olivier has indicated very clearly, the highly controversial introduction of the sale and consumption of alcohol on school premises. So there are these 4 particular concerns, but I think it's important for the House and the members of the public that are here today to acknowledge that one of the key game changers, and this provincial government has set out game changers, in other words, things that they have said are so fundamental to this province that need to be sorted out: energy security, apprenticeship, e-learning. Now, one of those game changers, Deputy Speaker, is called the Alcohol Harms Reduction Game Changer. And I want to quote from the website of the provincial government as to why they think this game changer is important. And I quote, "Alcohol is the most widely abused drug in South Africa, and its harmful use causes enormous social, emotional, and economic costs to society. Secondly, in South Africa, more than half of road accidents, over 60% of road deaths, domestic violence incidences, and homicides are directly or indirectly related to harmful alcohol use. Alcohol has been identified as the 3rd leading risk factor for death and disability in South Africa. Over several years, many attempts have been made to reduce alcohol abuse in the Western Cape by governments and civil society. However, there is little systemic success to show for all the effort. The Western Cape government aims to change this by focusing on interventions that make a tangible impact on reducing the harms related to alcohol." Now, the question which any reasonable citizen is asking is, how can a provision, and obviously the other side of the House will say this is up to the school to make a request, it's up to the governing body and so on. But how do you in any way begin to justify the complete contradiction between a game changer of this provincial government and a measure in this bill which effectively makes it legal for schools to have not only the consumption but the sale of alcohol at schools, because there are many unintended consequences which happen. Everyone has the right, if you want to drink or not, that is your right. But why, in a public school, allow the sale and the consumption of alcohol? And I think the reason that actually lies behind this is that this DA provincial government has a tendency to listen to certain voices and to be completely insensitive to the voices of others. Only less than 100 schools, and all of them, as Member Olifira said, are former Model C schools, have actually requested this, given that they themselves are already consuming and selling alcohol at the schools. Now, our schools' composition are beginning to change. There's a much more diverse parent body with very different views on this. These are public schools. These are not private schools. So once you allow this culture, you actually go against the very game changer that the provincial government has put out, which is alcohol harms reduction. And you ignore the voices of the vast majority of schools. And we have been to Caledon, we have been to Oudtshoorn, we've been to Riversdale, we've been to Paarl, and the committee has been to Claver and in this house. And the MEC, despite being invited, did not come to one of these hearings where she would have heard from the community, those schools who are not former Model C schools, arguing about the dangers of introducing this, because there are always unintended consequences. And it is a day of shame that if the opposition parties are united today, the EFF, the ANC, as well as the ACDP, against this, but because the DA government of the Premier and MEC Schaefer are listening to certain schools and certain voices for whom this has become a culture and it has become a tradition, they are listening only to those voices. But it is important for us to also point out that there are serious issues with the School Evaluation Authority. There have been serious legal issues raised. The establishment of collaboration schools and donor-funded schools. Our argument, Deputy Speaker, is that this provincial government has a reputation for doing things for short-term political gain as opposed to a genuine attempt to resolve the challenges at hand. If, for instance, this provincial government was concerned about equity in schools and about school safety, they could have brought an amendment here with clear measures to deal with school safety. But that is a cry coming from the majority of disadvantaged schools. That cry is not heard. Nothing in this amendment bill about specific measures around school safety, but everything about allowing schools to have collaborations schools because they are donors, and the MEC's department admitted it in the Standing Committee that donors have said, we will only fund you if you allow us to have a majority. So they are listening to the voice of donors. They are not listening to the voice of ordinary schools who are saying, make our schools safer. Why could there not have been an amendment? Then let's look at the issue of no-fee schools. There's nothing stopping this province from coming, there's nothing stopping this province with coming here with an amendment which says that in our province we acknowledge the inequalities, we want to be better than any other province, so let's give additional money to no-fee schools. No, no, no. They won't do that. So the genuine issues affecting the majority of schools, such as school safety, such as equity and redress, those are not issues which this DA provincial government brings to this House, which indicates a choice that this DA is for the privileged, this DA government is for commercial interests, those that make money out of selling alcohol at schools, those that want to intervene in the curriculum of schools, donors, for instance. The Schools Act is very clear that a governing body is constituted in regard to the parents actually having a particular say there. The Schools Act itself is very clear, yet donors have asked and insisted that we will fund your schools provided we have a majority. And if you look at the provision in this bill on donor-funded schools, Section 12(9) indicates that the provincial minister may on good cause shown declare that the governing body of a particular donor-funded school shall comprise more than 50% of the representatives of the donor with voting rights. Which is and it's not surprising that teacher unions and others are considering legal action. And as our spokesperson, Education Member Olifira said, we will be convening all those stakeholders who have raised objections, because the ANC listens to those majority voices that are against these particular provisions, and we will seriously consider. Also, if this provincial government was serious about the voices of, for instance, Parents for Change at Rustenburg Junior have made it very clear that they, as parents, are concerned that there are not black teachers at the school, that the school is not representative and sensitive. Why could this provincial government not have come to this house and said, we are also concerned about the lack of representativity in schools which are changing in terms of the teacher composition, both of governing body posts? Why don't they bring a recommendation here which says this is our strategy to make sure that the teacher composition at our schools is representative? They don't, because that's not a concern to them, because they're not concerned about transformation. So we as the ANC are saying there needs to be, yes?
Your time has expired, but you can the last sentence, please.
Thank you. So the issue is the ANC is opposed to the Schools Evaluation Authority, the collaboration and donor-funded schools intervention centres, and the Alcohol and School. And we'll be engaging with our constituencies and the teacher units, because clearly this bill cannot be signed into law. It is against the Schools Act and against the Constitution.
Your time has expired. I see Minister Schaefer.
Thank you very much. Mr. Deputy.
Order.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to stand here today, finally, to present this bill to the House for adoption. I believe it constitutes the biggest education reform publicly since 1994, and is designed to achieve excellence in education for every child, in every classroom, in every school in the province, and open up opportunities for our youth and for meaningful partnerships. As the Western Cape Government, we have identified accountability, transparency, and innovation as important attributes, and this bill embodies all of these. The bill itself is innovative in that it represents a real exercise of a province's concurrent legislative competence in basic education, which the ANC will not understand. If we are to be at the forefront of education, if we are to be at the...
Order. Please allow the member the time to finish, to continue.
If we are to be at the forefront of education, it is important that we are open to innovative ways of delivering education, that we have effective and efficient ways of assessing how well schools are performing, and we ensure that measures are put in place to improve those that need it. The main focus areas of this bill are the establishment of an evaluation authority, to be known as the Western Cape School Evaluation Authority, or SEA. The specific provision for collaboration schools and donor-funded schools, the establishment of intervention facilities for learners who have been found guilty of serious misconduct as an alternative to expulsion, and the enabling of classroom observation and providing for an exception to the prohibition of alcohol on school premises on application to the head of department for adult events after hours. I'm going to start with the last issue that has been opportunistically distorted and misrepresented by the opposition and some media. It is a fact that many schools... It is a fact...
Order.
That many schools have events for adults where alcohol is sold or consumed on or off school premises. Many schools also hold fundraising activities where the same applies. Some schools rent out their halls for wedding receptions or parties. Currently, all of this is illegal. Even the ANC's fundraiser for Ward 6 at Lukhof High School in Stellenbosch on the 5th of May 2018 was also illegal, where they advertised for people to bring their own XYZ. And this is not an ex-Model C school. The hypocrisy...
Order. I can't hear the minister speaking. Please come to order.
The hypocrisy is astounding, given their vociferous opposition to this provision. The current legislation also prohibits adult functions off school premises if they are classified as a school activity, which would include things like a principal and staff going to a year-end function where alcohol is consumed. I know some people don't like it and want us to be a nanny state, but we believe in giving adults a choice in how they wish to live their lives. And we also believe in people taking the responsibility they have been given seriously. This is why we have provided that application may, not must, be made to the HOD for permission to hold certain adult functions on school premises where alcohol may be consumed or sold. The HDB must apply for general functions and the principal for staff functions. This puts the decision for school functions squarely in the hands of the governing body, which is largely elected by parents from the community. I'm intrigued by criticism from some quarters about the collaboration school model, where parents do not have a majority on the governing body, and yet in this case, some people are criticising us for allowing governing bodies to make decisions for their schools. If a governing body believes that it is not right for their school to allow alcohol on the premises for any reason, it is their responsibility not to ask for the permission. It's as simple as that. Those that wish to do may do so, and conditions may be imposed by them and the HOD to make sure that the permission is responsibly exercised. Section 45A, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's a continual discussion going on by Honourable Olivier here.
Order, Honourable Olivier. You've had your opportunity.
Section 45A of our existing Act, which is
She's
not...
in fact making a speech to the House, not to you personally. So please don't respond to every sentence she says.
I hope my time is being paused.
You will be protected. Please continue.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Section 45A of our existing Act, which is not being changed, provides that alcohol may not be brought onto school premises except for legitimate educational purposes. That is the current law. The new provision is providing for an exception to this for schools that wish to apply, subject to conditions. It is not and has never been intended for learners to drink alcohol, and this can be a requirement in the regulations specifically, which will be publicised soon for public comment. The HOD, in making the decision as to whether to allow an application or not, must take into account existing legislation regarding the sale of alcohol, as well as the provincial harms reduction policy, so there is no contradiction whatsoever. The alcohol abuse is happening at homes, not at schools. I believe that this is a responsible way of dealing with this issue, instead of the current situation where schools are trying to find every possible creative way to define legitimate educational purpose. Of course, it was also not reported by the anti-DA media that 83 schools supported this amendment in a written submission to the Standing Committee, and it's shocking that the ANC seems to think that they don't have the right to an opinion. But let us now move on to the truly exciting education innovations in this bill. Collaboration schools.
Order.
A review of public expenditure on education in the Western Cape for 2016-17 showed that the children in the poorest quintile schools received the highest state allocation. Pro-poor public financing is now in place, to the extent that the state can afford it, so we don't need a bill on it. In effect, the revenue gap between poorer and wealthier schools is now entirely determined by the private contribution of school fees by wealthier parents. It is clear that state funding alone is not enough to overcome the massive differences in total income between non-fee-paying schools and fee-paying schools. Thus, the only way that the state can further narrow the income gap between poorer and richer public schools is to harness private sources of funding for schools where parents cannot afford to pay fees. Despite pro-poor funding of schools, the inequalities of the past still constrain us. Children enter the schools without the benefits of preschool education, good teachers leave for better schools, and school leadership and governance is often weak as rival interest groups try and dominate school governing bodies. In other words, the answer to the problem is not just money anymore. It is undoing patterns of inequality that mean that children are less able to learn, many teachers are less able or less willing to teach, and school leadership is often weak and contested. So this is the basis for collaboration schools, to address these inequalities, to put in place an affirmative process for schools serving the poorest communities to bring new funding into the system and ensure that such funding is used effectively to improve school outcomes while keeping those schools within the public system. So the bill is dealing with inequalities. We are not handing over public schools to private players as claimed by opposition parties and some media. We are trying to create sustainable partnerships within the ambit of public schools. If we reject the model of collaboration schools, we are effectively saying that there is no room for true partnership in which the parties concerned are mutually accountable, and that all we want from investors and other partners is their money. However, that is not the basis for sustained long-term partnerships in which every party remains invested. We cannot rely on short-term funding provided by third parties who want to do good but have no real obligation to stay the course. We want people to be invested in every sense of the word, and we are dealing with people who really put their money where their mouth is. Between all the different partners so far, because of this model, an additional 150 million rand has already been invested into the public system in addition. But this is not only about money. We need to use the money we have better, and we need better management and governance at our schools. This model allows us to do things differently. It is very difficult to manage a staff of 40,000 in 1,500 schools with a relatively small PMP component in the department. With this model, we are able to harness specialized and focused attention on all aspects of the school and provide more attention to learners. We are also providing more professional development to our teachers and school leadership through this partnership. There are currently 10 schools that form part of the collaboration schools model. Overall, there has been a pleasing improvement in the quality of education outcomes in the pilot schools already. For example, in the 3 primary schools that started this project 2 years ago, we saw an average improvement at grade 3 level in the systemic test results from 13.4 to 32.9% in language, and from 29.3 to 53.3% in mathematics. At grade 6 level, average language results increased from 19 to 23.5%, and maths from 16.2 to 25.1%. Collaboration schools have seen renewed parental involvement in the education of their children at these schools, which is something I have been actively encouraging since I assumed office. My colleague has spoken about the incredible difference.
Order, please.
The Jakes Gerwel Collaboration School has already made in the community of Bonnievale. This new model is creating opportunities for people who do not have them and is assisting us in the face of diminishing budgets and staffing, thanks to ANC mismanagement. It is assisting in better management and governance at our schools, and it is also enabling additional resources, such as social workers, which are so desperately needed in many of our communities, to be employed there. It simply does not cut it to say that people should just give us their money and leave us to do whatever we want with it. A real partnership means active involvement of all parties. The benefits we have already seen from this project are truly encouraging, and it is simply beyond my comprehension why anyone would want to prevent this from continuing. The School Evaluation Authority. This new provision provides for the creation of the SEA that will independently evaluate schools and develop school evaluation reports, which will be published for parents and communities to know how well schools in their area are performing. This will create greater accountability and transparency in the education system in the Western Cape. It is part of our broader strategy, Transforming School Accountability, which we are working on with ARC schools, who I wish to thank most sincerely for their ongoing support in truly transforming the way we do things, and whilst helping us adapt successful models to our own context. We want to assess the true quality of education in our system in a manner that is fair, consistent, and an honest reflection of how well a school is functioning, with a particular focus on teaching and learning in the classroom, not just compliance. The new reports will be more concise, insightful, and focused on the right issues. The assessments are also shorter, already resulting in a cost saving. This means we can assess more schools in a shorter time and then focus on the improvement aspects. The intention is for the department to assist where it is needed, but the primary responsibility will be on the school to decide what they need to do to ensure that their school improves and how they are going to do it. Through the pilot, we have also identified excellence in schools working in difficult circumstances through data analysis and site visits, which we will showcase to other schools. The SEA will be headed by a chief evaluator appointed by me, and that's the only person who's appointed by me, who will appoint their own staff thereafter, who has the necessary experience or knowledge of education. The primary focus is developmental and is not a name and shame of individuals exercise. But the purpose is also not to create nice reports that never get looked at again either. Consequence management will be crucial. Included as part of the criteria of a well-functioning school will be whether it is inclusive and embraces diversity. If it does not, it will be reflected in the outcome. And safety is also part of the assessment. So all of these aspects are included in the School Evaluation Authority, which is being opposed by the ANC. An important change from the current whole school evaluation system is that instead of giving 4 weeks' notice of an evaluation and then speaking to a few hand-picked teachers, this bill provides for 2 days' notice and all teachers are evaluated. In addition, discussions are held with learners, SGBs, SMTs, and parents. This gives a far better holistic picture of what is happening at a particular school. School leaders value the new approach, especially the focus on classroom observation and joint observations with an independent evaluator. They are seeing their schools as they really are, and they find the evaluation results credible because they are based on good evidence. Concerns have been raised about the independence of this body. While it's a lot more independent than the current whole school evaluation, where reporting is done to the HOD only, who is responsible already for administering the department anyhow. At least if this body reports to the provincial minister, and only reports, the person who is held politically accountable will know what is happening in schools and will likewise be held accountable for monitoring improvement. Allegations have also been made that this goes against the collective agreement of 2003. My question is this: why is classroom monitoring even the subject of a collective agreement? This is not a condition of service, but a management issue. Why do unions want to stop classroom observation, and the ANC too, when this is the best way to help teachers improve their teaching? And why are the teachers we have piloted the system with welcoming the feedback they are receiving? Because they want to improve teaching and learning in the classroom, and so should we all. I note the threats of unions and the ANC to challenge this in court, and we are ready for that. In one of our schools that was subject of the pilot, The school knew in good time that the evaluators were coming, but showed no concern whatsoever and performed badly. If this is what the unions want to prevent us finding out, as well as the ANC, ACDP and EFF, I will happily defend this in any court in the country. Intervention facilities.
Order, please.
Yes, all of them. All of them want us to stop doing it.
Minister Schaefer, kindly speak to the chair. Thank you.
It's difficult, Madam Chair, when they are having ongoing commentary. Another important addition is intervention facilities for learners who have been found guilty of serious misconduct. As an
Honourable Olivier, interjections.
Another important addition is the intervention facilities. It's not an old-style reformatory, but a short
Minister Schaefer, kindly take your seat, please.
Sorry?
Take your seat, please. Honourable Olivier, you have had an opportunity to speak. Your interjections are now becoming a running commentary. Kindly compose yourself and allow the Minister to continue. Thank you. Interjections are allowed, no running commentaries. Since I've arrived, you've had 4 interjections straight after each other. Thank you. You may proceed, Minister.
Speaker,
You
can I address you on that one?
Yes, Honourable Olivier.
No, Speaker, can I address you? All that I was doing is to respond what the Minister says, the MEC, that from visiting school, she will know what the problems are. So I've just listed 5 problems which you already know, but doing nothing.
But
that's what I was doing.
Honourable Olivier, your interjection, it shouldn't be to list the problems. You should have presented that when your turn came. So you don't have to assist the Minister. Allow her to continue, please, without interruption. Thank you. You may proceed, Minister Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, we've become used to the bullying style of the ANC. This is not an old-style reformatory, but a short-term facility. I can't hear myself. But a short-term facility where
Honourable
specialists...
Magaka, you are the leader of the official opposition. Please manage yourself. Thank you. You are a leader. Thank you, Honourable. You may proceed, Minister.
I will repeat the sentence so it can be heard, Madam Speaker. This is not an old-style reformatory, but a short-term facility where specialist interventions can be given in the hope that a learner can be reintegrated into his or her school without having to be expelled and accommodated in another school. Madam Speaker, this disrespect across the floor is really becoming impossible. This is in line with our mission to provide opportunities for our youth. Parents' consent will also be required for the intervention facility, not going to a party with alcohol. Lastly, specific provision is being made for classroom observations to be done by authorised officials. This is crucial for the reasons I have set out above in respect of the C, and I suspect the real reason for most of the union's objections. No longer will we be told that the department that is responsible for delivering a quality education for the future of our country may not observe teachers in classrooms. Before I finish, I would like to say a few thank yous. Firstly, to the SG and his team, who have been pivotal in the development of the legislation. Collaboration Schools Pilot and the Tools for the Sea, especially Lynn Coleridge-Zolls, Sally Abrams, Karen Bardell, and recently Kobeshni Govender. Also to Mr. Archie Lewis and those who attended the public hearings and the concomitant abuse that was hurled at them. To the legal drafting team, Anita Fosler and Amanda Tor from .P, for their tireless attention to detail and endless patience. To the standing committee members who steadfastly attended the public hearings and grasped the real issues that this bill is trying to address, instead of the political posturing of people travelling from one public hearing to another in an effort to create the impression of widespread opposition. Ministers are not usually at public hearings of their own bills. To ARC and our collaboration school partners...
Order, please.
To ARC and our collaboration school partners... Never.
Minister...
Never.
Minister Schaefer,
may I finish?
Please address the chair. Thank you. Order, please, members. You pose questions through the chair. Thank you.
To ARC and our collaboration school partners and Romani Pinnock, who have selflessly dedicated their time and money in pursuit of quality education in our poor communities. Lastly, to the Premier, my Cabinet colleagues and the caucus members who have supported me in this under sometimes very trying conditions. I honestly believe that this bill is in the interests of quality education in the province and very proudly present it to the House for adoption. If I have time, I want to just address some of the inane comments from across the floor.
Members, please.
the one advantage of being in government is that we can decide what bills we pass. So it's very nice to hear from the opposition what they would like, but most of those bills, those things don't get covered by bills. We just run that as part of our administration.
Mr. Schaffer, kindly finish up. Your time has expired.
Thank you. Just lastly, I'm shocked that the ANC basically saying that Model C schools do not have a voice. Everybody in this province has a voice, including Model C schools. Thank you.
Thank you. I see the Honourable Christians. Members, there is a speaker on the floor. Honourable Magaka, allow Member Christians to speak, please.
Speaker, today the ACDP absolutely rejects the amendments to the Western Cape Provincial School Education Act. Speaker, today will be recorded as a very, very sad day in the history of this province, where the majority of voters in the Western Cape will be disregarded, disrespected, and ignored. On the 2nd of July 2018, the media reported at our first round of public hearings, the media said, concerned groups vented in their anger. I was there.
Order.
Concerned groups vented their anger hearing after hearing. Now, according to the submissions,
Order, please, Member
83 schools out of more than 1,400 schools supported the selling of alcohol. 83 out of 1,400. What about the 1,300? This does not even include the unions, the parents, and the concerned groups that attended these public hearings. They are ignored, disrespected, and disregarded. Speaker, when the committee sat down and did a cost analysis, the cost analysis amounted to 343,605 rand for 6 public hearings. This amount will amount to almost 400,000 after the additional cost will be added. Speaker, I really thought that this hearings will count for something, but now I realize it was only a tick box exercise, because in the media on the 5th of July 2017, the Western Cape Schools Amendment Bill has been approved by the Western Cape Cabinet a year before the public hearings. What a waste
Member
of
Christian,
taxpayers' money.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Please finish.
It will further be recorded a sad day where the vulnerable will be exploited by this, in the donor-funded and collaboration schools, where they will lose 50% of their say. Effectively, the DA is taking away the voice of the parents on our SGBs. I thank you.
Order, please. Honourable Mitchell, before you proceed, I'd just like to ask the House to come to order, please. There's too much noise and it's drowning out. You may proceed, Honourable Mitchell.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take your seat, Member Dugmore. Yes.
Speaker, I just overheard Member Wiley making what I regard as a comment that actually undermines the dignity of another member of this House. After Member Christians had finished speaking, he said, you had better go and ask for forgiveness at confession on Sunday. Now, that he's a member of the ACDP, that actually amounts to, I would argue, undermining the very dignity of the faith of Member Christians. I would like you to actually rule on that matter.
Thank you, Member Dugmore. Chief Whip.
Address you, please.
Yes.
I'm amazed at the religious conversion of the honourable member. During the minister's speech, the leader of the opposition said, "My God," repeatedly. Okay. Now, for him, I never said what the honourable member said. I said you should go to confession on Sunday, which is true, because in my opinion, the honourable member on the other side there told a lot of fibs today.
Thank you.
But I withdraw that remark.
Members.
Speaker, Let the chief withdraw that. This is factual. I've got it here. It's factual. He definitely did not read the bill and he does not know about the bill.
Okay. Members, I am going to revert to Hansard and I will come back to the House with a ruling. I cannot attest to the factual accuracy of what was saying, so I would need to go to the record. Sorry, Chief Whip.
I have already withdrawn it.
Yes, but I still need to go to the record. And for the record, Honourable Christians, the Chief Whip has withdrawn. May we now proceed, Honourable Mitchell?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, the ANC is so predictable that I don't even think that I have to go through my speech because everything has been addressed. But Speaker,
Order, please.
Speaker, I just need to for the record, state that the bill had to go to Cabinet as part of the process. So just to Honourable Christians, it's part of the process. To Honourable Joseph...
Member Mitchell, kindly address the chair, please. Thank you.
The reality is that there was opportunities to make input in the standing committee, but Honourable Joseph didn't attend any of those meetings, so there's no way that his input today can be incorporated.
Order, please.
Honourable Speaker, can you please protect me so that we can actually get to this very important point of putting the question to the House so that we can make history in this province.
Member Mitchell,
Speaker,
I will protect you from yourself. You may proceed.
From myself. Honourable Speaker, in the way in which the ANC has twisted and misunderstood the enormity of the Western Cape School Education Amendment Bill, this piece of legislation will give greater capacity to our schools to deliver the best quality education our children deserve. The bill capacitates schools to self-supplement their budget by means of innovation and greater autonomy, creates a platform for schools to collaborate and share resources and services to the benefit of those who are most disadvantaged. This bill seeks to create a framework of accountability, transparency, and choice. The only reason the opposition is so opposed to this bill is because the entire country knows just how allergic the ANC is to accountability and any piece of legislation which enforces it. This is exactly why the unions are also opposed to the bill. The South African Democratic Teachers Union does not care about improving education and providing quality services to our children through the teacher oversight and monitoring, but about maintaining the status quo where the unions have chokehold over progress in the education sector. Honourable Speaker, before I close, I think it's important, as we in 16 days of activism, I need to state for the record that the disgusting manner in which the two ANC members treated the acting chairperson during this process.
Order.
The way that the demonstration by the ANC, how patronizing and undermining treatment the elected chairperson, Honourable Botha, received in Honourable Kivido's absence is a clear indication of the bullying tactics by the ANC male committee members. This sort of behaviour, Honourable Speaker, is very unbecoming of any political party, but it's also a commonplace for us that has to deal with it on a daily basis. So I think it's important to take note of the way that Honourable Botha was treated during this process, and thank you to Honourable Botha for standing a ground against the bullying tactics to prevent this bill from reaching this point. Honourable Speaker, the DA welcomes the bill, a great leap in our capacity to provide quality education to the children of our province and better govern our schools. We reject the political poverty and legislative incapacity under which the ANC continues to suffer. while they are still dithering over trying to understand the needs of our province and the legislation which is drafted to address them, we will continue to bring the best possible governance and service delivery to the people of this province and our children. I thank you.
Order, please. That concludes the debate on this order. Are there any objections to the bill being finalized? There are objections. I'm busy. We've dealt with the bill. I put the question. Those in favour of the bill being finalised, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. No. I think the ayes have it, and so they have.
Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. Honourable Speaker, I refer you to the ATC. The ATC is the report of the committee, and that's the report that must be considered by this House. The ATC is very clear that this House, that there's a report on the bill with amendments. What's missing in the ATC, Honourable Speaker, is that the committee supported this bill. So I move that we can't consider the adoption of this bill in terms of the ATC that we have in front of us, and I refer you to the ATC, and you will clearly see that it's not been supported by the committee as ATC, dear Honourable Speaker, and therefore you are not permitted to consider finalisation of this bill.
In light of what has been shared by the Chief Whip, I am going to suspend and call the Chief Whips so that we can clarify the status of the ATC and the way forward. The House is suspended.
Speaker.
You may be seated. Members, before the House was suspended, I put the question, and the Ayes had it. Minister Chief Whip Ace rose on a point of order. We have convened, and there is agreement that we can in fact proceed because the query around the ATC does not reflect directly on what is being dealt with here today. Thank you.
Speaker, I think it was just be clear there was not unanimous agreement, majority agreement.
There was a majority agreement.
I didn't support it. I call for a division, Speaker.
A division being called, the bells will be rung for 3 minutes. Order, please.
The Honourable Premier called the Honourable Leader of the Opposition pathetic. I think it's unparliamentary, and I wanted to withdraw, please.
Thank you. Honourable Premier, did you indeed call the Honourable Magaka pathetic?
Yes, I did.
Oh, no. It is deemed to be unparliamentary, Premier.
Madam Speaker, may I address
yes,
you?
Yes, of course you may.
There has to be...
Order, please.
The entire principle of parliamentary privilege is that there has to be more freedom of speech inside Parliament than outside Parliament. And calling somebody pathetic, especially when it's true, is not unparliamentary. In fact, I thought it was an understatement.
Honourable Speaker, that's not the criterion. You know that very well.
Okay.
Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Premier can't say to any member that he or she is pathetic, and I would like you to rule on that, please.
I would need to make 2 rulings. If I'm going to ask the Honourable Premier to withdraw pathetic, I would need to also address the Honourable Makaleni, who stated very loudly for the House to hear that you are also pathetic. So, Honourable Premier, may I ask you in terms of what has been said and pathetic, and for the purposes of moving on, will you withdraw your statement, please?
I only withdraw my statement because I want to vote. Otherwise, I would not. I withdraw my statement.
Thank you, Premier.
But I don't withdraw saying it was an understatement.
Thank you, Premier.
No, Speaker. No.
So I've got 2 members on the floor. Honourable Dugmore, Honourable, yes.
Speaker, we all of us may have differences in terms of rulings and so on, but once a ruling has been made, you either accept that ruling, or if you don't, you leave the House. Now, what essentially has happened here is that the Premier of this province has effectively undermined your integrity and your ruling, and I would ask you to please ask the Premier to apologise for that, because otherwise there's going to be no order. Then any member can, at any particular way, try and explain why they're making it. So it's just simply wrong for the Premier to set such an example.
Order, please. Honourable Premier.
It is wrong to set a precedent that there is less freedom of speech in this House than there would be outside of this House. That is what is wrong. And I would never undermine your integrity knowingly. And for some people in this House, I would like to say that you can only undermine someone's integrity if you assume they have some. So, Madam Speaker, to say someone is pathetic is a completely normal thing to say, especially where it is a factual statement, and especially when their arguments are. But because you are asking me to do it, and because we are taking the most important piece of legislation to the vote, I am withdrawing
all of you kindly take your seat. The Premier is on the floor.
I am withdrawing it, but it is a very dangerous
No, this is an abuse now.
Honourable Olivier, sorry, let me just address you. When someone is on the floor, you have to wait until that member sits down.
I agree,
You simply cannot go tapping your mic whilst I was listening to the Premier. So the Premier has withdrawn. Thank you.
Speaker, can I address
Yes,
you?
you may.
I agree and I apologize for that. But when someone is beginning to abuse the House, and then that's why I stood up. The Premier can never, and I'm sure maybe I need your guidance on it. If you withdraw, do you withdraw with a condition? And that's all I want to hear from you. If you make a ruling and someone must withdraw, can I do it and put a condition to it so that I can do it as well when you do that in the next round?
Thank you, Honourable Olivier. When the Premier stood up at the second time, she withdrew. So that is accepted. I now need to deal with the Honourable Makaleni, who has said to the Premier, the Honourable Premier, you are pathetic, and that I heard, as well as the Chief Whip. So, sorry, hold on. No, hold on. Let everybody take their seat, please. Please take your seat. Honourable Gillian, Honourable Premier, kindly take your seat, please. No. I am still busy with the ruling, Honourable Gillian. I said I would address the Premier. She has withdrawn. I am now going to address Honourable Makaleni. No, you're not going to. Honourable Makaleni said, you are pathetic. So I'm asking you, Honourable Makaleni, did you indeed utter those words? And are you willing to withdraw those words? Honourable Gillian, you're out of order. You are crossing the line.
Exactly
I am
my
speaking.
Point.
Take your seat, please.
You did not recognize
Take your
the
seat,
Premier, but you
Honourable
allow
Gillian.
her to speak.
Take your seat, please. There is no she's here. We are honourable members. Take your seat. Premier, take your seat, please. Honourable Makaleni, please withdraw your statement.
Speaker, in respect of what the Honourable Premier said to Honourable Magata, I then said she is more pathetic if she thinks that the abuse of the right to speak or the freedom of speech can be used anyhow, to the extent that you can call another member of parliament pathetic, then she is more pathetic. I said that. And then if she withdraws on that condition, I'm also withdrawing.
Thank you. Because you did indeed say you are pathetic. Okay. A point of order, Premier.
I wouldn't want the Honourable Makaleni to withdraw that statement. I know it's not up to me, but I would like to make a statement that I don't want.
Order, please, members. Order, please.
I have been recognised. I have been recognised.
Continue,
I
Premier.
would not like to be part of a precedent of making the word pathetic unparliamentary. And secondly, I know that I have to take things from whence they come.
Thank you, Premier. That is not a point of order. May we continue? The division has been called.
Can you please allow me to address you?
Yes, Member.
And I am very clear on this one. Every time when the Premier just jump up before being recognized, you allow her to speak, Speaker. But when we do it, I stood up. I asked you, can I address you? Because I wanted to address that issue, that the Premier can just jump up in this house. Because you did not recognize the Premier. She starts speaking, you allow us, Speaker. This is wrong.
Okay, Honourable Gillian, thank you. The Premier was asked to withdraw. She took a seat. I said I would then deal with the Honourable Makaleni, who said, no, hold on, you are pathetic. Then Member Dugmore got up. Then I asked the Premier to withdraw because there was no conditions. What you did whilst Honourable Makaleni was looking at me, you blocked her view and you just stood up. And that in itself is disrespectful. So and Honourable Makaleni has now withdrawn her utterance, so may we proceed. Thank you. The division has been called. I'm going to ask that those in favour of the question take their seats to my right, that those against take their seats to the left, and as tellers, I appoint the whips of the parties. The papers, the table staff will assist you with the division papers. Members, as the Honourable A said, the House is still in session. Let's not disrespect each other. Thank you. Members, please manage yourselves. Order, please. Order, please. The results of the count. Order, please, members. Minister Wendy. Honourable Olivier. Thank you. The result of the count. The Ayes, 23. The Noes, 14. The Ayes have it. The Secretary will read the bill.
Western Cape Provincial Schools Education Amendment Bill.
The bill will now be sent to the Premier for assent. Members, order. We will now move Honourable members, can I get the House back to order so that we may proceed? We will now move to interpellations. And the first interpellation is the Honourable Cavido to the Minister of Education. I see the Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable Cavido, we need to distinguish between learners who are registered at a school and who are not attending, as opposed to those who have not registered at all and are of school-going age. The WCD can only take responsibility for children who are registered at our schools. But of course, we also place a high priority on ensuring that learners do not drop out of school in the first place. Retention is a key strategic objective of the WCED. To limit dropouts, we start at the beginning by ensuring that learners in primary school can read, write and calculate at the appropriate levels. Career guidance in grades 8 and 9 encourages learners to make the right subject choices for matric and to choose the study pathways best suited to them. The WCD is also implementing a range of measures to support learners at risk of dropping out in grades 10 to 12. We have structured after-school programs. We are also learner late-coming, absenteeism and truancy rates are monitored. And there is a focus on decreasing this as well, because they are often early signs that a learner may drop out. We also provide learners with support services and programs. In addition, we provide learners with social and psychological support, depending on their individual needs and reasons for dropping out. For example, pregnant, gangsterism, drug abuse, and learners with socioeconomic challenges. Our objective is to ensure that as many learners as possible make it to matric and succeed in the NSC, because they can get progressed all the way through school, but they cannot get progressed through matric. They have to pass. So we have done our best to try and keep our learners in school and give them the best possible opportunity. This is why in the 2017 NSC, the Western Cape retained 12.8% more learners in the system than Gauteng and 22% more learners than the Free State. B, we can only assist with registering learners in schools that we know about. If they aren't registered, the Department of Social Development is responsible for identifying the learners and bringing them to our attention, where the WCD will then assist with placement. Thank you.
I see the Honourable Cavido.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And thank you to the Minister for touching actually the core of the question. It may be look a little bit dubious, but it concerned more dropouts, as she's rightly emphasized also, vis-a-vis then placement. It's more about the dropout. Thank you, Minister, for that. Addressing learner dropout and keeping our young individuals in school across the province remains pivotal to ensuring the success of our province's future. Learner dropout increases the unemployment rate. As of 2017, about 70% of the nearly 5 million unemployed South Africans are aged between 15 and 34 years. The sad reality is that about 60% of jobless South Africans did not have secondary level education and had not worked for the past 5 years. Reasons why the learners have left school include drug abuse, crime and gangsterism, learners in grade 8 and 9 who want or need to start working, learners who don't want to adhere to the school's code of conduct, circumstances at home, or learners who feel they are too old and that they cannot keep up. Thank you.
Thank you. I see the Honourable Olafie.
Speaker, unfortunately, the interpellation is about what the department do with kids that are not at school. Seeing that the chair has now corrected it, he was referring to dropouts. It's a bit difficult to participate. However, Chair, if I'm also then allowed, we all know that there has been learners which was not taken up this academic year. We have raised the issue at the MEC. How many are those learners who has not been taken up thus far? And what are the programs in place really to also keep them on the same level as the other learners that are currently at school? I know there was a figure that we are given when we raised this point, which has not been at school, or maybe the question should be, has all learners who applied to be at school this academic year, was those learners taken up into the system? Maybe that should be the question that maybe I should pose to the MEC whether those were taken up, and if they were taken up, what kind of programs were they in place really to bring them on par? Because we are now writing final exams, and one would really want to understand what was the support given to those. In fact, also the dropout rate, Chair, if we go there, at least 78%, 70 plus percent is what is in the annual report, the retention rate, and obviously 20% dropout, and what are the current, what was, you know, the interventions really to keep those, and what do we do in terms of those learners who has dropped out of school. And the last point I want to just raise here, Chair, whether the MEC would agree that you might find that some of those dropout rates, you know, at this school is caused by, firstly, the whole issue of the class ratios, which is 1 to 50, particularly 1 to 50 and above in your quintile 1 and 3, which obviously the excuse is there's no money, and maybe the minister should be innovative as she is with bringing the other bill that we rejected.
Honourable Olivier, your time has expired. Kindly
maybe
finish
to also
up.
consider maybe the issue of the ratios at school.
Thank you. I see the Honourable Kavido.
Thank you, Speaker. I may just add that in the Western Cape, we try our utmost to ensure that pupils attain the requisite level of literacy and numeracy at a young age, and we also regarded the WCD as of great importance. Pupils who do not attain these levels often do not complete their schooling and end up losing self-respect and opportunities for being economically productive members of society. To latch on to what you said now. This is one of the greatest challenges that we are faced with in the Western Cape and in South Africa. And I think we should take note, because I'm going to repeat the sentence. This is one of the greatest challenges that we are faced with in the Western Cape and in South Africa. More needs to be done to ensure that education departments are prioritizing learner literacy and numeracy at an early age. Thank you, Speaker.
I see Honourable Olivier.
In just 1 minute, I want to maybe make a recommendation to the MEC to consider this, I'm not sure, is it transversal?
Kindly speak to the chair, please, Honourable Olivier. Thank you.
Where the Department of Education, with social development here, maybe to consider with NGOs to launch a campaign in the beginning of the year, just to visit our communities, particularly our informal settlements and so on, just to establish who are at schools of school-going age, and maybe allocate funding therefore, so that we just identify who's not at school, who can we support. Obviously, I know this department does not really want to reach out. You know, in the olden days, we visited the school with the chair, where the principal said, I'm still doing the old style of education of going into a community when I see my learners not at school, to ensure what are the challenges at our house and make sure that that learner, that kid come back to school. I think surely the departments can consider looking at such an approach, not doing it yourself, MEC, because I know you will not want to do it yourself, but to consider if there's NGOs in communities who's doing these things to assist you, to assist in identifying those and get them to school.
Thank you. I see the Honourable Kavido.
Thank you, Speaker. I think that truancy may be a indicator or can actually charter the route for dropouts, because it becomes constant. Starts as one day out of school, late on a week, late a month, and that can eventually lead to permanent dropout. So I take my cue from that. In many cases, truancy is not just about bunking school. Many of these learners live and have been brought up in very difficult circumstances and need extra support. Socioeconomic circumstances certainly play a role, as well as gangsterism and drugs. But we too must consider the self-confidence of learners struggling to perform. Now, it's not only about self-confidence, it's about self-concept, self-esteem, and also the assertiveness or non-assertiveness. But in any case, psychosomatic and psychosocial problems that come into the equation here. So they struggle to perform in school and they battle to keep up with their classmates. And there is also a not leveling, the playing fields are not level and the competition becomes nasty at times. Learners who have not been taught the basics of reading, calculating and writing will certainly find it difficult in the years ahead. The WCD, therefore, needs to ensure, and as we heard, it is the case, that each young learner has the opportunity to learn both basics and have the skills and self-confidence to move forward in their school career.
Thank
you,
Thank
Madam
you so
Speaker.
much. I see the Honourable the Minister.
Thank you, Speaker. This debate certainly has taken a few turns that aren't quite related to the question, but I don't have the statistics regarding the dropout rates that Honourable Olivier is wanting. The problem with dropout rates also is that we don't know how many people go from school into TVET. So they may have dropped out of school, but they might have gone on to a TVET college. And that is an issue that I think between us and the Department of Higher Education, which is national, do need to try and work on to ensure better alignment. But that is also what we are doing with regard to our apprenticeship game changer, where we're working with economic opportunities to try and ensure that we have a pipeline of learners who are able to go from school, get the required marks to go into apprenticeships and then go on to TVET college. As far as, you know, we can't go running around just looking for people who aren't in school, but we do have truancy officers for people who are supposed to be in school. And as a result of those truancy officers from our Safe Schools field workers, about 70 to 80% of truants do return to school. We also have we do have a relationship with social development, who has got social workers in communities who also do inform us, and then we ensure that they are put into school. Honourable Olivier, sorry, was talking about admissions. No, that those are the statistics that were not. That wasn't the question. But whenever we do have admissions that are late, we always do ensure that there are catch-up programs for those learners. But how about this for an idea? Maybe parents should actually register their children of school-going age at schools. So let's also do a campaign for that, I think, because we have got campaigns for learner registration every year. I do think it is slightly improving in certain respects in that parents are registering earlier. We know about the overcrowded schools and the overcrowded classrooms, and it's not an excuse about money. That's the reality. I can't spend money I don't have on teachers. I'm very pleased to say that it does appear.
Thank you, Minister. You can finish up, please.
Can I finish my sentence? It does appear that there is now at last some realization at a national level of the learner number increases, and hopefully we will get some relief, but it's not nearly enough. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to interpellation 3, which is the Honourable Gillian to the Minister of Health. I see the Honourable the Minister.
Thank you, Member Gillen, for asking again this question. I think the last time was 10th May and 30th August. It shows there's still more that we need to communicate about relating Khayelitsha. About the services components is an emergency center due to the high prevalence of violence and injuries. Internal medicine services due to the high prevalence of HIV, TB, and chronic diseases of lifestyle. In the nursery, due to high birth rates, where we have got more than 300 deliveries per month. Mental health services, due to the high prevalence of substance abuse. What have we done? Since July, we have increased our beds. Khayelitsha is 300 beds, how it was built. Since July, we increased it by 30 beds. In September, we increased by 10 beds. In October, we increased by 15 beds. So it means now we have got 55 beds in addition to the 300. In addition to that, in the pipeline, a 72-hour mental health unit, of which will comprise 32 beds that still need to be built. But currently, we have got an interim mental health unit that has been established. 3 specialists that have been appointed since July, 11 professional nurses that are in the pipeline, but not all of them have been appointed. Again, with the CT scan that we have now is operational, meaning the patients don't have to go to Tigerberg to get scanned and then come back. In terms of, it makes it more quicker for diagnosis. Blood bank, which is now on site, allows the doctor to get the blood results quicker. Night nursing staff, so that there's someone at night that is there. With the EC, again, now people no longer wait in the EC, those especially with yellow or the green patients. There's an outpatients department. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. I see Honourable Gillian.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, thank you, Minister, for that answers. Minister, the increase of the beds is according to a report in one of the newspapers. The Western Cape Department of Health confirmed that the hospital was overburdened with high patient numbers, at times operating at 130% bed occupancy. Although you've increased the bed rate, all of that, still every day, MEC, complaints are coming in of Khayelitsha Hospital. Now, Speaker, I want to repeat my words that history has no blank pages. And I want to take the MEC back to a period, and it was confirmed by Dr. Perez in questions that was posed to him in our committee meeting when we had the department and Khayelitsha Hospital board in front of the committee. When he said, this fragmented delivery of service in the health department has put more pressure on Khayelitsha Hospital. Now, I want to go back in history, and I want the minister to be very clear on this question. Because if we go to the rural areas, we don't get this. Because the rural areas has adhered to the core of the incorporation of your clinic services into the Western Cape Health Department. Since 2009, MEC, when the DA took over this Western Cape, it was only the city of Cape Town that is still dealing with clinics. And this is one of the issues that I've raised in all our annual reports since I came here in 2014. It was confirmed by a senior member of this department to us that that is one of the reasons why we're sitting with this service delivery issues at Khayelitsha Hospital and Mitchell's Plain and others in the city of Cape Town. My question is, MEC, how serious are you in holding this department accountable, in making sure before this end of this term that the city of Cape Town will be incorporated within the Western Cape Health Department? Because you, MEC, will go down in this history.
Honourable Gillian, your time has expired. Thank you.
You will go down in the
Honourable
history
Gillian,
that
your
it's
time
not,
has expired. Thank
happen.
you. I see the Honourable Member Botha.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. In terms of Khayelitsha Hospital, it is unfortunately experiencing a high burden of disease. And what contributes is also that the community has grown significantly over the past 6 years, mainly in the area of the informal settlements, in Spine Road, in and Baden-Powell areas. And Mfuleni has been added in the drainage area of Khayelitsha Hospital, and this was pitched to the committee by the Department of Health. And this has increased the service pressures in terms of the rapid growth of the informal settlements. And there are a legitimate high expectation and increased scrutiny and pressure from social organizations, which has resulted in high profile and often negative media coverage. This was also pitched by the board that was present when the department presented. And this has led to a lowering of morale among staff members and high turnover rates in some areas. Minister, if you can speak to this. And then Dr. Engelbrecht also indicated that the hospital is under continuous pressure and that the staff are working extremely hard. And earlier on, from the oversight that we have done to the hospital, is that what we have witnessed there, and what my experience was, is that the staff is, with the hard pressure that they are working under, they are amazing staff, and the clinicians at the Khayelitsha Hospital are doing their absolute best to serve the people of Khayelitsha and the surrounding areas.
Order,
Speaker, am I
please.
speaking or is he speaking? In the Khayelitsha community, the management of the city and the province have also sat together and worked out a very detailed response plan to the diarrhea and respiratory surge season.
Expired.
And I would like to ask the Minister, in terms of this response plan,
You can have a
is this
next
speaking
bite
to
at the
the
cherry.
service pressures?
Thank you, Honourable Botha. I see Honourable Gillian.
History has no blank pages. I want to remind this House, history has no blank pages. I want to remind this House when Khayelitsha Hospital, when the planning towards Khayelitsha Hospital was done, we still have a Jooste Hospital. Jooste Hospital, the ghost will haunt us in this province. It was an application for one hospital, and at the end we've got two hospitals. We've got Mitchell's Plain Hospital and we've got Khayelitsha Hospital, because there was a Jooste Hospital who also had a trauma unit that was working very well. But this Jooste Hospital has to be closed, has to be neglected. Still today, there's no replacement. And the plans, MEC, we want to know the plans on that. Because that is why. Because that two hospitals, in the planning phase, also planned for when the population will grow. Now also when we come to the issue of staff, I want the MEC also. Member Botha said, yes, we receive a report, staff is very happy. But there is this thing about staff that's been fired without disciplinary hearings after being accused of being rude to a colleague. There's allegations of the HR manager that has been fired because he was, how do you call this? Hy wil nie doen wat vir hom gesê word nie. There's allegations in that hospital that staff are being treated and threatened. Amper soos in die military.
Member Gillian, your
as hulle
time-
nie doen wat hulle
your
doen,
time
wat
has
hulle verwag
expired.
word nie.
Thank
So,
you.
I want the MEC to give us a guarantee she will investigate this.
Thank you, Member Gillian. I see the Honourable Botha.
Thank you, Speaker. Dr. Perez also in the presentation said that the hospital has had, Minister, a total of 466,000 patient contacts since January 2012. And then also I want to speak to the 1,000 compliments reported compared to the 100 complaints reported. And what if you can speak to what the nature of the 100 complaints received are, and
Order,
the nature
please,
also
members.
of the 1,000, in summary perhaps, of the compliments received. And when is the peak times of overburdeness on this hospital? And the hospital received a Gold Award for the best functioning pharmacy. How does this translate into the service rendered at the Khayelitsha Hospital?
Thank you. I see Honourable Danke. It is Honourable Gillian's turn to speak, not yours. Thank you. You may proceed, Honourable Gillian.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I think that all of us must take this very seriously. Every single day, there is complaints about the community who must lie on the floor. There is complaints about community who's sitting there from the morning till the next day, up until anybody attend to them. This is facts in Khayelitsha Hospital. And it mustn't be a political ball game. It mustn't be a political...
That's the one that you bought.
This mustn't be a political ball game.
You don't know it now.
When the department was called to appear before the NCOP to answer some questions, they refused. But in this legislature, national ministers are called to committees, but then there's no political player. But, Speaker, I want the minister to tell us really, seriously, what are the plans to improve the basic conditions towards the community in that hospital, and also the issue of the hospital board. I raised this on many occasions. I raised it even in the APP. If your hospital board, your liaison between your community and the department is not intact, if they're not trained, there's no oversight for the community at this hospital. The MEC must come clear.
Thank you, Honourable Gillian. I see the Minister.
For 2 minutes. I do agree with the member that we must take politics out of the hospital, because it's very important for the people. People are sick, and therefore we need to be civil about how we deal with these issues. Now, we cannot come and demoralize the staff who are already under stress. I must also indicate that Khayelitsha actually enjoys the best clinical leadership and values-driven.
Order, please.
The health outcomes of the Khayelitsha compared
please.
to all other.
Honourable Magaka.
The problem, I've got 2 minutes. Compared to the other health outcomes at a district level, actually it's doing very, very well. But the issue of the community where it's coming from, where we have got more sick people, and the issue of the social determinants of health, inclusive the substance abuse and the alcohol, impacts on all of those. Indeed, the staff are really under stress, but under the circumstances, they do as much as they could do. The issue about the fragmentation, the issue of the, probably, maybe let me respond to this. When we talk about the things, we need to come up with things that are based on facts. I've mentioned now in terms of health outcomes. The issue of referring to the newspapers, when the committee had an opportunity to challenge whatever we presented to them, for example, the issue related to the HR issues, that there was no disciplinary, is not true. The committee can come invite us, as they've already done. The issue of the fragmentation in terms of the city, I think 2 times that the committee invited the city of Cape Town. They never came.
Order.
So the city committee invited City of Cape Town to respond. They can respond now and indicate that whether they ever came. So they never came. NCOP, again, we need to understand the legislation and the rule of law, because we do know NCOP Select Committee, they actually overstretch themselves in terms of their responsibility. They are not. We have to look in terms of how the Act works.
Minister,
now,
thank you. If you could finish up, your time is expired.
Okay. Now, going forward, I think the member should ask another question about the Joster Hospital. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is the end of interpellations. We will now deal with questions as printed on the question paper. And the first question is from the Honourable Magaka to the Honourable the Premier, Premier Zille.
Lumkile Buti. Okay.
Let me get my translation.
It is indeed important, in fact essential, Madam Speaker, to restructure the apartheid city and apartheid spatial planning. And that must be done in at least two ways. By building more affordable homes closer to where people work, and also by encouraging economic activity and planning for it closer to where people live. There is not enough land, even if we use every hectare, to build enough affordable housing or less expensive housing near the inner city. Any strategy to deal with the apartheid spatial legacy also has to address the issue of public transport, cheap, safe and efficient. And as this House knows, we subsidized Golden Arrow bus service, for example, by close to R1 billion a year. And the collapse of our rail services through the mismanagement of PRASA as a result of cadre deployment at the highest level is nothing short of a complete disgrace. So the restructuring of an apartheid city depends also on excellent transport systems. The Western Cape government is currently driving a multitude of housing projects to address the spatial planning legacy left behind by apartheid and create integrated communities. And I, for one, have always, certainly before I became Premier, lived in integrated communities. One of the largest and most complex of these projects is called the Conradi Better Living Model Game Changer. This unique R3 billion development is very well located in terms of commercial and industrial opportunities and transport hubs and living environment on the 22-hectare government-owned Old Conradi Hospital site, which will provide 3,602 residential units, of which 1,764 will be grant subsidized and the rest will be available on the open market. The knock-on effect of the development will be the upgrading of surrounding roads, infrastructure and public transport. Let's hope that Metro Rail is up to the task and will deliver on its undertakings. The fact that it will be located close to public transport also means it will provide an opportunity for workers in the area to live close to their place of work. 2 new schools will also be included in the development. The Somerset precinct, close to the V&A waterfront, has also received the green light for affordable housing. This will bring affordable housing right to the heart of Cape Town, to one of South Africa's most valuable state-owned properties. Tragically, there are significant obstacles to progress on the site because of the invasion of the Helen Bowden Old Nurses' Home and the fact that this has now deeply polarized the community, both living in Helen Bowden, which has been accompanied by acts of violence and other social pathologies. And the fact that the land was mysteriously transferred to the National Laboratory Services without the true owners knowing about it. Further afield in Belhar and conveniently adjacent to key educational institutions such as CPUT, UWC and Northlink College and the Belleville CBD, the Western Cape government is constructing a total of 4,188 units over 3 phases, which will be completed in 2022. In total, there are 23,000 social rental housing units and 19,000 affordable ownership projects in the planning pipeline over the next 10 years in Cape Town and 11 non-metro towns with a total value in excess of 7 billion rand. However, we could deliver many more affordable housing opportunities if national government made available some of the mega properties that they own that are close to the CBD, such as Culemborg, Esterplaat, Youngsfield, Wingfield, and Denel properties. And also, of course, the Transnet land parallel to the N1 coming into Cape Town. Almost 100,000 units would be possible on just the main properties that I have mentioned. And even to house a full half of the families needing affordable housing, that would be enough according to the Cape Town Housing Demand Database. So it would make an enormous dent in the database to have access to those state-owned properties owned by the Department of Defence and National Public Works. Mr. Secretary, I think the Speaker is trying to get hold of you.
That's fine, no worries. Thank you, Premier.
Right. The old Woodstock Hospital has been offered for sale to the City of Cape Town for 10% of its market value for the construction of social housing. We were very distressed to see that no progress has been made there. The Provincial Department of Transport and Public Works is now awaiting confirmation from the City of Cape Town of the offer to purchase, and then the final steps will be taken to transfer the property into the name of the City of Cape Town. Unfortunately, this site has now also been invaded, which will be a massive setback to our attempts to develop that for affordable housing. Woodstock is well located, relative to the city centre and surrounding areas in terms of job opportunities, and will support the integration of communities. And Woodstock Hospital is just opposite the house that I lived in for many years in Earl Street, Woodstock. A minimum of 302 units are to be constructed on the Helen Bowden site in Greenpoint. The Provincial Department of Transport and Public Works has received the necessary authorizations from the City of Cape Town in terms of the rezoning application. However, before a call for development proposals can be issued, vacant occupation of this site is required. So the affordable housing there will take a very long time if we find it difficult and if the people who have occupied that site are determined to block the development of affordable housing there. The province is currently going through the necessary engagement in processes in this regard. Unfortunately, we have also been massively retarded by other land invasions, and of course, as soon as people occupy land that they don't have any right to occupy, and often those people have had a housing opportunity before, but either sold or given away or rented out that housing opportunity, then they can't benefit again, and such people seldom want to move to make way for people who are legitimate beneficiaries in a particular housing project. So we would have made complete progress. Joe Slovo should have been finished in 18 months. 10 years later, we are struggling on drip by drip, trying to deal with a plethora of problems, primarily related to individuals who refuse to move because they are not beneficiaries on that site and having to take us through many of the court proceedings. Boys Town has taken us 20 years, also because of community conflicts. And so I can go on. We have the absolute political will to do these projects. We want to do them. We're committed to doing them. And if we had cooperation from other players in the game, we would be able to do it much more quickly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I see the Honourable Magaka.
Thank you, Premier, for your response. But I just want to check also. I remember that the previous mayor of City of Cape Town identified a land here in the CBD which was earmarked for that. What is the state of that development now?
There's several sites in the CBD, from Top Yard to Artscape and everything in between. Could the honourable member be a bit more specific?
Thank you. Honourable Magaka.
The previous mayor of the city of Cape Town identified land here in the Long Street, to be specific. He referred to near Long Street. I don't know the earth, I don't know earths in town, but all I know that there was a land that was identified by the city, by the mayor of the city of Cape Town, the previous mayor, and she was, according to her, spending millions of money in developing for the people who are earning less than 700 per month.
There's no category of housing, except RDP housing or BNG housing, that caters for people earning less than 700 Rand a month. So I think the Honourable Magaka has got his facts completely wrong. Also, there's no vacant land in Long Street, as far as I know. And certainly no vacant land that is of the kind of size that would enable affordable housing to be built. Because if there was an earth, it would mean for affordable housing to be built, it would have to be pretty close to a skyscraper, and then the units would no longer be affordable because those cost an enormous amount of money without cross-subsidization opportunities. So unless the honourable member can be more specific, I'm afraid I can't answer his question.
Thank you. Honourable Magaka.
It doesn't necessarily, I didn't say a vacant land. It doesn't have to be a vacant land. Land is bought. We have also, under your government, sold land here. Then you sold the hospital. You can sell, there are buildings here that are owned by the government. They can be sold, I mean, they can be bought for this government for development of housing. But let's leave that. Can I be explained with all the projects that you have mentioned, which project starting when exactly? When are these projects, but you just mentioned, started to be executed by the government?
Premier.
They've all been started, Madam Speaker, quite a long time ago. In fact, I set out at the weekend the processes required to be undergone, and it's taken almost 4 years of flat-out work to get where we are on the Conradi Better Living Game Changer.
Thank you. No more follow-ups. That's question 1. The question 2 to the Premier is also by the Honourable Magaka. I see the Premier.
One, the Department of Public Works. 2A and B, a matric farewell party attended by matric pupils and their partners. C, yes, that is my understanding. The event had adult supervision in the form of alumni of the school and an organising committee of prefects who were responsible for ensuring that the condition of the event permit were adhered to.
Thank you.
I don't get the specific answer to this question, ma'am. Who attended the function? And if you mention as to who and whether the alcohol was consumed in there, I didn't get the specific answer.
Every single one of those questions. He obviously wasn't listening.
Thank you. I see Mr. Mitchell. Honourable Mitchell.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. To the Premier. Premier, you have allowed Leeuwenhof to be used for private functions in the past. How does this impact on the taxpayer who fund Leeuwenhof?
Yes, Madam Speaker, Leeuwenhof is a publicly funded building. And I've therefore tried to be as generous as possible with the appropriate use of Leeuwenhof for public purposes. For example, people will know that when the Oranjezicht market could no longer function on its premises, I opened Leeuwenhof so that a lot of people would continue to keep their jobs. And I think it was Saturday, we used to have the market in Leeuwenhof, and we used to create conditions in which people could come and buy and sell, and it was a huge success, and it was very sad for me when they finally found another venue. I have allowed many fundraising functions, such as a major art auction for the Red Cross Children's Hospital, which raised a lot of money. My Child Has Cancer Trust has their annual function at Leeuwenhof. There are many, many functions that I allow at Leeuwenhof because I do believe that it is right to do so, because it's not a private property. There are very strict protocols that are followed, and those protocols require filling in forms from the Department of Public Works, notifying neighbours, doing absolutely everything that the forms require, getting permissions, adhering to the permissions, having disaster management arrangements on scene, and everything. And everybody knows that. When people have private functions in Leeuwenhof, I warn them that everything is for their own account. Everything. And that doesn't have additional expenses for the state. It just means that the beautiful work that is done there by people and the beauty of the surroundings can be enjoyed by more people.
Thank you. Sorry, Member Ace, Honourable Magaka, Member Ace was on his feet earlier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. If I understood the Premier correct, under C, the question whether any alcohol was consumed at the functions, he said yes. Premier, how could you allow that? You can't just distance yourself from what's happening at Leeuwenhof. And I also believe that went right through the night, and it was not only the boys, and I'm linking it up to B, I think it was Rondebosch Boys High, but they also had lady partners there, girls in matric, grade 11, grade 10. How did they actually leave in a safe way, going home, or did they all sleep there the night? And how could you allow alcohol being consumed by matrics at Leeuwenhof?
Thank you. Premier?
I had an assurance beforehand that measures would be in place by the committee of prefects and the alumni, that would be strictly monitored. On the permit, it puts everything that was required, and the application is very clear. The conditions of the permit were adhered to as far as I am aware, including the time when the music was supposed to be switched off was actually 2 hours before the time. They had a permit to continue the music till 4 o'clock in the morning. It was switched off at 2 o'clock in the morning. Most of the young people were either fetched by their parents or took Ubers home, and I am absolutely assured that no one drove a motor vehicle after having drunk, leaving Leeuwenhof.
Thank you. Honourable Magaka, this is the fourth follow-up, the last one.
Thank you, Speaker. I am extremely... I just want the Premier to confirm this quite clearly. As a parent who have allowed a function of underage, because matriculants are underage, by and large, matriculants are underage, are under 18
Order, please.
years of age. You know.
Order.
Matriculants are under age of 18, 17, 16.
Honourable Magaka,
My
kindly
own
take your
son
seat,
graduated
please.
at 15 in
Please
matric.
take your seat.
Yeah.
Honourable Magaka.
Now,
Honourable
you are telling
Magaka,
me-
kindly take your seat, please.
You are telling
Honourable
me...
Magaka, kindly take your seat, please. I cannot have Member Mitchell and Member Nkondlo and whoever else is involved in a debate that is so loud that it's actually drowning out Honourable Magaka's question to the Premier. It is unacceptable from both sides of the House. You may proceed, Honourable Magaka.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just checking, Premier. Being a grown-up, old, responsible citizen, you allow underage, age of 16, 17 children to consume alcohol under your nose. How would we trust you with our children, let alone the nation, if as a parent you are able to confirm that under your nose you allowed children to consume alcohol? You organize a party with all the alcohol in front of the children.
Thank you, Honourable Magaka. Premier?
That is a 100% untruth, Madam Speaker. A 100% untruth. I would never allow children underage to drink alcohol if I was there. Last year, my same grandson was at another school dance, and he said, could they come for pre-dance drinks at Leeuwenhof? And I said, absolutely, certainly. But because they were in grade 11, I checked, and there were some underage kids there, and I said, no alcohol. This year, I was given the assurance that most of the matrics are over 18, and that there would be a committee that would ensure that the conditions of the permit were adhered to. We checked with parents at the school who were satisfied that the conditions would be adhered to. I'm sure some of the partners may well have been underage, but then I presume that their parents would deal with it, like I'm sure the Honourable Dugmore did with his daughter Alea Dugmore, who I hope had a very nice time at the event, and I hope he was a responsible parent and made sure that she got home. Because believe me, I have only just started with you, Honourable Dugmore, because what goes round, Honourable Dugmore, comes around, and karma is a bee with a very big itch. Now,
thank you, Premier.
A very big itch. Karma is real, believe me. So,
order.
So the bottom line is that I did my responsibility. I ensured that
Order, please, Honourable Joseph, your heart.
I ensured that all the permits were properly adhered to. I ensured that all the steps were adhered to. I spoke to adults who were preparing this particular event, from the music through to the other arrangements. Parents were on the property inspecting beforehand. They had a committee.
Order, please. Honourable Magaka, you had your opportunity to ask the question. The Premier is responding.
And the manipulation and abuse that the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, and other members of the Opposition try to get political points from abusing children at an after-party of a matric dance is disgraceful.
Thank you. That's the end of that question. We now move, order please, members. We now move to question 6. Honourable Magaka, please compose yourself. Question 6 is the Honourable Simmers to the Minister Bradau. I see the Minister.
Baie dankie Speaker en baie dankie aan die agbare lid vir die vraag. Die Oudtshoorn munisipaliteit het deur middel van besigheidsplanne vir die volgende droogteondersteuning van die departement aangevra: Duiselsdorp, Varkieskloof en Vermaakrivier, nuwe boorgate, Duiselsdorp en de Rust wateraanvullingsprojek, die goedkeuring van die MIEK aansoek en die aanvullingsbegrotings onderhoudbedrag van 20% is gedoen in Mei 2018 om water tussen die KKR skema en die rus te koppel. My departement speel 'n kernrol in die beplanning en die bestuur en die oorsig van die MIC-projekte in die Wes-Kaap. Die departement het hulp verleen ten opsigte van die aansoek vir droogtehulp vanaf die nasionale tesourie, nasionale rampbestuur om 'n noodwaterpyp van die Blossomsprojek, ondergrondse waterbronne Oudtshoorn in Augustus 2018 ter waarde van R30 miljoen en dan die ontplooiing van 'n ingenieur van die departement, meneer Chris Koch, wat in die tussentyd ook aansoek gedoen het en is aangestel in Oudtshoorn. Die B-gedeelte aan die agbare lid van die vraag, die monetêre waarde van die aangevraagde ondersteuning. Die eerste gedeelte, Duiseldorp, Varkieskloof en Vermaakrivier, nuwe boorgate, R970.000. Duiselsdorp de Rust, wateraanvulling 2,9 miljoen. Die MIC-aansoek van die KKR waterskema pipeline, de Rust, 5,8 miljoen. En dan die Oudtshoorn munisipaliteit, die noodwaterpipeline vanaf die Blossom tot in Oudtshoorn van nasionale tesourie 30 miljoen, totaal van 39,7 miljoen. Dankie.
Agbare Simmers.
Minister, baie dankie vir die antwoorde. Sal die hulp in bystand wat u aan Oudtshoorn verskaf, vorm dit deel van 'n breër en groter plan om volhoubare watervoorsiening aan hierdie areas wat u sopas genoem het te voorsien, want ons is bewus daarvan dat met klimaatsverandering die siklusse van droogte raak al hoe langer in die sentraal Karoo area en 'n volhoubare plan is nodig vir hierdie areas. Dankie minister.
Minister.
Dankie agbare speaker, deputy speaker en dankie aan die agbare lid vir die vraag. Al ons beleggings probeer ons doen in ons huidige waterplan. As ek dit sê, dan wil ek vir agbare lid sê dat ons besef dat die waterplan het ook sy tekorte en daarom is ons besig met ons nuwe waterplan. Ons kan nie bekostig om in wit olifante te belê, so ons moet in ons waterplan belê. Die area kry swaar onder droogte, die hele Karoo, hulle gemiddelde damvlakke is 18%. Ons moniteer dit baie noukeurig en in die volgende vraag sal ek ook van die volgende stappe wat ons besig is om te doen. Dit geld nie net vir Oudtshoorn nie, maar ook vir die breër Karoo deel van Kannaland, Beaufort West, al die areas op hierdie stadium kry redelik swaar en ons is besig met verskeie projekte om eers hierdie fase te oopbrug, maar ook om in ons waterplan te belê om langtermyn volhoubare watersekuriteit te verseker.
Honourable Diana.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My question is on Beaufort West. All of us were aware that the drought, Beaufort West has experienced severe drought in 2009. But now my question is why Beaufort West has not been treated equally so as the Oudtshoorn on the budget, because the budget of Oudtshoorn is more than Beaufort West. And we know that the people of Beaufort, the community of Beaufort West is drinking sewage water. Why is it not being treated equally? Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And the Honourable Member, I think the statement that Beaufort West is drinking sewage water is a bit unfair. They've got the first reclamation plant in South Africa. It's a project that they were very proud of. It's recycled sewage water that's so pure, but it's recycled, it's clean. It can't stink. It's so clean. No. And Honourable Chairperson, that I can assure you that nobody in this province is drinking sewage water. We monitor it very carefully. We're working with the municipality. There must also be discipline because the municipality must also explain why there's a 40% water loss. We need to get to grips with that. Currently, the
Order.
Explain as well. Everybody explains. And we've got the responsibility to see to it that every citizen in this province can live a life of dignity, and therefore you need a certain amount of water. It's not easy to get there. We've invested in several boreholes. We support Beaufort West. We've met last week with the municipal manager as well as the mayor, and we will keep on supporting them, but we also need to bring discipline in the system. We need to determine about the 40% water loss, because currently they've got actually enough water if they just manage it correctly. And longer term, obviously population growth and so forth, it's part of the longer term plan to secure water also for Beaufort West, as it is for Kannaland and the surrounding areas.
Thank you. We move on to, is there another follow-up? Honourable Diana.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm very disappointed with MEC's response. He's standing here and bragging about 39 boreholes. Those boreholes, 12 of them are not operational. But now he's standing here and claiming about the boreholes in Beaufort West. They must just say that if EDA doesn't care about Beaufort West municipal, it doesn't care about the community of Beaufort West, because in Beaufort West we are drinking sewage water
Diana, you
every
must ask
day.
a
There's
question.
No water at 10 o'clock in Beaufort West.
You must
but
order.
MEC is not doing nothing about Beaufort
No,
West.
you're out of order now. This is the purpose. This time you must ask a supplementary question relating to the question. The question relates to Oudtshoorn as far as I can see. But if you want to frame the question again, I'll allow you that. Is there a question?
I have, but MEC is just running away from
you. Then
Beaufort
you've
West
done your part.
story.
Thank you, Minister. If you want to respond to that, you're welcome.
I'm not running away from any question. The ANC pathetic ruling of Beaufort West is cause of the problem. And the 12 boreholes, the boreholes now, they ask a question, they don't want to hear the answer. We as a province has invested in boreholes. That's currently running and it works. Your underground water, you need to understand it. And you need to manage the underground water. And sometimes people sink a borehole and they do so much water then the other boreholes runs dry. It's part of this whole problem. Beaufort West, from where I'm standing, it's got a huge engineering and management problem that we need to sort out. And I said it from the beginning, we realized that we need to sort it out. Myself, and I will state it later on because there's another question on Oudtshoorn. The question was actually all on Oudtshoorn, not on Beaufort West. But I can assure you that.
Order. Minister Bradell, just 1 second. I did not pick up the meaning of the interjections there, Honourable Xilla.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, she says don't talk rubbish to me. So the Hansard can help you.
Order.
And what is also problematic, Honourable Deputy Speaker, what is important...
Order. Please come to order.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the point of order here is that we must treat each other with respect.
Order.
No amount of howling must help the opposition in disrespecting this side of the
I don't want to entertain a long discussion here. I will go back to Hansard and get the meaning of the interjection.
She actually said more.
And come back to the House. You can take your seat. Honourable Member, you may proceed. Minister, you may proceed.
Honourable Deputy Chair, the problem that I've got, to be quite honest with you, the Honourable Simmons has asked a question on Oudtshoorn. I really can't understand how any member of this parliament can stand up today here and tell me that they drink sewage water. That will be a criminal offence. They should lay a charge. I mean, so I don't know why you haven't, but why haven't you sent the complaint? We're there. I will drink it any time. We drink it all the time.
Order. Honourable Diana, order. Honourable Nakisela, take your seat, please. Take your seat. Please take your seat, Honourable Nakisela. Minister, please take your seat. Honourable Diana, please come to order now and stop shouting across the floor of the House. I will check Hansard, and if there's anything unparliamentary there, I will come back to the House. But we can't continue like this. Honourable Nakisela, I'm also talking to you. Please contain yourself. Minister, I want to proceed and finish off this question. Are you done? We then move on to the next question, which is question 7. Again, Honourable Simmers to Minister Bradell.
Weer eens aan die achtbare Simmers, baie dankie. Die vraag was oor die Blossoms-projek. Die eerste gedeelte...
Honourable Nakisela, order. We can't continue like this. Please contain yourself. And the two ladies at the back, the same apply to you. Minister, please proceed.
Ek gaan met die toestemming van die huis gaan ek weer achtbare Simmers vra. Dis 'n baie lang antwoord. dat ek so hier en daar net raak. Die eerste gedeelte, dat die Blossoms-projek, die Deep Wellfield projek, is 'n nasionale departement van water en sanitasie befondste projek. Die B-gedeelte is die lang gedeelte, net sommer vinnig. Die Oudtshoorn munisipaliteit benodig 'n bykomende waterbron. Ons almal weet dit en daar is baie navorsing gedoen, ook deur nasionaal. Die Blossoms-projek is 'n watervoorsieningsprojek vir die voorsiening van grondwater aan die hele gebied. Departement hoofmaats infrastruktuur toekenningsprojek met die beraamde begroting van 200 miljoen was in 2013 goedgekeur as deel van die ARBIC. Die konsultante en die kontrakteurs het die werk gestop in Maart 2015 weens die munisipaliteit wat sedert Desember 2014 nie hulle uitstaande fakture betaal het nie. So nou kan ons teruggaan en ons kan die hele geskiedenis gaan oproep. Onthou die munisipaliteit was toe onder administrasie geplaas, die projek het tot stilstand gekom. Nodeloos om te sê dat daar was 'n klomp probleme. Daar's 'n klomp vrae dat ook die munisipaliteit het tussendeur gesê hulle weet ook nie of daar eerstens genoeg water is wat hierdie kapitaalbelegging regverdig nie en dat daar 'n klomp studies gedoen moet word. Hulle was besig daarmee en ek is tans waar ek hier staan is ek besig met die minister Quinty se kantoor om 'n perseelinspeksie te gaan hou sodat ons vergewis daarvan, want jy sou gesien het hulle het weer 30 miljoen beskikbaar gestel sodat ons kan kyk of ons die water in Oudtshoorn kan kry. Ons kosteberaming is 80 miljoen, so daar gaan 'n 50 miljoen tekort wees. Maar tussen my en die nasionale departement is ons besig om ons dagboeke te reël sodat ons in Oudtshoorn kan uitkom om 'n perseelinspeksie te doen. Met toestemming van die agbare lid sal ek graag die res van die vraag, hier's 'n bietjie tegniese detail en die hoeveelheid water wat hulle tans kry ensovoorts is alles hier in vervat, dan kan ek dit inhandig. Anders kan hierdie vraag ons baie lank besig hou.
Reg so, minister. Is daar 'n opvolgvraag? Agbare stemmers?
Ja, dankie. Ek weet dit gaan 'n baie lange antwoord wees, so ek sal wag vir die antwoord. Minister, ek het net een opvolgvraag vir u. Minister, die insepsie van die Blossoms-projek was in die jaar 1999/2000. So hierdie projek kom al amper 20 jaar aan. En u het nog genoem dat die aanvanklike begroting was net oor die 200 miljoen. Gegee dat hierdie projek in 5 fases ingedeel was en is basies in 2015 gestop. So basies kom hy al deur 3 ANC en koalisieregerende partye. Hoeveel van die 200 miljoen wat aanvanklik sou begroot was, is al spandeer op 'n vrugtelose en nuttelose projek wat tans nog nie eens water voorsien aan Oudtshoorn nie? Dankie.
Minister.
Speaker, om regtig waarde toe te voeg tot die vraag, dink ek dat ons by die staande komitee dit sal moet kom antwoord. Want 'n deel van hierdie geld, omdat daai fakture nie betaal is ook in daai forensiese ondersoeke. So ons sal daardie feite vir die agbare lid en sy hele komitee beskikbaar stel en ek dink ons kan dan 'n meer in diepte debat hê oor die pad vorentoe.
Dankie minister. Ons gaan voort met die volgende vraag. Vraag 3, new questions. Honorable Botha to Minister Fritz. Minister Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The support to recovering addicts is given through aftercare services which are linked to the Department of Social Development funded organizations and MPOs and community-based treatment services in the Western Cape. The biggest network of support services for addicts are through self-help groups like the AA, the Afrikaanse Christelike Diens, the Al-Anon and Narcotics Anonymous. And these self-help groups are usually run by recovering addicts and are self-funded. They also cover smaller towns across the province.
Thank you. No follow-up, Honorable Botha.
Minister, can you tell us what is the role of the local drug action committee, if any, and if they are in existence for caring for recovering addicts in our rural areas?
Thank you, Member Botha, for that question. The local drug action committees are established throughout the province, specifically linked to the municipalities, and within every small town, it's actually a statutory obligation from the municipality to establish the local drug action committee, or called LDACs. In most cases, they draw up a plan for intervention to deal with any form of substance abuse in a particular area. They also elect a chairperson and a kind of a secretariat that deals at the local area with the challenges of that particular local area. And it's almost the whole idea of a community organization that's established in terms of the Substance Abuse Act. They also impact on the IDP of municipalities. And although it's very difficult to get any funding from municipalities, but they are linked to the municipalities through the IDPs, and priorities are always given where funds are available to also look at the kind of support and treatment centers in that area. So it's a very, very important point.
Honourable Gillian.
Speaker, I think you must call me out of order if my question is not right, if the minister can answer me. Because the issue is, the question is about the after rehab programs in the rural areas. Now, my question to the MEC is more based on the issue of the department and work that has been done by the department to make sure that we get more rehab centers in rural areas, because at the moment, if you look only, can the chief of justice, I'm very passionate about this. At the moment, if we look at Toevlug in Boland, MEC, I was contacted by a parent that they will only, their child will only be allowed next year, late next year.
Gillian, just get to the question.
So my follow-up is just, is there a plan to bring more of that centers into the rural
Thank
areas?
you, Minister.
It's slightly a new question, but I think it's an important question that you're asking, because in the Muscle Bay area, for instance, also the decentralization, we are now working with the municipality and private funders. Petro SA apparently is also going to assist to set up some of those treatment centers. But I want to make the important point.
Order. Minister, you're welcome to continue. Order.
Perhaps we need some. Perhaps you need to go to one of our centers for psychiatric evaluation. The point you're making, Honourable Gillian, is that is exactly the point about why the LDACs become so important, to identify those issues. And you're right, the queues for waiting is long, but we're really trying to also do out of center, outpatient treatment centers far more effectively. And I must say to you, I'm very excited with the new person who's been appointed for, I think, for social development in the city and for health, who will understand the issues. And in the city alone, we will work, and then to move to the rural areas with a similar plan. But the point I think you also reminded or came back to is the step-down program. And the nice thing with the LDAC, the Local Drug Acts, it takes the whole continuum of services, from the treatment right to the step-down, right to how do we link it to jobs, because we've seen the value of actually getting people into jobs, not relapsing. So I think it's an important point that we need to just work together and also create psychiatric treatment for Minister Yankee. Thank you.
Honourable Botha.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I just want to check with the Minister on the West Coast. Is in all the 5 municipalities on the West Coast, is the LDAC in existence in that area?
Thank you. Yes, in most of right up to I know in Matikama. And I've also taken, for the honourable members, I've taken the secretariat of the LDAC from the department into the ministry so that there can be some form of independence and make independent kind of comments and observations and not be linked to the department and to the program, because sometimes there can be some kind of cover-ups around that. I think that's an important point. And then there was one other important point to the Honourable Yankee, through you, Speaker. It's exactly because of the drug master plan that we are talking about that plan. So the poor member must really he must go and read this stuff and go to some committees to understand. And Honourable Gillian must give him some education there next door. He needs education desperately.
Thank you, Minister. You've made your point. Order. We proceed. The 4th question, I think, will stand over or fall away in the absence of the Minister. Question 5, Honourable Makaleni to Minister Fritz again. Minister Fritz.
Thank you. Ja, is werk vandaag, man. Thank you, Honorable Gillian. And unfortunately, I hope they watch it on television, but the distortion of newspaper articles, and specifically through the independent group.
Honorable Yankee, order.
The Cape Times actually published my op-ed. The August completely distorted. They found you very nice and they completely. We were never cutting, and I will give you practical examples around what happened to 5 of those organizations. I will give you practical examples. But just to say, it is important to begin by stating that the successful registration of an MPO, when you register as an MPO with the Department of Social Development nationally, that doesn't mean, and that doesn't guarantee that you are going to get funding. And I mean, anyone can just think the logic around that. To receive funding, the applying NPO need to ensure the following: that its application is in response to a call for funding, a funding proposal in terms of the department's 3-year funding cycle. That its application responds clearly and directly to the services. Let me repeat, as Honorable Kivada will say, for the services and other specifications. So it's a very specific response for, so I can't have a, now just to make it very clear, I can't if I call for proposals for youth and I say, what exactly new development? They must respond to that as a criteria to qualify for funding. And those specifications in the call for the proposals that we're talking about. And then thirdly, that its system of governance, financial management, and other processes are functional and in place. Funding applicants and applications are considered in accordance with a business plan, not a drug action plan that man wants in the back, a business plan. And the necessary application forms submitted by the MPO. The business plan must speak directly to the services required by DSD. Now before, I think some of you are afraid, before it was just a general thing and anyone just did what they wanted to. It must be services linked to us and specifically with regard to what we need. Yeah, I think I actually agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Makaleni.
Deputy Speaker, maybe I should assist the Minister. The particular NGO I'm talking about is in Didorans. It's operating in the municipal building outside the municipal building because they do not have the venue, they do not have access to the venue, but they've listed the municipality as their address. And secondly, this matter was brought to the Minister's attention in 2013. In fact, Member Porter and Member Mitchell can vouch for me. This is what we pick up from the NCOP visit. So it has absolutely nothing to do with the media. It has to do with something that we found ourselves on our oversight. So I wanted to understand if there was never a monitoring and evaluation in the past 2 years and since 2013, in fact, why this organization keeps on getting funding from the department. You've made your point.
Honorable Yankee, you're starting to irritate this chair now by making comments all the time.
Honorable
Minister, you may proceed.
Speaker, I'm answering the question that I see here in front of me. It asks, what criteria does this department apply? She never says anything about the DOTS or any organization. It's just absurd. Nonsense.
Thank you, Minister. You've made your point. Honorable Botha first, and then I'll see the Honorable McLean again. Honorable Botha.
Minister, can you tell us what are the implications of NPOs being non-compliant for everyday residents in, how does it affect them? If an NGO, you must listen to me, if an NGO is non-compliant. Can you praat on it?
Minister?
I think there were a couple of, and let me deal with those, as I said, I will speak to those 5. One of the 5 was, they came to us, and let me name them, CAVDA, Cape Flats Development Organization. They came to us and they said, they're not going to provide or supply or give or provide any child protection services anymore. And so, in other words, all the time we funded them for child protection services, they decided they're not going to do those services, provide those services anymore. And so, and by the way, historically, everyone who knows a bit of Grassy Park, Cape Flats area will know there was a building called the CAFDA building for years. I'm all there for more than 50. On, what's it road, St. George's Drive. They sold the building to a big insurance company for a lot of money. They moved to Skarpkraal, far away from where people are living. And then they say, oh, they now want to do community development. We asked them, what does that mean? Oh, a bit of youth, nice to have. And the point I want to make, we said, no, we will not. We require the service that we need. There were huge protests from Lavendale, from Grassy Park, around them selling the building. Then they're the first to run to the press and say, we stopped the funding. Well, we did stop the funding. We do not apologize for it if they get that. But to get to you, madam, if you are not financially compliant, because the AG also go and check on these. I mean, we probably the AG go to 300 of our organizations. Not financially, administratively compliant. I'm sorry, we don't fund you. We stop it immediately. First help you and try and become compliant. But if you're still not, then we unfortunately, because we work with all this honorable taxpayers' money, who's sitting here, it's their money, that is the funding. Thank you.
Honorable.
No, we swear at you, Mr.
Honorable Makaleni.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The question still remains. The attention of this NGO was brought in front of the minister in 2013. And once again, everything that he said is not been done in this particular NGO. It continues to receive money even though they don't comply. Now, this is what I want to understand. What are they doing with those funded NGOs that continue to receive money from the department?
Thank you, Minister.
Honorable Chair, Speaker, that is not proper. FC must give me the name so I will check it myself. And I will go stop the funding person. It's not in here. I mean, they ask for general criteria. What's the name van die question?
Minister, if you concluded, then are you done?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. We will then proceed to the next question. Question 6. Honourable Ace to Minister Grant. Minister Grant. Minister Grant, you may proceed.
Deputy Speaker, I hope that my colleague hasn't annoyed the opposition too much this evening. I just hope they calm down. But thank you to the Honourable Ace for the question. The response is as follows. In terms of A, the provincial road network has 15 arch bridges, which are recorded on our bridge management system. These bridges are constructed in the following regional areas of the Western Cape: the Cape Winelands, the Garden Route, Overberg, and the West Coast. B, how does the cost of an arch bridge compare with that of other bridges? The costs associated with different bridge options are influenced by key design and constructability criteria, which are project-specific. Costs are therefore relative when comparing bridge options. For example, a single-span arch bridge costs less than an equal-span cable-stayed bridge, but more than a multiple-span voided slab deck. Each option has its own specific application. For this project, an arch bridge was appropriate given the single-span length required. In response to C, why was it decided to build an arch bridge at Ashton? The arch bridge was the only technical solution that fully satisfied all the key design and constructability criteria, whilst providing risk mitigation benefits and an aesthetically pleasing solution. The criteria included hydraulic efficiency, construction flood risk, geometric alignment, traffic accommodation, aesthetics, and constructability. And then finally, D, at what cost? The estimated cost of the arch bridge at the time of the decision in March 2013 was 85 million rand. The total final cost of the bridge will only be available on completion of the contract.
Agbaruys.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. You said the cost of the bridge was 84 million rand in 2013. Now we're in 2019 almost. Of course, the bridge is standing still now, and that's another issue. But I'm sure you must have made some projection in terms of what's happening there. Because getting to the question, and that's part of that, the projection that you've made, asking almost like any engineer, except the ones that designed that bridge, everybody's saying it's an overkill that took place there. It's too it's not cost effective. And I would like to get your comment on that. And where do we stand with that project at this moment in time for that specific bridge?
Deputy Speaker, the bridge is not standing still. May I ask the member when he was last there? In fact, one of our members, we have a caretaker contractor who is making progress on the contract. So that's it. And in terms of the cost of the contract, that bridge is part of the total cost of the contract. So historically it was that price, and it's going to be a fantastic bridge when it's completed. And that's the end of the answer to the question.
Honourable Oates.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, that's the problem. It's a fantastic bridge, but it's an overkill bridge that you see there. I'm sure if there was any proper oversight in this cabinet, and I'm looking at the MEC of Finance as well, they should have called you in Treasury, because there is a major problem what's happening there. You can ask any engineer what's happening in Ashton. I mean, if you look at that construction in Ashton, when last were you there? I was there a week ago, and that I can maybe ask you. There's nobody, Honourable MEC, working on that bridge. But you don't want to answer us, what is the cost of that bridge? You must have done some projection. How do you budget,
Thank you,
Honourable
Minister.
MEC, if there's no projection from 2013 to 2019?
Minister, you may proceed.
Chairperson, a lot of assumption and hot air from the Honourable.
No.
And let me say, there's no need to do a projection. It's part of the contract cost. And let me say, your assumption, you know, that this is a glamorous overkill bridge. Yeah, now let me give you the criteria for a tied arch bridge. Hydraulic efficiency, double tick. This is the criteria one uses. And if you, and obviously what happens, Deputy Speaker, as a result of a previous question from the Honourable Ace, I think the Honourable Ace, did you read my response? You did. Well, did you notice there were green ticks for every aspect of this bridge, which led to the engineers making the solution that they did? Thank you.
Honourable Inana. Honourable Inana.
Correctly, when you say that we have got 15 such bridges across the province, my question to you is, for the same reason that bridge was built in Ashton, is there any area where the same reasons exist that we can build the same bridge in those areas?
Deputy Speaker, to answer the question, there are similar types of design with arches in order to carry weight or the stress of the road or the load it has to carry. And everyone is site specific. So this bridge was built relative to the specific requirements at this location. But yes, to answer the member, there are a number of other bridges, 15 in all, and if you'd like to know the bridge numbers and their locations, I'm very happy to give you a copy of it so you can go and see what's in our inventory of arch bridges in the Western Cape.
Honourable Ace, your last opportunity.
This project started at the cost of plus minus 700 million rand. Where do we stand with the project now, and when will it be concluded?
Minister.
Jy kan nie verantwoording doen nie, man.
Deputy Speaker, with the greatest respect, new question.
Order.
The cost is the cost.
Order.
You
I
see,
cannot.
you're hiding something.
Order.
The cost is round about 500 million in total.
Thank you. That disposes of this question. We move to question 7. Honourable Ace to again to Minister Grant. Minister Grant, the next question, question 7.
Okay, let's find it. No, I'm not lost. Are you just waking up? Deputy Speaker, the answer is yes. Discussions have taken place regarding the expansion of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament accommodation. The Department of Transport and Public Works has requested the Western Cape Provincial Parliament to formally register the additional accommodation need in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament's UAMP document for the Department of Transport and Public Works to investigate options to accommodate the need. The final UAMP for 2019-2020 financial year is due for submission on the 15th of February 2019.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, are you saying, Honourable MEC, that there was no UAMP registered up to now to increase the accommodation for this provincial parliament? Because the communication that we get is that there's a request for the 3rd floor to come to the provincial parliament, and you're now saying there's no such request and it must only be submitted in 2019, and then we know the process. It's like 2, 3, 4 years for you to actually implement anything.
Minister.
The Honourable Ace, Deputy Speaker, mustn't put words in my mouth. What I said, there's been no formal request, and our advice is that that formal request be put in with specific details so that we can investigate it and put it into play in the 2019-20 financial year. And I'm surprised at the Honourable Ace, because he sits on that committee. So why doesn't he give us what their needs are instead of playing games with the Honourable, our Chief Whip, for months and years now about the size of this particular parliament? So when you tell us what you want, we will give you an answer.
Honourable Wiley first, then I'll see Honourable Ace first, Mr. Honourable Chief Whip.
The Minister has half answered my question, but
Order.
The first informal discussion.
Hang on, 1 second. Honourable
First
Diana.
informal discussion with the Minister was about 3 years ago when we thought that we would have an arrangement when the members on the other side. Is that about correct? No, they flip-flop. Is that correct? Is that
a question or a statement? Honourable Ace, you may proceed.
You see how they wasted time, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I asked the question whether there's any request. Now the Honourable MEC is playing within formal and non-formal. It's not for me as a member of the opposition to complete the UAMPs. I can't do it. You know that very well. I'm not playing games. Now it's been delayed and it's very clear. Let me ask you something related to that, Honourable MEC. This building is still not fire compliant. There's still no fire certificate. Your department has been committed itself that it will be fire compliant. When will this building be fire compliant?
That is slightly new question, but Mr. Grant, if you want to
Deputy
proceed, you may.
Speaker, it's not slightly a new question, it's a completely new question.
It's your assessment, Honourable Ace.
No, Honourable Deputy Speaker. The question on the order paper is related to the accommodation here. And to ask a question around fire compliance of accommodation, and you make a joke of that, where you know this building is not fire compliant and you don't want to answer that question. That's terrible and that's bad and that's not fantastic. So please answer that.
It's not terrible, Deputy Speaker, it's not terrible and it's not bad, but it is a new question. Is that in your question? No, it's not. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. We move on to the following next question, question 8. Order. Honourable Beerwinkel. Question number 8, Honourable Botha to Minister Fritz. Minister Fritz.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Department of Social Development provides funding to qualifying registered MPOs. Oh, yeah. Okay, can I?
You may proceed.
Deputy Speaker. The Department of Social Development provides funding to qualifying registered MPOs who operate the youth cafes in the province. Through the participation in the program offered at the youth cafes, need youth are exposed to opportunities available at TVET institutions and other linkages. Last year, there were 15,055 need youths who benefit from the youth cafes. The Department of Social Development, through its 6 regional offices, also link young people to a variety of opportunities, including bursaries and access to TVET institutions. So we channel them to get access to those bursaries and access to TVET institutions. Furthermore, the department has a memorandum of understanding in place with the Falls Bay College, West Coast College, and Signa Academy, with the aim of maintaining a relationship that may also open opportunities for young people who are classified as needs.
Honourable, no follow-up. We can then. Is there follow-up, Honourable Botha?
Deputy Speaker, if Minister can just tell us what is some of the biggest challenges that NEET youth face when they are integrated into workspaces?
Thank you. Thanks, Honourable Botha. That's a very important question. Because many times we say they are not bursaries, we say they are not jobs, we say they are not this or that. And when we in fact get jobs in certain communities, I can tell you, well, the kind of issue sometimes of not preparing young people before they go in to take up any of the jobs. Because they go to a party over a particular weekend, on a Monday they're just all absent. We also have the same challenge in some of our government institutions, in child and youth care centres, where we deliberately targeted young people from our programs to be trained as child and youth care workers. And there are a number of problems that we have with not turning up for work. Remember, these are places where you work 27/7. It's like Christmas when you all celebrate. Those people are working. But the issue around absenteeism, around just irresponsibility in terms of, you know, if you had a party the weekend, people just don't come to work. That's the kind of challenges that we have. And so what we're busy with now through the Chrysalis program and some of the extended programs is to see how do we prepare young people from our communities who have gone through a tremendous amount of trauma in their lives or any other. How do you do the psychosocial development of those young people, Mr. Deputy Speaker? And that, I think, we have seen already the kind of results at Woolworths where people are actually coming to work and they actually have a drive to improve their qualifications and to move up. But the point is really to create a space and opportunity for young people to be empowered through, first, I think, the whole process of that's personal issues that they have encountered. Many of our young people don't have fathers who ever played a role in their lives. Those kind of issues, and then to let them move into the job space. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We proceed to the next question, which is question number 9. Honourable Casella to Minister Bredell. Minister Bredell.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. Deputy Speaker, preparations are underway in the Western Cape for the approaching summer fire season, which typically runs from October to April each year. The fire risk in this province is exacerbated by the effects of droughts and lower than normal rainfall, coupled with high biomass fuel load. The higher population density often leads to higher incidences of fire. This is evident where the wildland and urban areas interface. Vulnerable socio-economic conditions further increase the risk of fire-prone communities. Early detection and reporting are the cornerstone in minimizing the impact of the hostile fires, the latter coupled with a rapid response and initial attack strategy maximizes the chances of controlling or suppressing fires at the earliest possible opportunities. The Western Cape has a comprehensive integrated fire management strategy which include awareness and advocacy programs. This strategy is the culmination of the coordinated year-round planning process which includes all major role players, statutory bodies, exist at all spheres of government to ensure proper coordination and implementation at all levels. Honourable Deputy Chairperson, the formal Memorandum of Agreement and Service Levels Agreement give effect to the Western Cape Summer Fire Season Plan. The strategy provides inter alia for the strategic placement of additional ground and aerial resources throughout the Western Cape Province. A total of 20 aircraft comprised of both fixed wing as well as helicopters will be available for the duration of the fire season. A specialized ground team will also be available to assist municipalities whenever needed. The Memorandum of Agreement between the Department of Local Government and the Working on Fire programs furthermore ensure that the availability of additional ground support in the event of major fires or similar events. Thank you.
Thank you. As a follow-up, Honourable Nikusila.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Minister. In the event of the fires, for instance, that we've seen in the Southern Cape, the Garden Route District municipality areas, how do you see the future in terms of mitigating such severe fires, and also the relationship that, Minister, you have with other partners like the SANDF and so forth and so forth?
Honourable Deputy Chairperson, to the Honourable Member, it's a very difficult one. We had a very bad start to this fire season, to be quite honest. In the first 2 weeks, we had 7 big fires. We lost, I think, around about 2,500 informal dwellings. That's terrible, and that put a lot of pressure on all departments, from my colleague Minister Fritz's department, Minister Jalf's department. All our departments needs to come together to support and to help those families. The wildfire in George was more or less 4 times the fire in Knysna. If you look at the area it covers, it left a fire scar of around about 90,000 hectares. And if you look at the alien plants in that area, it's really problematic. Some of those areas, it burned 45 years, or it's got plant growth of 45 years. So it was terrible conditions to work in. I can state it that if we haven't had this service delivery agreements, if we haven't had the partners on board, and Working on Fire was one of the big partners here, who sent us, I think it was 280 odd people from Free State to come and support us, we would have been in big trouble. So those partnerships helped us a lot. Going forward, I think we've got the right plan on the table, because we managed to put out 95% plus of our fires in the first hour. It's the fires that we don't get to in the first hour that's problematic. I also think going forward, obviously we do more research, and we're busy with the University of Stellenbosch, especially in our informal settlements, because of the terrain, the movement between the houses, the building material that people use. We can better on those kind of items. I still believe the smoke alarm is playing a huge role to help us to safeguard people's lives, at least. But going forward, we will also need to implement and look at the lessons we've learned in Knysna, and especially on alien clearing, because I think there's a huge job opportunity in alien clearing also, and also to secure our water resources going forward. aliens play a huge role. A big pine tree or blue gum tree uses anything from 400 to 600 liters of water a day. But the cutting of those trees is also a skilled job. We need to train those people. It can't be just a normal EPWP work. But how are we going to manage and keep actually this 90,000 hectares clear? It's a plan. We've got people on the ground there looking at, first of all, doing assessment of the damage, and secondly, looking how we can prevent any landslides if there's floods now coming, and then also how we're going to control the aliens going forward. My faith is in the teams that we need to come with the plan. We've managed to be, to an extent, successful in Knysna, but there's still areas that now the aliens is more than a year old, and we haven't got to those aliens, and now we must cut them. We can't just spray them. So it's very important that we do come up with a plan to control aliens going forward. I thank you.
Honourable Ace, can I just say the time for questions has expired, but we'll finish this question first.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Speaker, to the MSC, at the first council meeting of the district municipality, now the Garden Route District Municipality, after the fires, they identified certain gaps in combating not only it, but also in evacuation and communication. Did they communicate that to you? Are you instituting an investigation to pick up on those issues, especially where one of your DA members, Eleanor Bouspies, identified that it was total chaos on the ground when 200 people in Reenendaal had to be evacuated. Just to hear your answer on it, are you investigating it properly and come up with proper recommendations to improve on activation, evacuation, and, of course, communication?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the follow-up question. Yes, we first of all investigate all fires to first of all determine the cause and then also we use it as part of our ongoing research, always how to better looking how the functioning of the whole disaster management center during those days. I spent myself a lot of hours in that disaster management center to pick up on the ground the issues. And there was a lot of lessons to be learned, especially in communication. Social media is difficult to deal with, to get ahead of social media. And I think in George's case, the lessons we've learned in Knysna has helped us a lot, because also remember in Knysna, the comms went also down for 24 hours. This time the comms didn't went down. We managed to get the right information out ahead of time, but still there's panic. And how to get the right message out but not cause panic is a fine balance. But definitely, we learn lessons. We get a report on each fire of these big fires, and we will definitely make it part of our planning going forward. Thank you.
Honourable Xilla first, and then Honourable Ace. I'll come back to you.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, one of the challenges is what we've seen with the fires in the informal settlements. And whilst one sympathizes with the people and, of course, appreciates the work that has been done by volunteers in all these fires, what is it that we can do, Honourable Minister, I think your department, in order to increase the appetite for the municipalities to take the smoke fire alarms and the implementation in all the municipalities? We can't continue having these kind of fires displacing people, where we can invest in the smoke fire alarms that have been tested to be successful in your department.
Minister.
Thank you. I think part of our strategy is to build capacity. We help municipalities, especially the municipalities. We've started off on the main routes, the N1, N2 municipalities, to support them to get fire trucks and so forth going. So equipment, the right equipment is very important to support our ground crews. The smoke alarm was tested now for around about the last 4 years. We haven't lost one life in the areas which we put it in. The university work with us, the Breda Valley Municipality in the pilot phase work with us, also Scottsdene. And we're very pleased, and we think that it's definitely one of the items that can make a huge difference. And I'm busy and I've discussed it with the City of Cape Town also. We need partners in this. As a province, we can't do it alone. So we need the buy-in of all the municipalities. I've got a meeting tomorrow again with all the mayors to again try and get them on board. But not only the mayors, we must then also get some companies involved to help us to invest in the smoke alarms. I think that will help us a lot going forward.
Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Deputy Speaker, the department is working very closely with working on fire, of course. Now we've seen another serious and a fatal accident with a UE helicopter. I know at one stage you grounded the helicopters, and I don't think it's good enough only to refer to civil aviation and say, well, they must also play their role. When are you going to get to the point where you say we're not going to use working on fire anymore if they use the UE helicopters? What we are actually doing is by paying them, we are also putting the lives of people at risk, not only in the helicopter itself, but also on the ground. And I would really urge you to reconsider paying for UE helicopters being in the air.
Minister.
Deputy Chairperson, to be quite honest with you, it's a very technical question. It's a very complex scenario. If the maintenance, and I can't... obviously, there's huge investigations going on. Over the last 3 years, we've lost 4 UE helicopters. We don't only work with working on fire. We've got also as a partner South Africa Air Force. Let's leave it there. We're busy looking at also private people, but also the other day, I can show the photos. Also, one of the private helicopters has gone down. It's very difficult flying circumstances. It's difficult to control this whole environment, but obviously we're in the hands of the experts to come up. I still believe that the Working on Fire program is a brilliant program, how we manage it and going forward, and I'm also hope that one day we will shift it from environmental affairs to disaster management nationally. I think it should fit better there, and I'm worried that in the multi-year budget of national, I don't see any allocations to working on fire. I've alerted the national minister, said we need to, because without a national program overseeing and supporting us, no province will survive. Thank you.
Thank you. We've reached the end of questions. Can I just say that question 10 would be withdrawn? Question 10 has been withdrawn. The replies to the remainder will be printed up in Hansard, taken up in Hansard. We move on to statements by members, and I first see the DA. Honourable Botha.
Deputy Speaker, on the 17th of October, I was duly elected as acting chairperson for the Standing Committee on Education. At the time, while the committee was deliberating a piece of groundbreaking legislation in terms of education in this country, Deputy Speaker, instead of deliberating on desperately needed educational reform, patriarchy and abuse dominated the committee. On this day, the ANC's members Dugmore and Olivier were on a mission to belittle and undermine my chairpersonship with all their might. Unfortunately, these members let their testosterone and ego get the better of them and made the mistake of assuming that being a woman, I would entertain and succumb to their brutish tactics to bulldoze through ill-informed opinions and party propaganda in the committee. By failing to recognize me as the presiding officer of the committee and acting in a patronizing and demeaning manner, these members exposed their own insecurities as men in a male-dominated field where a woman held a position of power. It is sad to think that these members represent hundreds of thousands of women in their constituencies. And on the eve of the 16 days of activism of no violence against women and children, they will be on the forefront of arranging programs around this theme. Their behavior was a complete disregard of the very principles that their own organization is built on. It is as though these members have forgotten that their very own Freedom Charter makes provision for a woman to be treated as equals to their male counterparts. On the day of this committee, what the behavior showed is what I loathe in anyone who attempts to call themselves honorable man. Deputy Speaker, it is shameful that these two men are still granted the privilege of having their names addressed with honor when their conduct fills me with disdain and disgust. Deputy Speaker, in looking back on that day and looking at these members now.
Order. Member Bertha, I've given you injury time already, so I think it's fair that you've stopped there.
Speaker, I just want to finish.
Please take.
Deputy Speaker, looking back on that day and looking at these members now, all I see is two pathetic bullies who have no regard or respect for myself as a woman and an official member of this House.
Order. Order. Please come to order. Honourable Makaleni. Honourable Bertha, I addressed you when you were busy, when you actually reached the end of the time, and I asked you to conclude. You continued to speak. Please do not try to do it again.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, that's quite correct.
Order.
But the honourable member said stupid and bullies to honourable members. I wanted to withdraw that, please.
I will have a look at the wording. I didn't pick it up. I will come back if necessary. I see the ANC.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. What a flop the DA's attempt is to put up a candidate to follow up the Honourable Premier Nzile's her term and soon. The DA opted to fill the Honourable MEC Allen Windy as her successor in the DA, if he can manage to win the upcoming election. But the DA support dwindles daily because it is a bad government and the MC has no...
Honourable Gaka, I can't hear you because of your own members behind you. Honourable Kaleni, please come to order.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. But the DA support dwindles daily because it is a bad government and the MEC has no own political traction. The DA rejected every candidate of color, but the DA stuck with the MEC of failures. The one that failed 2 years in a row to get a clean audit at agriculture, as he cannot run a provincial department properly. Good performance is not the measure of the DA, as this MEC has not performed noteworthy. The Honourable Wind is not fit for purpose, and the DA should ditch him soonest. What was even more bizarre was how Windy was demoted from economic position to a lesser portfolio to run a beauty-like popularity contest. Windy replaced gangster's friend Lil Dan Plato, who was redeployed to Cape Town, on top of what the DA robs every department to give Windy a dowry to buy blue T-shirts. The DA is said to be losing more support with those steps and Windy.
The DA next.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, the Democratic Alliance in the Western Cape is gravely concerned that the ANC municipal debt to ESCOM has ballooned by 20.2% in 6 months under the watch of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Minister Zweli Mkhize. According to reports, municipal debt to South Africa's power utility ESCOM amounted to a whopping 13.57 billion rands at the end of March 2018. While Minister Mkhize was waltzing from pillar to post in a sluggish attempt to find a solution to this collapse in payment, municipal debt skyrocketed by 20.2% to an unprecedented high of 17 billion rands. And this is in 1 year. Just earlier this year, the PIC agreed to finance 5 billion rands to bail out ESCOM. And this is despite the unstable and lack of financial discipline. And this is one good money after bad. I am pleased that the DA-led Western Cape continues to boast the largest concentration of municipalities with clean and sound financial management, which has prevented service delivery collapse akin to those experienced in ANC delivery in ANC municipalities. This is clearly indicative of the difference between the good governance of the DA and the ANC's culture of corruption. And I must say, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that the DA in this province will continue to be a bastion of good hope and a bastion of good governance, and will continue to guarantee people of this province that you are in safe hands and you will continue to deliver services for all people in all communities of this province. I thank you.
Thank you. The EFF. Honourable Joseph.
Ek het nou lekker in vandag toe.
Order.
Parents plead for government police to work with them, noting the concern of the communities of the Western Cape pertaining to the vulnerable groups and children in specific. Further note that rape and murder is a challenge and needs to be addressed. Increase in violent child deaths. The inquiry is giving people to be heard. The children could be heard in their views of their rights to safety. Further noting that ignoring trauma does not mean it disappears. Therefore, it needs to resolve that a formal inquiry needs to be established through government. I thank you.
Thank you. That was a statement, not a motion, I take it, because it's in the form of a motion, but it's a statement. The DA, Honourable Joseph. The microphone is not on there? Okay.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 38 people have been arrested as a service delivery protest, turned violent in the West Coast. Protest was said to be in the name of poor service delivery and housing that were to be received some years ago. This political motivated protest seeks to sketch a picture of poor governance by the DA in the Western Cape. Protests have threatened individuals from getting to their jobs, and matriculants risk not being able to write exams if this protest intensifies. Service delivery efforts have been delayed and 11 police vehicles have been damaged. The National Minister's inclusive development of the poor with regard to service delivery and its relation to high crime incidents undermines the Western Cape government's efforts. We have called on additional police and specialized units to promote a safer environment. Well done, DA, mission accomplished. We have been doing well with limited funding and performed well above our expectations. And the Premier Zille has stated that the province have grown by 30% in 15 years. However, our government is still managed to create 60% of SA's jobs in 9 years, and that is good for our economic well-being. We will not accept these attempts by the ANC of the EFF that keeps on with incidents to attempt to declare the Western Cape ungovernable. Protests early this year on sporadic and land grab attempts showed that the ANC neglected to accelerate land reform. State-owned enterprises have been collapsing, and the VBS bank scandal are only a few of these daily nightmares that the public must now endure. Despite these efforts, the DA in the Western Cape will continue to commit ourselves to accountable governance that prevents corruption with resentful affects the public and especially the poor. Currently, about 5,000 people have illegally today taken to the streets trying to disrupt services, throwing rocks and stones at the police. We do not approve of this violence that threatens people's lives and destroy property.
Last sentence.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see the ANC. Honourable Gillian.
Speaker, under the DA and Honourable Premier Helen Zille, the Kailitsa flagship hospital in 6 years since its opening, is now as a bad place for people to die, waiting to get attention or treatment. Severe overcrowding with patients sleeping in chairs or on floors. Crippling staff shortages with high levels of resignations due to abuse. Terrible mismanagement, fragmented services, and even corruption thrives as services decline. The critical crisis is worsened by the DA's closure of the Gieste Hospital that left the people of Guguletu and Menenberg putting more pressure on the Kailitsa death trap. And the promised replacement hospital is still nowhere to be found. Bad stories prove the Provincial Health Department suffered from a very serious DA condition of not caring for poor and vulnerable people. In fact, the DA lay bare as not the best run province. The MEC and departments refuse to properly account to people's representatives in Parliament's National Council of Provinces. It is unacceptable that constitutional oversight is disregarded while some arrogant leaders leave people unattended in long lines, closing facilities and treat people poorly. It seems stealing money for the poor to buy blue T-shirts for the DA campaign under its new premier candidate gets priority. The DA must now fire the health MEC.
I see the DA. The DA, Honourable Philander.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In 10 days, we will again highlight the disastrous cases of abuse against women and children within the period of 16 days of activism. Let us also align our focus to discriminatory, neglect, sexual, verbal, financial, psychological, and emotional abuse. Agbare Speaker, laat ons ook vandag ons hand in eie boesem slaan. Let us be frank. Women abuse women as well. When we say not in my name, we mean to all forms of violence and abuse. I urge women to stand up and take their place in society. We live in an age where women today still have to sleep with men for a job opportunity in order to provide for their families. We need to confine in and support our sisters. Down with the patriarchy of men valued more than women. Speaker, sadly so, our Minister for Women in the presidency is very much still fast asleep on the true emancipation of women and children, and are useless in addressing the plight of women and children. Deputy Speaker, gender-based violence do not distinguish between rural and urban. Why should anyone else? During the past week, the Western Cape High Court saw success in convicting 6 men facing charges of rape, abuse, and murder, and bringing some justice to women and children, and some sort of closure to these mourning families. We are saddened by these incidents and condemn acts of this nature. It is thus important that we lead the way for our children and youth, encouraging them to speak out against abuse. Women as the mothers, the sisters, the aunts, and the omas, stand up and take your place. One life lost to any form of abuse is one life too much. Deputy Speaker, our communities long for peace, for harmony, and a one South Africa for all. Our kids need to be kids, to safely play the streets,
Time is expired. Just finish off. Your time is
and
expired.
live a happy life. May we rise, may we too say support and fight all forms of abuse
Thank you,
against
Member. Your
women
time
and
is
children.
expired. I see the ACDP.
Deputy Speaker, today the burger read as follows. Nysna burgemeester DA dagvaar eie regskommissie. The DA cannot refrain from scoring own goals. The DA Federal Legal Commission handed down its judgment in the appeal by Councillor Myers and Mayor Willemse against the Provincial Disciplinary Committee findings against them. The FLC panel upheld the appeal and rescinded all sanctions against Councillor Myers and Willemse. This was not just based on technicalities or on procedural grounds, as wrongly alleged in the press release by James Self, chairperson of the FCL, and Jaco Lond of the DA regional chairperson. The DA leadership, in the form of James Self and Jaco Lond, are proving to be sore and irrational losers. They have stated that they are taking legal advice with a view to taking the findings, their own FLC, on review to the High Court. What samples? Surely the adults in the room must now concede that Myers and Willemse have been right all the way wrong, and that the national and provincial leadership must come behind Mayor Willemse and Councillor Myers and support good governance. This is what the DA claimed to do, good governance. Now they must stand behind Mayor Willemse and Councillor Myers, and they are now taking them apart. The DA firmly removed Martin Young as councillor the same day when Myers and Willemse appeal was successful. Despite Young's claim that he was not pushed, the DA pushed him out to make room for Michelle Wasserman as the male pretender. That is what's happened. Lond and Self have therefore not wasted any time in making the next move to remove the effect of Mayor Willemse and Portfolio Chairperson Councillor Myers. I thank you.
Thank you. Your time has expired. The ANC, Honourable Diana.
Thank you, Speaker. Western Cape DA leader.
Order. Order. Honourable Diana has the floor.
Western Cape DA leader, Honourable MEC Bonkosi Madikizel, is again overseas on holiday and not building houses. This globe-trotting and cake-eating MEC does not care for the plight of poor and vulnerable people, as he does not stick to building houses or set targets. This shows how bad the DA government is. With housing as one of the biggest needs in our community, the MEC plays around with words on what his job should be. With adequate housing as one of the biggest shortages and backlogs in this province, he complains about not being able to provide proper homes to people, but fails to fully spend his budget as intended. Instead, the MEC has moving targets and adjusts these at will. He is more interested in cutting and looting his budget to buy blue T-shirts for political campaigning. What we see instead is that the provision of social housing numbers nosedive, rental stock neglected, and problems creeping in everywhere. What we hear is many excuses that sound more like attempts to hide incompetency and cover up of poor management. From private land to informal settlements are used as smoke screens for poor work. These all result into citizen dissatisfaction and protest that is again sweeping the province. That MEC must be fired today.
Thank you. We move on to the last one, the DA. Honourable Maseko.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the DA in the Western Cape places value in the provision of quality houses to the residents of our province. For us, this is not a mere tick box exercise. Housing provision is about restoring dignity and instilling pride in our people. The Department of Human Settlements has delivered more than 166,000 housing opportunities since 2009. This has been done with a clear view to correct the injustices of the past. With housing opportunities, it will never be enough. We need to acknowledge that with unemployment, there are challenges. We prioritize provisions of houses that are connected to the grid with running water and proper sanitations. Reality is making sure priority is given to the most vulnerable. The challenges that we experience shouldn't turn our communities into crime hotspots. The sporadic land invasions and izinyoka should be condemned as they put a lot of strain on municipalities, especially in rural communities who rely also on electricity tariffs for revenue generation. We appeal to the communities to desist from activities that will set them back. If municipalities are crippled, they will not be able to deliver the most basic services. The housing projects need continuous engagement, as nothing for the people can happen without the people. Most importantly, the challenges we come across shouldn't justify engaging in any illegal activity. Let us not allow hidden forces to distract us, as their only resolve is to destabilize the Western Cape government. For development to take place, it will require both government and the people to work together and forge lasting partnerships. Let me commend Minister Bokinkosi Madigizela and his department for intervening in every housing delivery protest in places like Zwelihle Sekalo, to name a few.
Just finish off. Remember, your time has expired. You
solutions.
can't name a few now. It's almost the end of his interview speech.
It is imperative for us that people must live in conditions which are fit for human habitation, and Western Cape under the DA government
Thank you. Your time has expired.
exactly that. I thank you, Deputy
Thank you. That's the end of member statements. We now move to motions. Are there any motions where notice is given? Honourable Gillian. Honourable Diana.
Thank you, Speaker. Motion without notice. I move that the House...
Where notice is given. With notice. With notice.
With notice, Dichilo. Motion with notice.
With notice, okay. Good, proceed.
I move that the House notes and calls for an urgent investigation into claims that a couple of white elites in the Western Cape DA and Cape Town increased the value of sites for social housing because they want to keep out the poor, mostly black and colored residents. I move so.
Thank you. Notice is taken of that one. Any further? Is that the only one under this heading? We then move on to motions without notice. Honourable Gillian.
Speaker, I move without notice that this House notes the retired Moravian Church minister, an anti-apartheid icon, an ex-political prisoner, Reverend Chris Wessels, died peacefully on Tuesday at the age of 83. Notes further that those who worked close with him hailed him as an honest man who believed in justice and righteousness in all spheres of life, and all his life was dedicated to the upliftment of the poor and marginalized, as well as building of a better society and dismantling the evil system of apartheid. Commends his contribution in the struggle against apartheid and for justice, and also conveys sincere condolences to his wife, Auntie Nabs, his family, friends, and the whole community of the beautiful town of Genadendal.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? There are no objections to the motion itself. I'm going to need assistance. I saw the Honourable Simmers, I see Honourable Nkondlo, and then I see Honourable Mackenzie. If the table can help me, thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I move without notice that this House congratulates the Honourable Beverly Schaefer on a new appointment as the Western Cape Minister of Economic Opportunities, Tourism and Agriculture. I have no doubt that our province and the department is in good hands under your leadership, and this House looks forward to working with you in the future. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? Excuse me? No, there are no objections to the motion itself. I see the Honourable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes the cold-blooded double murder of ANC Ward Councillor Luyanda Mbele and his cousin Mzwandile Mathenjwa, who were gunned down in Wallerstein, Kraaifontein in late October this year. Further notes, Mr. Mbele was a solid community leader and a grounded councillor in that area, a transport activist who on many occasions acted as the mediator between opposing factions of taxi associations, and conveys deepest condolences to his family, friends and comrades. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? Are there any objections to the motion itself? I see the Honourable Mackenzie.
Thank you, Speaker. I hereby move without notice that the House notes the untimely death of the famous open water swimmer, Mr. Theodore Yacht, on the 17th of October. Notes that having completed more than 100 swimmers between Robben Island and Cape Town, Mr. Yacht was one of the most accomplished ultra-cold and open water swimmers. Extends condolences to Mr. Yacht's family and friends. May soul rest in peace. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion? Are there any objections to the motion itself? I see the Honourable Matlodi Maseko. I see Member Botha, and I see Member Beerwinkel. We'll do it in rounds of 3, and please just cooperate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I move that this House send its most heartfelt condolences to the victims of the devastating fires in Khayelitsha and Philippi, which gutted thousands of shacks and left scores of people homeless on the 20th of October 2018. Let us commend the DA-led government and generous philanthropic organizations which rushed to the aid of the people affected, working alongside the local churches as well as with the support of the City of Cape Town. I admire the resilience of matric learners who sat down for their matric exams following this traumatic event. Your strength is admirable. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion? There is an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I see the Honourable Member Botha. Order, please, Honourable Magaka. It's late in the day.
Thank you, Speaker. Motion without notice. I hereby move that this House congratulates the respective award winners at the Western Cape Government Health Cecilia Makawani Awards evening that took place last week, Friday, 9th of November at Kirstenbosch. The selection criteria included living up to the nurses' pledge and nursing ethics, going beyond the call of duty, having a positive attitude towards patients and colleagues, contributing to effective management and being part of a multidisciplinary healthcare team. The winners was Nolatando Debini, clinical nurse practitioner at Reiterwag Community Day Care Centre. She was the overall winner, and then Felicity Du Plessis was a runner-up. She's the operational nursing manager at Lady Michaela's Community Day Care Centre. And then the second runner-up was Esther Blichnout, operational nursing manager at Verliesop Clinic. The awards honour, celebrate and value nurses for their selfless dedication to the nursing profession and exceptional work done in their field through making a lasting difference to their patients' lives and contributing to the improvement of the community's well-being. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved? Any objections to the motion itself? I see the Honourable Beerwinkel.
Thank you, Speaker. I move without notice that this House notes that to protect the facade and marketing stunt that this province is the best-run province, the DA is hell-bent on shirking and dodging their constitutional responsibility to account to this provincial legislature. Their continuous abuse of the sub judice rule is a brazen attempt to subvert and undermine the oversight responsibility of our standing committees. Whenever poor governance of a department is exposed and ends in court, this DA marketing machine comes into operation to suppress information and keep it from the public. Recent case law emphasizing the independence of our judiciary conclusively confirms that there is no more relevance for the sub judice rule in our current constitutional dispensation, as this still is a remnant of our past when juries were part of our judicial system. This very point was confirmed in a recent comprehensive legal opinion by our in-house legal advisor. Thank you.
So we have rules, and that is more than just a motion.
Thank you, Honourable Wali.
It's a full statement.
I will draw.
She talked abuse. What do you think she's doing?
Order, please, members. Let me draw your attention. Statements are 2 minutes. Then there are notices of motion. And then there are motions without notice. We are now dealing with motions without notice. I see the Honourable Inanna, I see the Honourable Joseph, and I see the... Sorry, did I not put the question? Are there any objections to the motion being... Oh, is that the hands? Okay, there is an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. So now it's the Honourable Inanna, then Honourable Diana, And then Member Joseph, are you in on this one? No, not. So, and I will take the Chief Whip Wiley this round. 3 at a time. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. The motion without notice that the House welcomes finally the deployment of rail enforcement unit on our trains. This unit must ensure that the protection of all rail infrastructure is secured and the commuters are conveniently served during transportation. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? Are there any objection to the motion itself? None. I see the Honourable Diana.
Thank you, Speaker. Motion without notice that the House notes Honorable MEC Matikizela admitted that his department is failing the poor as it can't meet housing delivery targets. Notes further that poor areas mostly affected by that department's failure to deliver are Khayelitsha and Mitchell's Plain, and calls on the department to prioritize social housing in those areas and job opportunities to decrease the housing backlog and poverty. I so move.
Are there any objections? There is an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. The next person was Chief Whip Wiley, and then I'll start the next round.
Thank you, Speaker.
The objection, sorry, Chief Whip Wiley, the objection has been noted and it will be recorded on the order paper. You may proceed, Chief Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. In light of the 100-year anniversary of the armistice, that the House remember all those from South Africa who have fallen in conflict fighting for their beliefs.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? Are there any objections? None. The next person. I did see Honourable Gorby, I see Honourable Mitchell, and I see Honourable Botha. Honourable Mackenzie, you will be the start of the next round. You may proceed, Honourable Gorby.
Motion without notice that the House notes with concern the passing on of a struggle veteran, former political prisoner, and Cape Town member of the Mayoral Committee, Danile Tenklandingwe, on the 8th of November. Note his interment will take place this Saturday and convey sincere condolences to his family, friends, and comrades. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved? There are no objections. The next member, Honourable Mitchell, I see you.
Thank you, Speaker. That the House commemorates World Orphan Day, which takes place annually on the 12th of November, 12th of November, and highlights the need for all society to work better together to raise and support orphan children. As a society, we can help orphan children by volunteering at our local child and youth care centres, fostering or even adopting. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved? There are no objections. The next honourable member is Member Botha.
Motion without notice. I hereby move that this House welcomes the launch of the Early Childhood Development Bond in Cape Town. This bond uses an innovative financing mechanism. The public-private sector coalition project is managed by the intermediary partnership of Mothers to Mothers and Volta Capital, working closely with implementing partner, the Western Cape Foundation for Community Work. The transaction is led by the Western Cape Department of Social Development in a matched funding arrangement with Apex High Charitable Trust and supported by a coalition of investors. Over a 3-year period, the project will seek to improve the cognitive and socio-emotional development outcomes of more than 2,000 children in the low-income communities of Atlantis and Delft in the Western Cape. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion? There are no objections. I called the next round, did I? I said I would see Honourable Mackenzie, I see Honourable Magaka, and I see Honourable Makwesela. And then we'll do the next round.
Thank you, Speaker. I hereby move without notice that this House thanks and commends Japanese NGO, South African Primary Education Support Initiatives, the Open Network Express, in collaboration with the Western Cape Department of Education, for handing over 23,000 English books with 2 mobile libraries to rural schools. Appreciates the gracious donation by Sony Corporation of Hong Kong, organizations and communities, the South African Consulate in Hong Kong and Macau, as well as the Sony Group of companies and employees. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved? There are no objections to the motion itself. The next honourable member in terms of sequence, Honourable Magaka, I see you.
Thank you, Speaker. I move this motion without notice that the House notes the DA and that party's election committee chair, Honorable Premier Helen Zille, rewarded the Honorable Alan Windy as its premier candidate for the upcoming elections. Note further that Honorable Windy, who failed to obtain unqualified audit for his Department of Agriculture over 2 consecutive years, is given even bigger responsibility, calls on the DA people to see the desperate DA compensates failures, and calls on the people to reject this candidate who failed on past responsibilities.
Are there any objections? There is objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. The next honourable member. Was it Honourable Mackenzie? And then I see Honourable Nkondlo. Members, please work with me. I see Honourable Mackenzie and Honourable Nkondlo, and then Honourable Gopi.
I move without notice that the House congratulates Cape Town City Football Club head coach Benny McCartney for earning a UEFA Pro Coaching license, the highest world-recognized qualification in football. Further notes that the former Bafana star is the only South African coach in the South African Premier League to hold the qualification, and we wish him all the best in his pursuit with glory with the citizens. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion? No objection to the motion itself. I see the Honourable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Speaker. I move without notice that the House
Too much noise, members. Calm down.
Following a lengthy process of public consultation and deliberation, the Joint Constitutional Review Committee on Thursday, 15th November 2018, adopted a resolution that Section 25 of the Constitution be amended to allow for expropriation without compensation, and welcomes this progressive step. I so move.
Are there any objections? There are objections. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I see the Honourable Gopi.
Motion without notice that the House notes Honourable MEC Windy was with agriculture and economic opportunities, where he mostly failed to grow the economy and create jobs, is now the new community safety MEC. Notes further that during his term, poverty and unemployment increased, which resulted in increasing crime and gangsterism. Is worried that the desperate DA sends him to dogs to continue his work of failing the poor and to deal with crime, which he assists to create, and that the premier candidate of irregular expenditure and qualified audit is one of the worst things that could happen to the poor people of the Western Cape. I so move.
Thank you. Are there any objections? There is an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. The next round of 3 members, or have we exhausted? I see the Honourable Mitchell, Honourable Makwasela, Honourable Mitchell, and then Honourable Mackenzie. Okay. Sorry, Honourable Mitchell, can we allow Honourable Makwasela to go, and then yourself, and then Honourable Mackenzie? Thank you. It's been a long day. Let's just compose ourselves. You may proceed, Honourable.
Honourable Speaker, I hereby move without notice that the House congratulates former Community Safety MEC Dan Plato on his election as the Executive Mayor of the City of Cape Town. Notes that this House has confidence in the Mayor of Cape Town, and that residents are better off in his hands, because this is the mayor that takes his job seriously, and we are happy to have him as the Democratic Alliance. I so move.
Are there any objections? There is an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. Mense bedaar asseblief. I see die agbare Mitchell. Is nou jou beurt.
Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. That I move without notice that the House recognises the Provincial Department of Social Development under the leadership of Minister Fritz, which has provided rigorous oversight over the registration and funding processes of NPOs. That this has ensured that taxes by hard-working individuals are not misspent on non-compliant organizations. I so move.
Thank you. Are there any objections? There is an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. Let's not engage in debate. The objection will be recorded. Honourable Mackenzie, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I move without notice that the House congratulates Cape Townian Yanga Sebetwa from Delft for reaching the final of the 14th season of Idol South Africa. Notes that the current Idol in season 13 won. Paxton Phillips is also from Cape Town, wishing Yanga all the best as the whole Western Cape is behind her. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion? There is no objections to the motion itself. The next round of three, I see the Honourable Diana, I see Honourable Nkondlo, and I see Honourable Mackenzie.
Thank you, Speaker. Motion without notice that the House notes and welcomes the announcement that policing in the Western Cape will get a boost with 1,070 additional officers who will be deployed in this financial year. Notes further that a commitment has been made to boost the anti-gang unit in the future. Applauds the police minister and SAP's leadership for all the interventions made in the province. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved without notice? Are there any objections to the motion itself? The next person I see is the Honourable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that the House condemns the DA for shielding the Honourable MEC Windy from accountability following his failure to obtain an unqualified audit in the Department of Agriculture. Notes further the party's actions of undermining and second-guessing the Auditor General's findings and calls on the DA to respect Scopa's oversight responsibility as the matter of the Department of Agriculture is not sub judice and should be interrogated soonest.
Are there any objections? There is objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I see the Honourable Mackenzie, following which will start the next round.
I hereby move without notice that the House congratulates 18-year-old former Ajax Cape Town starlet Tasrik Matthews from Hanover Park for making his competitive debut for Bundesliga side Borussia Dortmund Football Club just hours after signing for the German Giants. I so move.
Are there any objections? No objections to the motion itself. I see the Honourable, I keep forgetting it, but Claudie Maseko. Honourable Maseko.
Thank you very much. Speaker, I hereby move that as we are still in the dry season, this House condemn in the strongest possible terms the recklessness of smokers who are throwing their cigarette butts on the roads. This behavior is one of the causes of the runaway fires which continue to rob the innocent lives of so many. Such acts of selfishness should not result in unnecessary loss of life. I call all cigarette smokers to stop burning our province. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion? Are there any objections to the motion itself? The next round of three, if I see the Honourable Gopi, I see Honourable Olivier, and I see Honourable Diana. Members, it's 8 o'clock. It's not much further to go. Please calm down. There's too much noise. Member Mitchell, can you please? Thank you. You may proceed.
Motion without notice that the House notes and congratulate Gauteng government as the only province to achieve a 100% clean audit outcome in all its departments for the 2017-2018 financial year. Notes further that Gauteng has maintained this standard for 3 years, while provinces like the Western Cape regress in the same period. The Honourable MEC Windy Agriculture Department is but one example, and encourage the Gauteng to maintain this level of financial governance excellence. I so move.
Are there any objections? There is an objection. The motion will be printed. Order, please. There is an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I see the Honourable Olivier.
Clean audit. Speaker, I move I move that this House notes
Guys, be respectful. There's a member on the floor, please. You may proceed.
9 people died, and more than 1,500 were displaced in the wildfires and vast areas of the Garden Route in the past month. Note further that the horrific fires are reoccurring following the devastating fires last year. Notes further that the fire started on 20th October in the Vermaaklikheid area before spreading. Lauds all the firefighters and convey condolences to the families of the deceased, as well as to the pilot Nico Haynes, 65 years old, who died after his working for fire Huey chopper crashed during the firefighting effort in Knysna. I so move.
Okay. Are there any objections to the motion? There are no objections to the motion itself. Sorry, there was the next person after you. I see it's Honourable Diana.
Motion without notice that the House notes the water situation in the Karoo remains critical, especially in Beaufort West, with surface water levels standing on average at less than 20%. Notes further that because the Gamka Dam has been empty for years, the Karoo has long depended on underground water and treated wastewater for survival, and calls on the provincial government to intervene as the boreholes supplying the region began to run. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved? There are no objections to the motion itself. Have we concluded? Honourable Olivier, Honourable Nkondlo, and Honourable Diana. We are still busy with motions without notice. You may proceed, Honourable Olivier.
Speaker, I move that this House notes and congratulate the Western Cape African National Congress for retaining the Knysna ward, Concordia Juestekam, in the recent by-election, obtaining 85%. I repeat, 85% of the vote, up from 68% in 2006, while the Democratic Alliance and the Economic Freedom Fighters dropped from 14% to 13% and 3% to 2% respectively. Also note that the ANC is making significant inroads in the DA strongholds in the province by noting further in the last 2 provincial by-elections, the DA in Saldanha Bay, Ward 3 dropped from 70% to 53%, while the ANC moved from 24% to 39%. Further notes that the DA also in Oudtshoorn Ward 13 has reduced margins of 51% over 60% in 2016. Lauds the ANC for winning back the confidence of the people of the Western.
Are there any objections to that? There is an objection. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I see the Honourable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Speaker.
Honourable,
I move without notice that the House notes the Western Cape has one of the most lucrative agricultural economies in South Africa, but under the Honourable MEC Alan Winde, it failed to properly transform in order to allow more equitable black participation. Notes further that according to the African Farmers Association of South Africa, AFASA, black people own only 1% of arable land in the province, and that almost the entire value chain of the sector is white-owned. Together with most of the best land and water, and calls on national government to speed up the process of expropriation of land to bring changes in the current ownership patterns of the agricultural economy of the Western Cape, where the Honourable Windy mostly preserved it for white domination. I so move.
Are there any objections? There is an objection. There are objections. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I see the Honourable Diana.
You, Speaker. Motion without notice that the House notes that Jonathan Isaac, 62, from Sunbird Park, Kales River, receives the exorbitant water bill of 1.8 million from the city of Cape Town in August. Notes further that the pensioner's water bill is usually between 300 rand and 400 a month, and that he almost got a heart attack when he was told it is so high. Calls for an urgent investigation into exorbitant and regular incorrect water bills in the city, and calls on the city to scrap all the incorrect water bills and write back the compounded interest. I so move.
Are there any objections to the... Are there any objections? There are no objections to the motion itself. I see the Honourable Olivier.
Speaker, I move that this House notes that the Knysna Mayor Mark Willemse and Councillor Peter Myers were successful in their appeal against the Democratic Alliance attempt to remove them after the party found them guilty of misconduct of voting with their conscience in the ANC-sponsored motion of no confidence to oust the former controversial mayor, Eleanor Spies, who was favored by the Honorable MEC Windy and Matikizela. Notes further that the weak and clueless DA provincial leader instructed them to resign, also commends the two and wishes them well in advancing the project of clean governance in the Knysna municipality.
Are there any objections to the motion? There are objections. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I see the Honourable Diana.
Thank you, Speaker. Motion without notice that the House joins hands with millions of Western Cape people in welcoming and celebrating the launch of the anti-gang unit. Notes further that the launch of the unit will play a central role in weakening the capacity of gangs to operate and put a halt to activities such as the production and sale of drugs, while reducing illegal firearms and the high incidence of gang-related murders, and commends President Cyril Ramaphosa and Police Minister Becky Cele for listening to the people to bring this unit. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion being moved? There are no objections to the motion itself. I see the Honourable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes MACO member for Urban Housing and Transport in Cape Town, Brad Heron, resigned from the party and cancelled on Thursday, November the 1st, citing a wide cabal within the party caucus which was opposed to provision of social housing within well-located areas. Notes further, Heron mentioned that a proposed mixed-income housing project at Salt River Market and another at Greenpoint were delayed by the wide cabal of, amongst others, Councillor J.P. Smith, who do not want poor people to be accommodated in places near job opportunities, and called for an investigation into why the projects have been called off. I so move.
Are there any objections? There are objections. The motion will be printed on the order paper. I see the Honourable Olafir.
Speaker, I move that this House notes that the Democratic Alliance has acted rapidly to replace councillors who recently resigned from Cape Town, with one of the new councillors being the provincial leader of the DA Youth, Carl Popheim, who was previously fired as the junior mayor of Cape Town because he tried to cheat his mock matric exams by stealing exam papers. Notes further that the DA, who pretends to stand for clean governance, appointed Popheim, knowing his past very well, and calls on the Democratic Alliance to practice what they are preaching and stop being hypocrites. I so move.
Are there any? There are objections. The motion will be printed on the order paper. Is it Honourable Diana?
Motion without notice that the House notes the passing on of Nokanyo Mtalana, 30, who was gunned down in Nyanga on November 8th while she was driving home from a prayer service. Notes further, Nokanyo was an active member of the ANC and she was shot 6 times by the gunman, conveys condolences to her family and parents, and calls on the police to speed up investigations into the murder. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion? Any objections to the motion itself? No? We're still busy with motions without notice. Is that it? Honourable Olafir?
Speaker, I move that this House notes with serious concern that the ratepayers were forced to cough up 7.1 million to fund the DA infighting in the city of Cape Town. Notes further that the two contradictory Bowman's reports, which were at the center of to oust the Lil as mayor, were paid by ratepayers, condemns the abuse of state resources for factional infighting, and calls for the urgent investigation into the procurement process following the appointment of the law firm, as well as to investigate the extent of influence and manipulation of it by the senior DA members. I so move.
Are there any objections to it? There are objections. The motion will be printed on the order paper. Honourable Diana, is your hand up? Thank you.
Motion without notice. I move that the House notes and welcomes arrest scores of suspects by the anti-gang unit in Philippi, since its inception. Notes further the suspects were arrested with unlicensed firearms and ammunition and drugs valued millions of rands and applauds the work of this unit. I so move.
Are there any objections? No objections to the motion itself. I see the Honourable Nkondlo.
Thank you, Speaker. I move without notice that the House notes with concern the Honourable MEC Madikizela's aversion for informal settlements dwellers, which keeps on showing by the day. Further notes that his department has evicted more than 18 families from the Joe Slovo informal settlement in Langa because the families refused to relocate to the TRA in Delft, where other residents were dumped years ago, and denounces the MEC for the inhumane treatment of our people who live in informal settlements across the province. I so move.
Are there any objections? There are objections. The motion will be printed on the order paper. So, Honourable Dugmore.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to move without notice that this House notes the questionable retrenchment of Ms. Nozipho Mthembu from the Rustenburg Girls Junior School, and notes further that certain members of the school governing body at the school had resigned last year in protest against the lack of transformation at the school, and thus calls on MEC Schaefer to account on steps that she has taken to advance transformation in this and all former Model C schools, and calls for the building of diversity and inclusivity at all schools in the province.
Are there any objections? There are objections. The motion will be printed on the order paper. We're done then with motions without notice. We now move to orders of the day. The Secretary will read the second order of the day.
Consideration of report of Standing Committee on Transport and Public Works on the administrative adjudication of road traffic offences amendment bill, ratification of final mandate.
Order. The House received the report of the Standing Committee on Transport and Public Works on the administrative adjudication of road traffic offences amendment bill, conferring authority on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP not to support this bill. This mandate has been sent to the NCOP. I will now afford parties an opportunity to make a declaration if they so wish. I see the Honourable Inana.
Speaker, as a Democratic Alliance, yes, indeed, we agree that the bill appeared in front of the Standing Committee on Transport and Public Works, which is ATO. And the decision that we took as a Democratic Alliance is that we don't support the bill. And there are a number of issues, Deputy Speaker, that were very, very, very serious. After we conducted across the province the public participation, the submissions that were made through the documents and orally by the people who attended the public participation raised the issues that the bill is not accepted, therefore we don't support.
Are there any other? Honourable Dugmore.
Speaker, the African National Congress is on record as opposing the view of the majority led by the DA in the committee to oppose this legislation. Member Hinana is correct that when we had public hearings, there were a number of concerns that were raised. But what he fails to inform the House about is that all of those concerns were conveyed to the National Department, and there were detailed responses provided by the National Department in regard to some of the very legitimate concerns that have been raised. But the other issue, Speaker, is that it's quite a contradiction for Mr. Hinana to come to this House and say that because members of the public had concerns about the ATO bill, they are now deciding that they are not going to support it, whereas they did not follow that in regard to the Western Cape Schools Amendment Bill, where it was very clear that the public rejected it, which just shows the contradictions that way. So what we are saying, this legislation should be supported, and we will be lobbying our colleagues nationally, because although there are concerns, it is aimed basically at changing driver behavior. It is making sure that there are clear provisions across the country, not only in the pilot areas, to make sure that people can lose their licenses should they infringe a certain number of occasions. So this is a broader attempt to support And it is really a pity that the DA is not joining this drive to make our roads safer. So we want to state that that is our position, and we actually support this
Thank you,
legislation.
Honourable Dagmo. In the absence of the EFF and the ACDP, I need to put the question, are there any objections to the ratification of the conferment of authority on the Western Cape's delegation in the NCOP not to support the bill? So there is an objection. So I've got it. In terms of the objection, I put the question, those in favour of the report being adopted and that the mandate conferred to the Western Cape Provincial delegation in the NCOP not to support the amendment bill be ratified will say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think the ayes have it, and so they have. So we'll carry on. Thank you. Well, you might want to call a division. It is only 8:20, so you might want to call the division. I'm just checking. The Secretary will read the third order of the day.
Consideration of report of the Standing Committee on Local Government on the Traditional Leadership and Governance Framework Amendment Bills and COP Bill. It's ratification of final mandate.
Order. The House received the report of the Standing Committee on Local Government on the Traditional Leadership and Governance Framework Amendment Bill, conferring authority on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP to abstain from voting on the amendment bill. This mandate has been sent to the NCOP. I will now afford parties an opportunity to make a declaration if they so wish. The Honourable Olivier, I see you. You have 3 minutes for your declaration.
Chairperson, the African National Congress supports the bill, which aimed at making provision for the recognition of the Khoi and San traditional leaders. The bill, or is it the other bill? Which bill is that one?
Members, please excuse me.
No, but
sorry, Honourable Olivier. We are busy with the third order of the day, and it deals with the abstention from voting on the bill in terms of traditional leadership and governance framework.
No, Chair.
That's second. Is it not that one?
Yeah, no, Chair, we support it. Let me not read this long one, but Chair, the ANC would want to persuade our members on the NCOP to support that bill.
Okay, so now I need to put the question. Those in favour of the report being adopted and that the mandate to the Western Cape delegation to the NCOP to abstain from voting on the amendment bill be ratified will say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. I think the ayes have it, and so they have. The Secretary will now read the fourth order of the day. We nearly there, members, but daar asseblief net 'n bietjie langer.
Consideration of report of the Standing Committee on Community Development on a National Health Laboratory Service Amendment Bill, the NCOP Bill, is ratification of final mandate.
Order, please. The House received the report of the Standing Committee on Community Development on the National Health Laboratory Service Amendment Bill, conferring authority on the Western Cape delegation in the NCOP to support this bill. This mandate has been sent to the NCOP. I will now afford parties the opportunity to make a declaration if they so wish. I see the Honourable Makaleni.
This bill came in front of the Health Standing Committee on the 21st of August 2018. The committee has extensively deliberated and further satisfied itself on the understanding of the content of the bill and what these amendments seek to achieve. and the following was discovered: that the purpose to amend the National Health Laboratory Act 37 of 2000 to be able to define certain expression and amend or delete certain definition to make the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act 5 of 2000 applicable to the National Health Laboratory Services to advise the objectives and duties. Whilst the National Health Laboratory Services has achieved certain objectives such as consolidation and strengthening of laboratory services, infrastructure, improvement in access, and offer high quality teaching, training, and research structure. The ANC supports the amendment bill as it seeks to strengthen, one, the leadership, governance, and accountability problem by empowering the health minister to appoint a board that will account to the minister, parliament, and to the relevant stakeholders. Also, funding mechanism of the National Health Laboratory Services by replacing Section 18 of the Act by providing the minister, in consultation with the Minister of Finance, to prescribe a financial mechanism to the service and to provide the funds for the services. Thirdly, to reduce the burden of the National Health Laboratory Services by giving the NSL a supporting role instead of being the provider, trainer for health and science education, as this is not their field of specialty, rather of the institutions of higher learning. It is important to note that the participation to relevant stakeholders was done, of which very few came or submissions were received. None is opposing the amendment bill. The committee was unanimously in supporting the amendment bill. Thank you.
I thank you. Are there any objections? Oh, sorry, are there any other reports? I see the Honourable Botha.
The National Health Laboratory Service Amendment Bill will bring welcome changes to the functioning of public health care in the Western Cape Province, and the Standing Committee on Health at the Western Cape Provincial Parliament supports it. It is in the best interest of all South Africans to update, refresh, and amend our legislation accordingly in order to meet the changing needs of our people moving forward. This bill seeks to ensure that service delivery and governance is best capacitated and reformed to carry out services which are efficient, effective, and carried out in a logical manner. The Standing Committee on Health in this House welcomes the bill as it is sent to the National Council of Provinces for final processing. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any objections to the ratification of the conferment of authority on the Western Cape's delegation to support in the NCOP to support the bill? There are no objections. Agreed to. Honourable members, that concludes the business for the day. The House is adjourned.